Chapter 1. Dragon Ball. Huh. Huh. Within the confines of a martial arts dojo, a young boy drenched in perspiration relentlessly strikes a sandbag before him. His countenance is resolute. His physique sculpted, his legs are burdened with weights amounting to dozens of pounds, and each punch he delivers against the bag resonates with vigor. After a moment, the boy steadies himself in a horse stance, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches, his shirt thoroughly soaked with sweat. Once he concludes his barrage, he bends down to perform 200 push-ups, pausing only when he is utterly spent. The boy then flips around, gasping for breath. It has been 2 years. I have transformed beyond recognition, and am now capable of achieving remarkable feats. Originally an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, the boy's sole specialty lay in his profound knowledge of the two-dimensional world following an unforeseen accident that resulted in a car crash. He found himself transported to this new realm. The boy's former identity was Tang En. His family met a tragic fate at the hands of a monster during their relocation to West Capital, leading to the arrival of a certain otaku from another world. On the second day after Tang En's arrival, he discerned the nature of the world. He had entered a realm oscillating between the mundane and the nightmarish, the world of Dragon Ball. Following a brief period of shock and skepticism, the feline monarch on the television confirmed that this was indeed no dream. One must ponder, aside for Dragon Ball, which other world features a king that is a great cat? Excitement? Undoubtedly, for who would not yearn to become a proud traveler following death? Yet, amidst this exhilaration, Tang En began to harbor deep concerns regarding his future. He understood that even in the Dragon Ball universe, ordinary individuals could lead relatively peaceful lives. Barring the threat of planetary destruction, the majority of people could coexist harmoniously, and even in death, mass resurrection was a possibility. Of course, this excludes the parallel world of Trunks. Nevertheless, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Tang En would never allow himself to exist as just another nameless bystander. After all, who wouldn't wish to experience the kind of world-altering power that could annihilate the heavens and the earth? After extensive research, Tang En discovered that unlike his fellow transmigrators, he possessed no special abilities, no system, nor any wise mentors of legendary martial arts. His very body was a complete and utter embodiment of an ordinary earthling. This was quite telling. Setting aside the notion of any extraordinary abilities, even if Tang En were to acquire the physique of a lowly scion, with an initial power level of merely 1, he would not be disheartened. He believed that with his understanding of scion lore and training methods, he could, if not surpass Goku and Vegeta, at least hold his own against the likes of Yamcha. Yet reality proved to be harsh in the Dragon Ball universe. The issue of bloodlines loomed large over all Earthlings. In later stages, the spotlight was entirely on the Scions, leaving Earthlings deprived of even the slightest opportunity to contribute. After taking a brief respite, Tang En executed a somersault to stand upright, stretching his limbs with audible pops. He then felt his stomach rumble, was hungry. Exiting his room, Tang En ascended to the second floor of the dojo, the designated dining area. Upon entering this world, Tang En had noticeably experienced a significant increase in appetite. He consumed copious amounts of food. Whether this was due to his rigorous training or inherent constitution remained unclear. Initially, he often fancied himself a scion, eagerly gazing at the moon during full moons and checking his reflection in the mirror for signs of a tail, even contemplating a leap from heights to test if near death would enhance his strength. It was only after 6 months that he fully accepted himself as merely a gluttonous earthling. "Marsuo, please fetch me a lunch," the usual. "Absolutely, Brother Tang En. Coming right up." Having been in this world for 2 years, Tang En was now 15 years old. When he first joined the Tianyi martial arts school 2 years prior, he was merely a frail child. However, since commencing his training, he had unknowingly grown stronger. Had it not been for an incident a year ago, when he accidentally hurled a rock over 100 meters away, he would have remained oblivious to his significant increase in strength. Tang En lacked a power level detector and could not sense energy levels, yet this did not impede his ability to assess his own growth. He observed that while the Dragon Ball universe was a land of extraordinary combat prowess, The average earthling therein possessed little knowledge of training, with most relying solely on innate talent to determine their strength. Few ever endeavored to hone their skills. Recall how Krillin, after less than a year of training under Master Roshi, achieved a power level in the dozens, although Tang En did not dare claim to surpass Krillin's rapid progress under Rosa's tutelage. After 2 years of diligent training, he sensed a monumental transformation within himself. At the very least, his power level must now be in the double digits. As of 6 months ago, no one in the Tianyi martial arts school could best him. Tang En lowered his gaze, tearing into a hefty ham hock, swiftly devouring 2 large bowls of rice, followed by a mysterious meat patty crafted from some unknown beast, leaving him wanting more. Today, he intended to leave this place contemplating his plans. He hummed a tune as he made his way to the old master's quarters. The old master, named Mu Er, had provided guidance during Tang En's early training. Upon learning of Tang En's orphan status, he had even waived his meal fees, for which Tang En felt immense gratitude. Tang En knocked gently before entering the old master's room. No one here? The old master had sustained an injury in his youth, which had left him with lingering ailments in his old age, impairing one of his legs. He typically did not venture far, so Tang En took a seat nearby, awaiting his return. Bored, Tang En began to practice several sets of martial arts techniques, followed by more push-ups. Eventually, he lay back on the ground, pondering whether to return the following day. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted, momentarily dazzling Tang En's vision. Instinctively, he shifted his head to evade the glare. As the radiance faded, he focused on its source, which appeared to emanate from the chandelier above. The orb within the chandelier struck a chord of familiarity with him. As he concentrated, a realization hit him, and he sprang to his feet. A Dragon Ball, orange, spherical, adorned with stars, and glowing. Was this not the Dragon Ball? Without hesitation, Tang En leapt and snatched the shimmering orb from the chandelier. Indeed, 1, 2, 5 stars. This is a 5-star ball. Tang En could hardly believe that a Dragon Ball lay hidden within the old master's room. Right? I remember now in the manga, when Bulma first encountered Goku, she already possessed 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma is now 16, and the plot's commencement is merely half a year away. If memory serves, Bulma's first Dragon Ball was the 2-star ball, which she discovered in her family's warehouse. This Dragon Ball must be the second. However, I recall that this Dragon Ball was found by Bulma in a valley. Could it have traveled there in the past few months? Puzzled, Tang En decided to abandon his line of thought. Earlier, he had pondered how to meet the heiress of the Capsule Corporation upon his initial arrival in West Capital. He had naturally wished to seek out the genius girl, Bulma. Yet upon arriving at the Capsule Corporation, he discovered it was impenetrable. With a long queue of artificial intelligences verifying identities outside, he felt utterly helpless. Now, with this Dragon Ball, there was no need to seek her out. Bulma would come looking for him. Tang En had intended to venture to Baozi Mountain today to meet his childhood idol. With this Dragon Ball in his possession, the possibilities before Tang En had multiplied significantly. Chapter 2. The Rise Plan. Thud, thud. The sound of wood striking the ground echoed as the old master ambled toward his chamber. Tang En, is there something you wish to discuss? The elderly master, Mu Er, pushed the door open, leaning on his cane, and gazed at Tang En in the room as he spoke. Upon seeing the old master approach, Tang En promptly replied, "Grandfather, I have come to bid you farewell today. I must leave the martial arts school. I may be departing from Shidu for a while. I am truly grateful for your care during these days, and I promise to visit you again." With his cane in hand, the old master slowly entered the room, leaving, In the blink of an eye. You have been here for 2 years. How swiftly time flies, he remarked, setting down his cane and carefully taking a seat. Indeed, these past 2 years have been invaluable. Thanks to your guidance, Grandfather, I have now acquired the ability to pursue the endeavors I wish to undertake, Tang En responded. The old master smiled warmly, his face radiating kindness. Indeed. It is good for the youth to venture forth and seek their fortunes. Grandfather, I have a request, Tang En said earnestly. May I have this bead? I am in great need of it. Oh, this bead? I recall finding it long ago. It occasionally emits a glow, which is why I placed it atop the chandelier. The old master mused. If you desire it, Feel free to take it as merely an ornament to me." Tang En was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather. I shall certainly come to visit you whenever I can." The elderly master, Mu'er, was unable to move one leg, reportedly due to tissue necrosis caused by an impact. Tang En resolved firmly that he would ensure to present the old master with a miraculous being in the future to aid in his recovery, as a way to repay the hospitality he had received over the past 2 years. Upon returning to his rented room, Tang En noted that the inheritance left by the parents of this corporeal form had nearly been exhausted, yet fortunately, it had been sufficient thus far. He moved a table aside in the room and uncovered a hidden compartment he had crafted himself. Opening it, he retrieved a universal capsule. Inside the capsule were 2 notebooks. One contained various plots from the Dragon Ball world written in simplified Chinese characters, a record Tang and had kept out of fear of forgetting, while the other held a simple plan he had devised over the past 2 years. Tang En opened the plan book. Over these 2 years, he had devoted his spare time to contemplating his developmental trajectory. Firstly, he established a clear self-assessment. He was not as formidable as Sun Wukong, as he could not fathom how to surpass the various super scions in the later stages with a mere earthling's body. Perhaps the Earth Dragon Balls could assist, but Tang En did not believe they could resolve every issue the Super Dragon Balls, only if he could obtain them. In his notes, Tang En enumerated 2 aspirations. One was to possess extraordinary combat prowess, and the second was to lead an exhilarating life. Combat prowess requires no elaboration. Upon entering this world, who would not yearn for the ability to obliterate planets with a mere gesture? If possible, Tang En would undoubtedly relish the chance to confront the ultimate foes that lay ahead. However, the second aspiration was what Tang En truly yearned for. In comparison, he was less fixated on the necessity of becoming the strongest in the universe. He was not a scion, driven by a fiery spirit and a desire to surpass Sun Wukong and resolve every calamity for Earth. Not to mention, even if he could achieve such a feat, it would not necessarily surpass Sun Wukong's accomplishments, so why should he be ensnared in such a dilemma? Moreover, in the wondrous world of Dragon Balls, there were countless ways to become powerful, yet the path of strength appeared endless. Beyond the Kaioshin were the gods of destruction, followed by angels, and then the Grand Minister who could predict what lay beyond the Omni King. Tang En believed that having a circle of companions who would strive to resurrect him after death would be a most fortunate circumstance. In his past life, Tang En had perused numerous Dragon Ball novels. He was confident that, even without a golden finger, even if he possessed one and were a scion, with his current level of intellect, he would lack the confidence to completely outshine Sun Wukong, unless that golden finger was grossly exaggerated. Nevertheless, from an initial perspective, the gap between Earthlings and Scions was not insurmountable. Determined, Tang En resolved that at least before Raditz arrived on Earth, he must position himself among the foremost ranks of the Z warriors. After all, compared to others, Tang En's greatest asset lay in his unique perspective. He could leverage the Dragon Balls for his own benefit. However, the other Z warriors would undoubtedly disdain relying on external forces to enhance their abilities, particularly individuals like Tang En. Thus, Tang En's first plan for ascension was to use the dragon to alter his bloodline, transforming himself into a scion. Other possibilities, such as acquiring the bloodline of Majin, frost demons, or androids, were also considered. However, this remained speculation, as the barriers between races were not easily surmountable. It was uncertain whether the dragon possessed such capabilities. The second plan revolves around the conjecture of DON.I in Dragon Ball. The reason Goku consistently outpaces Vegeta is not solely due to the protagonist's aura. Rather, it is largely attributed to Goku's continuous encounters with esteemed mentors throughout his life, acquiring an array of skills. Notable figures such as Son Gohan, Master Roshi, Karen, Popo, Kami, King Kai, and even the extraterrestrial beings from Yardrat and Whis have all imparted their wisdom to Goku. Ultimately, Goku's ability to comprehend Ultra Instinct is likely rooted in this solid foundation. Therefore, the second point emphasizes the pursuit of the most formidable teacher in the universe, namely Whis, in hopes of transcending one's own limitations. Although the notion of an angel instructing oneself may seem daunting. Considering the archetypes of powerful beings within the Dragon Ball universe, it is certainly a viable approach. The third element pertains to the eternal dragon, a topic that requires little elaboration. Subsequently, a variety of ascension pathways were enumerated, originating from various enigmatic realms such as Fire Mountain, the Demon Realm, the Underworld, and other diverse locations. However, all avenues necessitate experimentation, as these ideas stem from Don's conjectures inspired by the erratic musings of netizens from his previous life, leaving their feasibility uncertain. Nevertheless, one can be assured that if Don earnestly strategizes, achieving the status of a formidable individual among Earthlings is undoubtedly within reach. Building upon this foundation, familiarizing himself with the main cast would be even more advantageous. This is precisely what Don desires, as he has always held a fondness for the characters in Dragon Ball. Figures such as Goku, Bulma, Vegeta, and Krillin are among his favorites. He has even contemplated the notion that should he find himself relegated to the status of a minor character like Tang En or Yamcha, he could simply marry a stunning beauty akin to Bulma or Android 18, thus making his reincarnation worthwhile. Moreover, given the fantastical nature of this universe, such aspirations are not entirely out of reach. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Don observed his height of 1.78 meters, his well-proportioned and muscular physique complemented by a sun-kissed visage. Aside from a hint of youthful naivete, he was undeniably strikingly handsome. At least in Don's estimation, he had rarely encountered anyone more handsome than himself over the past 2 years. That it is worth noting that Don is merely 15 years old. Who knows how he might evolve in a few years? Not to mention, that genius, infatuated girl seems to be quite taken by this charm. He mused that it was only right for Bulma to gift him a flying car. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Don reminded himself to never neglect his daily training. Following this, once he located Bulma, he would need to devise a plan for her to create a power level detector, as this device is incredibly essential, especially in the early stages when the concept of ki remains elusive. Next, he would accompany Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls, ultimately utilizing the Eternal Dragon to make his wish. This step is crucial, as it pertains to his early development and ensures that his wish isn't squandered by Oolong. Lying on his bed, Don continued to contemplate the trajectory of his future. Chapter 3. Bulma and the Power Level Detector. The following morning, Don rose promptly. He immediately turned to check beneath his bed to ensure the Dragon Ball was still in its place. Upon confirming its presence, Don couldn't help but smile foolishly as he picked up the 5-star ball and began to polish it. The Dragon Ball was smooth to the touch and cool against his skin. After weighing the ball in his hand, he commenced his training for the day. Meanwhile, the genius girl finally discovered the Dragon Balls in her family's warehouse and, after some research, prepared to create a Dragon Radar. 3 months later. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? A girl with light purple scorpion-braided hair knocked on Don's door, holding a circular device in her other hand as she called out. Taking a moment to catch his breath from his weight training, Don internally responded, "Coming." Due to his rigorous training schedule, the meager earnings from his daily labor barely sufficed for his meals. Consequently, after leaving the martial arts school, Don moved to the outskirts of West City, which conveniently facilitated his solitary training. Since there was no one else living nearby, the visitor was undoubtedly Bulma. "Come in." The doors unlocked. Don removed the turtle shell from his back, rinsed off briefly, and dressed before entering his living room, where the girl was already exploring. Indeed, it was her, Don thought to himself. Bulma, upon noticing Don, froze in place, her face turning a deep shade of crimson, her eyes nearly transforming into hearts. You. She then turned away, covering her face while blushing uncontrollably. Oh my, how did you know I was coming? You even took the time to bathe. How annoying. I wasn't prepared yet. Should I reject him outright or feign rejection before accepting? Don felt a bit awkward, as he had not anticipated Bulma's early portrayal to be so infatuated, just as depicted in the comics. "Excuse me, miss, may I inquire your name?" Although Don already knew, he felt compelled to ask, "Oh, just call me Bulma. And what should I call this handsome gentleman?" Bulma turned to him, her hands clasped together and leaning her head to the side. "You may call me Don." Bulma then leaped beside Don, playfully squeezing his arm before exclaiming, "Wow, you really have muscles. I wonder if Mr. Don is a girlfriend." Her exuberance was quite disarming, starkly contrasting her persona as a brilliant scientist. Seeing Bulma's reaction affirmed Dawn's charm. It was indeed quite gratifying. "Miss Bulma, may I ask what brings you here?" Dawn swiftly redirected the topic, having long sought to gather the Dragon Balls for his wish. "Oh, it's this. I found this orb in my family's warehouse. According to my research, there are 7 such orbs that, if we collect all 7, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish." With that, she produced her 2-star ball for Dawn to see. By the way, Mr. Dawn, do you happen to have any of these orbs? My radar indicates another Dragon Ball is nearby. Dawn couldn't help but mentally critique Bulma's character's setup. Although she was incredibly intelligent, she had inadvertently revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls. Thankfully, neither the original Goku nor himself were malevolent individuals. Otherwise, Bulma would have been in grave danger right from the start. Setting aside those chaotic thoughts, Dawn promptly replied, "You mean this kind of orb? I do have one, but does this truly mean it can fulfill any wish?" "What do you mean? Are you doubting the judgment of this genius girl?" Bulma placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Dawn as if she had been insulted. Dawn quickly shook his head and reassured her, "Miss Bulma, I harbor no doubts. Rather, I would like to ask you for a favor. In return, how about I gift you this Dragon Ball? You've come to the right person. Speak up. Whatever it is, I can take care of it. What I desire is your assistance in creating a device for detecting combat power, capable of probing into the strength and location of adversaries, ideally in a compact form. The specific unit should be calculated based on the strength of an adult male as a value of 5. Surely, this will not pose a challenge for you. To be candid, Tang En is uncertain whether Bulma at this juncture possesses the capability to construct such a device that a combat power detector. This is the first time I have heard of such an invention. Yet I am confident in my ability to bring it to fruition. After contemplating the matter seriously, Bulma realized that this was an enticing project and promptly agreed to Tang En's request. However, should I succeed in creating this detector, apart from the Dragon Balls, you must also grant me one request: to protect me while I seek out the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. After all, you cannot bear to see a frail woman like me wandering alone in search of them. Bulma widened her eyes and implored pitifully. Upon hearing this, Tang En was delighted and immediately acquiesced to Bulma's plea. Accompanied by Bulma, Tang En arrived at her residence. With the esteemed daughter of the Universal Group vouching for him, the robots stationed outside did not impede their entry. Furthermore, Bulma granted Tang En access rights, meaning he could now come and go freely from the Universal Group from this day forth. "Oh ho ho, a handsome young man has arrived at our home. Would you care to accompany your aunt on a date?" Bulma's mother exclaimed, "Mom, Tang En is our guest. How could you say such a thing?" Bulma retorted indignantly, "Oh ho ho, is little Bulma upset? Alas, it seems our date with this charming young man will have to be postponed." Tang En observed from the sidelines, realizing Bulma's mother was a typical NPC, making such remarks to everyone she encountered. Thus, Tang En settled into the Universal Group, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. During this period, Bulma witnessed Tang En's arduous training regimen and even crafted a special outfit for him that could adjust its weight. Ding ding ding. "Tang En, look what I've made. Your combat power detector." Tang En was overjoyed and hurried to examine the exquisite instrument. "Bulma, you truly are a genius. You have managed to create it." Bulma beamed with pride at the compliment, her demeanor exuding confidence. Tang En attempted to activate the device in front of her, and after a series of beeps, the screen displayed the number 2. Tang En nodded, confirming the unit was correct. Next, he pointed the device at himself, and, as the dial fluctuated, the numbers swiftly jumped to double digits, eventually pausing at 14. Wow, an impressive 14. "Tang En, you are remarkable," Bulma exclaimed, having previously assessed various creatures, noting that the largest dinosaur in her collection possessed only a combat power of 9. With this knowledge, Bulma felt completely reassured about their upcoming journey. To be frank, Tang En was not content with his current strength. After all, he had exerted himself to the utmost in training over the years. Yet his combat power was merely 1/4. It was clear how vital a mentor could be. If he only knew the whereabouts of Master Roshi, he would have sought him out already. However, considering that Sun Wukong's strength hovered around 10, Tang En couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, for he was now superior to Wukong. Throughout these past 2 weeks, it must be said that Tang En and Bulma developed a commendable friendship. After all, Bulma was the quintessential affluent beauty. Aside from her occasional infatuation, she was brimming with virtues, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards her. Truth be told, Tang En, like many others, lacked sufficient determination and perseverance. Were this an uncharted world, it would be challenging for him to maintain a consistent training regimen for 2 years. It was only upon realizing that through effort, one could achieve greatness in this world that Tang En's resolve blossomed, surpassing that of many within it. Hence, any normal person would not subject themselves to self-denial for the sake of so-called narrative. A stunningly talented scientist and world-renowned heiress dropping from the sky. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. At this moment, Tang En could only utter, "I apologize, Vegeta, but you may continue your tragic tale." In the 4th chapter, the initial encounter with little Wukong unfolds. After preparing the combat power detector, Tang En and Bulma stocked up on a plethora of universal capsules, which contained houses, vehicles, and an array of essential tools and provisions. Once adequately equipped, the duo, guided by the radar, set forth toward Bowsy Mountain in search of the next Dragon Ball. Seated in the passenger seat of a car, Tang En had initially intended to drive. However, Bulma insisted on showcasing her driving prowess, thus relinquishing the driver's seat to her. 3 hours into their journey, Bulma remained vibrant and energetic, while Tang En began to feel drowsy and soon drifted into slumber. "Tang En, we're almost there." Bulma turned to glance at him, only to discover he was asleep. She then redirected her focus and reduced the speed of the vehicle, just as Bulma rounded a bend and checked the radar. She lifted her gaze to find an unexpected figure ahead, carrying a large bird on its back. Bulma shrieked, hastily slamming on the brakes, yet still collided with the figure, sending it flying a considerable distance. Tang En, wake up! I've hit someone." Tang En quickly roused, rubbing his eyes. What a coincidence, he mused, encountering Sun Wukong once more, observing the figure that had been flung away, dressed in blue, with a staff secured to his back in a spiky hairstyle. He recognized it as Wukong without a doubt. However, he noted the prey Wukong carried should have been a large fish, not a bird. Such details were etched in his memory. "Fear not. I am here," Tang En reassured Bulma, attempting to comfort her. The young Wukong stood up, gritting his teeth, and proclaimed, "You vile monster! Are you here to steal my prey? I will not allow you to succeed." He began to advance toward the offending vehicle, prompting Tang En to call out, "Hey, wait a moment. We are not monsters. This is merely a misunderstanding." To his dismay, little Wukong seemed deaf to his words and readied himself to lift the car and hurl it away. Alarmed, Tang En swiftly scooped up Bulma, who clung to him tightly, and as they exited the vehicle, she prepared to retaliate against Wukong with a firearm. Tang En intervened, knowing it would be futile. The Scion's physique was inherently unreasonable, with a combat power of merely 10. Wukong could easily withstand such a small caliber handgun. Truly a monster. Oh, 2 more monsters have emerged from within the first. Little Wukong lowered the car, raising his staff defiantly toward them. "If you monsters wish to claim my prey, come forth. I shall gladly oblige." Bulma trembled in fear, pressing against Tang and in a state of distress. "Tang En, what manner of creature is he? Please, help me teach him a lesson." "Do not fear. He is merely a human." "I shall handle this matter," Tang En assured her. Tang En approached Xiao Wukong, who stood poised and ready, ever prepared to counter any potential attack from adversaries. Young brother, we mean no harm. It was merely a misunderstanding. My name is Tang En, and this is my friend Bulma. We are not monsters. May I ask your name?" "I'm called Sun Wukong." "Are you not here to steal my food?" "Indeed. To encounter Sun Wukong so swiftly is quite fortuitous." Xiao Wukong circled Tang En a few times before lowering his Rui Bang, addressing Tang En with curiosity. "You resemble me quite a lot. You are the first humans I've seen aside from my grandfather." He added, "Grandfather often said that if one meets a girl, one must be gentle. Are you a girl?" "Wukong, like you, I am also a boy, while Bulma here is a girl," Tang En replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wukong was taken aback and hurried over to Bulma, circling her a few times and disdainfully exclaiming, "Huh, you appear rather weak." With Tang En present, Bulma felt emboldened and declared, "Of course, being a girl means I am a bit weaker." Seizing the moment, Tang En utilized his detector to gauge Sun Wukong's strength, confirming his suspicions, a score of 10, for points lower than his own. Strange. Why do you lack a tail?" Xiao Wukong inquired, glancing at his own tail before looking back at Tang En and Bulma. Before they could respond, he pointed at the vehicle, asking, "Did you capture this monster?" "It is not a monster. It is called a car." Bulma interjected, "Oh, a car. So this is what a car looks like. You must be the city dwellers my grandfather spoke of." "Indeed," Tang En affirmed. "Come, let us visit my home. I shall treat you well." After saying this, Xiao Wukong lifted a large bird from the ground and pointed in a direction to Tang En. "If his home is that way, it coincidentally aligns with the location of the Dragon Balls," Bulma remarked as she approached Tang En. "Perfect. Let us accompany him to his home," Tang En suggested. Soon, the trio arrived at Wukong's abode. "Wait here," Xiao Wukong instructed as he opened the door, only to see the Dragon Ball inside glow brightly, prompting him to rush towards it. "Grandfather is speaking." "Wait, I thought your grandfather had passed away," Bulma exclaimed. The Dragon Ball, she seized it, recognizing it as the 4-star ball, and called out to Tang En, "Look, Tang En, it's a Dragon Ball." "Hey, do not touch my grandfather," Xiao Wukong exclaimed, snatching the Dragon Ball back from Bulma. "Grandfather? Indeed, this is the only keepsake left by my grandfather. Just now I saw him glow. He must have something to tell me." Tang En interjected, "Wukong, this item is known as a Dragon Ball." Behold, he produced the 2 Dragon Balls he had already collected and showed them to Xiao Wukong. "That I asked your grandfather. Do you have 2 grandfathers?" "Not quite. This is called a Dragon Ball. If one gathers all 7, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish." Xiao Wukong gazed at Tang En, murmuring, "Dragon Ball. Indeed, the light you witnessed earlier was the resonance created by these Dragon Balls." Tang En placed the 3 Dragon Balls together, and they emitted a brilliant glow. "Any wish can be fulfilled?" Xiao Wukong crouched down, staring at the 3 Dragon Balls. "Yes, it is said that many years ago, someone used the Dragon Balls to become a king, though that was quite some time ago. Now the Dragon Balls are scattered across the world, requiring people to collect them once more," Bulma explained. "Are you here to collect the Dragon Balls?" "I cannot give them to you. They were left to me by my grandfather." Tang En, sensing the moment, urged Xiao Wukong, "Wukong, why not join us in seeking the Dragon Balls? You can also train outside and become stronger." "Become stronger? Can I be as strong as grandfather?" "Absolutely. Moreover, you will encounter many wonders, dinosaurs, monsters, cities, and the ocean that do you not wish to explore." Sun Wukong indeed began to ponder, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Wow, that sounds immensely fun. I shall go and see." Though Bulma was puzzled by Tang En's desire to bring along this child, she decided to remain silent, having already achieved her objective. And perhaps this child could prove to be a valuable ally. Chapter 5. The strength of Tang En's son Wukong readily agreed. The trio swiftly embarked in the car, with Xiao Wukong exuberantly exclaiming in delight. Soon night fell, and they prepared to rest for the evening. "Wow, your universal capsule can even conjure a house," Xiao Wukong asked, filled with curiosity. "Of course. Otherwise, why would it be called universal capsule?" Bulma replied proudly, tossing out a capsule that, with a resounding bong, materialized a house on the empty ground. Tang En entered the room and switched on the power. Xiao Wukong dashed in, astonished. "Wow, how is it so bright in here? Just like during the day?" "Wukong, this is called an electric light. You shall sleep downstairs tonight, while Bulma and I will go upstairs." Wukong did not respond, but curiously roamed the house, eventually fixating on a television set. Noticing Xiao Wukong's apparent naivety, Bulma felt a mischievous impulse and seized the remote control, turning on the television, which displayed a monstrous creature. "Ah!" Xiao Wukong was startled and quickly stepped back, brandishing his Rui Bang, only to realize after a moment that it was merely a projection. "Huh." Bulma laughed heartily, finding the little boy quite amusing. "Wukong, are you hungry?" Tang En offered some bread to Bulma and Xiao Wukong. "This bread is not tasty at all," Xiao Wukong remarked after taking a bite, then jumped off the stool and grasped his Rui Bang. "I shall go outside to find something stronger to eat." "What? Where are you going?" Bulma inquired. Without answering, Xiao Wukong dashed outside, leaving behind the words, "I will be back shortly." Goodness, Tang En, this child is truly peculiar, even possessing a tail that, you think he might be a monster. Bulma questioned that it appears to be a rather unique race, though I am not entirely certain. As Tang En munched on his bowl of rice, he spoke in a muffled tone, expressing that unlike Sun Wukong, he was content as long as he was satisfied. Tang En ate rapidly, vaguely recalling that Xiao Wukong would encounter the Pilaf trio during this adventure, though the details eluded him, leaving him uncertain if the events would repeat. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, casually holding a wolf and a large centipede. "Wow, what have you brought? Get away from me," Bulma exclaimed, startled by the writhing centipede in Xiao Wukong's grasp. Even Tang En felt his lips twitch. Although he had heard tales of the nutritional value of such creatures, the prospect of consuming a centipede measuring several decimeters was quite unappealing. "You don't want any? Then I'll eat it myself," Wukong announced as he carried his catch outside, preparing to roast it while asking the two inside, "Are you really not going to eat? I'm about to start cooking." After finishing his meal and washing himself, Tang En began his training, instinctively attuning himself to his own energy, a recent addition to his regimen. Though Tang En's strength remained modest, the aid of his detector allowed him to perceive his power fluctuations, greatly enhancing his ability to sense his energy. Meanwhile, Bulma headed for a shower and afterward became engrossed in a magazine. "I'm full," Wukong declared as he re-entered, patting his belly with satisfaction. "Wow, so soft," Xiao Wukong exclaimed, leaping onto the sofa and rolling back and forth. "Hey Wukong, you haven't washed up yet, have you? The bathroom is over there." Tang En gestured in a specific direction. Unexpectedly, Wukong did not respond but rather declared, "Tang En, you're really strong. I want to challenge you." He leaped down and began throwing a few punches in the air. "That I'm ready, Tang En," Bulma interjected, observing the challenge with amusement. "You little rascal. Tang En has a combat power of 14. You're so small. How could you possibly defeat him?" "I'm already 14. Xiao Wukong retorted loudly. "Indeed, you are strong. I truly wish to spar with you." Tang En couldn't help but smile upon hearing Xiao Wukong declare his age, knowing that Wukong was actually only 12, yet still believed that after 11, one turned 14 at all right. "Wukong, I accept your challenge. Let us head outside." Tang En stretched his limbs and addressed Wukong, "You'll fight me." "That is fantastic," Xiao Wukong exclaimed excitedly, darting outside, with Bulma curiously trailing behind. "Tang En, be careful not to hurt Wukong," Bulma cautioned. Tang En, however, thought to himself that it was highly improbable, as a scion's robust physique was no trifling matter. "Don't worry, Bulma. One's strength cannot be judged solely by numbers." The two assumed their stances, and Wukong launched the first assault. He leaped into the air, raining down punches upon Tang En, all the while shouting da. Tang En braced against Wukong's relentless barrage, his hands moving swiftly to block the flurry of punches, observing the power and technique of Sun Wukong's attacks. Tang En marveled at the prowess of the scions, truly born warriors, with bodies designed for optimal combat capability. Their lengthy childhood and maturity phases ensured that their physiques could transform dramatically within a few years, guaranteeing peak battle readiness. The youthful agility and cunning of child served to mislead lower-tier warriors, while maturity phase unleashed an explosive surge of power. If he and Wukong were to possess equal strength, Tang En surmised that defeating such a scion would likely rely on martial arts techniques from Earth. However, given that Tang En's current abilities surpassed those of Sun Wukong, and with both of them lacking advanced martial arts skills, it was exceedingly difficult for Xiao Wukong to land a hit, as Tang En effortlessly deflected his strikes. When Wukong eventually paused his attacks, Tang En seized the opportunity to retaliate with a flurry of punches, ultimately sending Xiao Wukong flying with a decisive blow. "Yeah, GGG." Xiao Wukong cried out in pain, but quickly stood up, seemingly unfazed, and charged at Tang En with renewed vigor. With a sudden advance, he unleashed a powerful punch, his feet pounding against the ground as he closed the distance. Tang En, taken aback by Wukong's nimble and vigorous style, prepared to evade while simultaneously raising his hands to counterattack. Yet his breath faltered for a brief moment, causing him to react just a fraction too late, resulting in Xiao Wukong landing a punch squarely on him. Thud. The sound echoed as Tang En staggered back 2 steps. Utilizing his height and strength, Tang En grasped Xiao Wukong's shoulder and tripped him, causing him to stumble. Then, with an unintentional surge of force, he struck Wukong on the head. "Yeah, G. Xiao Wukong clutched his head, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "That hurts. You're indeed very strong, Tang En. See? I told you he couldn't defeat Tang En." "What do you think now?" Bulma chimed in, crossing her arms with a teasing smile. Tang En had briefly worried about his own inadequacies, especially after landing that forceful blow to Wukong's head. Yet, witnessing Xiao Wukong merely rub his head before bouncing back to life, he couldn't help but suppress a chuckle, pondering whether it was appropriate to utter a mild complaint. Victory had been anticipated, and even if he could not outmatch Wukong, he had identified a potential weakness, his tail, thus ensuring his triumph in this match. Xiao Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, seemingly unbothered, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Perhaps feeling drowsy, he dashed back into the house and fell asleep within half a minute. Upstairs in the house, Tang En gazed at Bulma, reflecting on the innocent Xiao Wukong. He rested his head on his arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. In this moment, Tang En felt an absence of fear towards any formidable adversaries that may arise, that he believed he had found something worth protecting and companions to rely on. No matter how arduous the future may prove, he would have a band of allies to face it with. Chapter 6. The missing Yamucha. Just as dawn broke, a piercing cry shattered the morning tranquility. "No. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all." The anguished scream roused Tang En and Bulma from their slumber. Tang En opened the window to discover Sun Wukong brandishing a large sea turtle. "Ah, you audacious turtle, daring to steal our food. You little thief, I shall steal you for dinner." Upon realizing that a thief had been caught, Bulma quickly checked her Dragon Balls and, upon finding them intact, sighed in relief and hastened downstairs to join Tang En. "What is happening, Wukong?" "He is a thief. I apologize, but I am exceedingly famished, and it has been quite a while since I last tasted the ocean's waters." It all began when Xiao Wukong noticed some commotion in the house during his morning exercises. Upon investigating, he discovered a turtle rummaging through the refrigerator, which led to a scuffle. So it was merely hunger, such a trivial matter. How could I, Miss Bulma, possibly make things difficult for a starving turtle? Not only did Bulma refrain from chastising the turtle for its actions, but she also provided it with salt and seaweed accompanied by fresh water to satiate its hunger. Xiao Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is a turtle? Is it truly inedible?" The turtle, startled and anxious, replied, "I hail from a small island in the sea and got lost on my way here. I assure you, I'm not at all tasty." Xiao Wukong patted his face, exuberantly exclaiming, "Ah, I see. I have no interest in anything that is not delectable." The turtle sighed with relief upon realizing that the three were not malevolent, and hesitantly said, "I come from the Eastern Sea. Could you help me return home? I promise to reward you well." Before Xiao Wukong could respond, Bulma grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can we do that? Tangent, we still need to search for the Dragon Balls. We cannot concern ourselves with this turtle." The turtle mentioned that the Dragon Balls were to the east, which coincidentally aligned with their route. Upon hearing this, Bulma reluctantly agreed after checking her radar, while Xiao Wukong, ever enthusiastic, lifted the turtle and declared they were off. After a lengthy trek, the trio finally reached the edge of the sea, where Tangent gently placed the turtle back into the water. "Thank you. I am eternally grateful. Please, wait a moment." Before long, the turtle emerged, carrying a dapper old man on its back. "Good afternoon, everyone." The stylish elder hopped down to, "I heard you rescued the turtle. Who are you, old man?" Xiao Wukong asked, intrigued. "I am the turtle sage." Tangent felt a surge of excitement. The turtle sage was, in truth, Xiao Wukong's very first teacher. This venerable gentleman possessed an array of extraordinary abilities, and upon recalling this, Tangent cast aside any distractions to avoid revealing his thoughts. "Who saved you?" The turtle sage inquired of the turtle. "These 2 young brothers carried me here, master," the turtle replied. "Oh, is that so? I truly appreciate the efforts of you two young lads. Allow me to gift each of you something as a token of my gratitude. Turtle Sage, I do not require a gift. Might you instead bestow upon me a Dragon Ball? Tang En asked, presenting one he already possessed at this Dragon Ball. I have had it for quite some time, since you desire it. I shall give it to you, but do not change your mind. The Turtle Sage removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and handed it to Tang En. Bulma was ecstatic to see Tang En truly acquire a Dragon Ball. As for this young brother, let me present you with this instead. Come forth. The Phoenix, The Phoenix? What is that? Sun Wukong inquired. It is of course a bird that cannot die. Is there truly such a thing? Bulma asked. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Moments later, the turtle cautiously reminded the poised Turtle Sage, Master, the Phoenix perished from food poisoning last year. Everyone present felt a wave of despair. The Turtle Sage cleared his throat. I died. I see. Then let us proceed. Come forth. The Nimbus Cloud. In no time a yellow cloud floated over and settled before the Turtle Sage. This is the Nimbus Cloud. Only those with pure hearts can ride it. Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, asked, How does one eat it? It is not for eating. By riding the Nimbus Cloud, one can soar freely through the skies. I assent that splendid. How marvelous! Young Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping onto the Nimbus Cloud and bouncing joyfully. Everyone, except Tang En, was astonished to witness someone actually riding on a cloud. That moment, Sun Wukong soared through the sky atop the Nimbus Cloud at an astonishing speed. Soon, he descended and thanked the Turtle Sage. Thank you, Grandpa. I never imagined you would tame the Nimbus Cloud so swiftly, the Turtle Sage said, wiping his brow. With Sun Wukong having obtained the Nimbus Cloud and Bulma and Tang En acquiring a Dragon Ball, all were filled with joy. The trio continued on their journey, and by evening, they activated the multifunctional capsule to conjure a dwelling, eagerly awaiting a restful night before setting off again 3 days later. Tang En and his companions arrived in a desert, where they successfully located the 5th Dragon Ball. They also gained a new ally in Oolong. With Tang En's assistance, the three easily thwarted Oolong's tricks, thereby obtaining another Dragon Ball in order to prevent Oolong from continuing to cause trouble, or perhaps due to Oolong's own desire to leave. This small team grew by one more member. What? You intend to venture to Frying Pan Mountain? Are you out of your minds? That is the territory of the Ox King. Tang En, while examining their destination, caught Oolong's eye, who, recalling the Ox King's fearsome reputation, began to tremble violently, even contemplating escape. Who is the Ox King? Is he really that formidable? Sun Wukong asked, brandishing his power pole with eager anticipation. I want to challenge him. Oolong, ignoring Sun Wukong's bravado, flailed about in a panic, fearful that others might overlook his warning that he is the Ox King, the ruler of Frying Pan Mountain, and a notorious bandit. Oolong quaked in fear while secretly devising a plan to flee from these oblivious companions. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, wearing an innocent smile. Tang En, familiar with the Ox King, found it surprising that Yamcha, a crucial character in the early narrative, had not yet appeared. The vastness of the desert made it likely that they had simply missed him, but Tang En deemed it not a significant issue. He knew the Ox King was a disciple of the Turtle Sage and would later become Sun Wukong's father in Dashlaw, A.S. for his combat prowess. Tang En surmised it certainly surpassed his own present capabilities, likely exceeding 30. Bulma stood nearby, her head slightly raised and arms crossed, taunting Oolong. You cowardly Oolong, with Tang En and Sun Wukong to protect us. Why should we fear a mere Ox King? You foolish woman, you know nothing of the terror that is the Ox King. If you wish to go, then go by yourselves. I, Lord Oolong, shall not accompany you. Oolong's face contorted with fear as he prepared to flee, for he wished to live a few more years. Bulma, brimming with confidence, called out loudly as Oolong exited the room. Beep, beep. Indeed, after a while, Oolong returned, looking utterly exhausted. With a resentful glare at Bulma, he exclaimed, You wretched woman, what have you done to me? Humph, you ingested the medicine I provided. If you dare to flee again, I shall ensure you remain afflicted with diarrhea, Bulma retorted, her pride radiating. Oolong, appearing despondent, could only redirect his frustrations towards Tang En, fervently persuading him of the formidable nature of the Ox King. urging them to take a detour. However, Tin, well aware of the Ox King's true capabilities, refrained from engaging further, leaving Oolong with no choice but to relent. Chapter 7. The amusing fried rice trio. As night fell, Tien activated the power level detector. This device would emit an alert if anyone encroached within 100 meters, a precaution that had become second nature to him in the desolate expanse of the desert. The detector usually remained silent, yet tonight it blared to life. Tien chose not to disturb Bulma or call upon Goku for assistance, as he was confident in his ability to handle the two targets that had emerged. Stealthily, Tien approached the exterior of the dwelling. Moments later, he spotted two figures beside the house, engaged in hushed conversation. Changing his vantage point, he was alarmed to discover they were armed with a bomb, prompting him to step forward. The two, heads bowed, spoke into a walkie-talkie, declaring, "Lord Pilaf, we have located the target." Upon receiving a command to execute their mission through the device, they prepared to place the bomb next to the house. Observing this scene, Tien recalled that these two were indeed minions of Lord Pilaf. Reflecting on their usual antics, he found himself at a loss for words, though he had a certain fondness for their comedic personas. It was undeniable that their technological prowess was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Mai urged Asu, "Hurry! If we are discovered, how will we explain ourselves to Lord Pilaf?" She nudged Asu impatiently. "Don't push me." "Look!" Asu turned to Mai, exclaiming, "Now the bomb is stuck to my hand. Oh no. Get it off. I wish I could, but it won't budge. How can you be so clumsy? This is your fault." Tien interjected. "Having a bomb stuck to your hand must be quite troublesome." "Would you like my assistance?" He stepped forward, addressing the duo. "No. Thank you." Asu shouted in alarm, scrambling onto Mai's back as they hastily retreated, trembling uncontrollably. "Phew. Thank goodness it wasn't he, that kid with the stick. Listen, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Dragon Ball quickly, and Lord Pilaf will surely go easy on you," Mai threatened, summoning her courage. Tien remained silent, aware that the duo had inquired of Master Roshi and learned about their possession of the Dragon Balls. He pondered how they had encountered Goku, who had been with them in recent days, but ultimately deemed it inconsequential. Swiftly, Tien dashed towards them, tearing the bomb off Asu's hand and dismantling it. Then he swiftly knocked both of them unconscious, estimating they wouldn't awaken until the following morning. Regrettably, he mused, had Lord Pilaf appeared, he could have reclaimed the one-star Dragon Ball. After disposing of the two, Tien carried them to a nearby valley and propped them beneath a tree before departing. The following morning, Tien and his companions set off towards Frying Pan Mountain, oblivious to the previous night's attempted theft of their Dragon Balls in a speeding vehicle. Oolong continued to grumble, "Humph, I want to concern myself with you. I shall merely watch as the fearsome Ox King turns you into minced meat and devours you." Ignored by the group, they sped through the desert. After some time, a fiery mountain came into view, crowned by a castle that had long been engulfed in flames. Even from a distance, the heat emanating from the inferno was palpable. This is Frying Pan Mountain. Truly lives up to its name, Tien remarked, reflecting on how, after acquiring this Dragon Ball, only Lord Pilaf remained. This thought led Tien to reconsider his earlier decision to release Mai and Asu. Had he known, he could have had them guide him directly to Pilaf to reclaim the last Dragon Ball, instead of waiting idly for others to attempt to seize it. Bulma appeared elated, feeling secure with Tien by her side. She had moved beyond her obsession with collecting the Dragon Balls, for her wish had already been fulfilled. Now, it was merely an enjoyable adventure. "Scion, whether we can progress together depends on the Dragon Balls." Tien, not lacking in confidence, felt his memories affirming his reasons for doubt. As he clenched his fists, he glanced at Goku, who was nearly asleep, determination igniting within him. Waking Goku, Tien grasped Bulma's hand, cautiously advancing, aware that his current strength would not suffice against the Ox King, necessitating caution. Noticing he was alone in the Ox King's territory, Oolong panicked and hurried to catch up with Tien and the others. "Heaven help us! Heaven help us!" Oolong clutched Goku's arm, incessantly muttering. Goku, feeling uncomfortable, complained, "Oolong, please stop. I can't walk like this, crack." Tien snapped a twig, and the power level detector indicated the Ox King was closing in on them, his 30-point power level glaringly evident. The target approached slowly, and Tang, unwilling to be caught off guard, turned and called out, "Ox King!" The group jumped in surprise and quickly turned around. There stood a towering man, 3 or 4 meters tall, wielding a massive axe, his head adorned with a mask and fierce bull horns. The Ox King? Oolong wished he could sink into the ground and disappear. "You little rascals, are you here to steal my treasures? Do you not know the reputation of the Ox King?" He growled menacingly at the group. "You are the Ox King? I wish to challenge you," Goku declared boldly, brandishing his power pole in preparation for an attack. "A power pole? Where did you acquire that?" "Ah, it is a relic passed down from my grandfather." "Who is your grandfather?" Little Wukong, puzzled, felt that this person was quite strange. Instead of engaging in a fight, he inquired about his grandfather's identity. Nevertheless, little Wukong replied, "My grandfather is named Sun Wukong." "Is it really Wufan Shixiang? I wonder how your grandfather is doing now. My grandfather has already passed away. How could it be? Wufan Shixiang is dead?" Upon hearing this, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. After all, avoiding conflict was the best choice. What a relief. It turns out we are all on the same side. And I was worried for nothing. How infuriating. I apologize. I thought someone was attempting to steal my treasures. Fortunately, this young brother stopped me, said Bull Demon King, expressing gratitude towards Tang En. Observing the 3-meter-tall behemoth scratching his head and grinning foolishly, Tang En found it quite amusing. "Uncle Bull Demon, we are here in search of such orbs. I wonder if you have any," Tang En inquired. "Such orbs, you say? I seem to recall something about them, but my treasure vault is surrounded by flames, and I cannot retrieve them at the moment." Bull Demon King replied after a moment of contemplation, glancing at the Dragon Balls. What should we do then? Does this mean we may never obtain the Dragon Balls?" Bulma lamented, "Do not fret. Wukong, you should seek Master Roshi. He possesses immense power and will surely have a solution," Tang En suggested. "What? Do you have news of Master Roshi? I haven't seen him in a long time," Bull Demon King exclaimed, visibly excited, and continued. "If it is the immortal who comes, extinguishing the flames will be no problem at all." Bulma was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly frail and lecherous old man was actually formidable. Yet, trusting Tang En, she was willing to believe in this unreliable elder just this once. "Wukong, I have a daughter named Chi-Chi. I can have her accompany you to find Master Roshi." He then informed little Wukong of Chi-Chi's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, little Wukong happily agreed and called out to the sky, "Flying Nimbus, I shall go find Master Roshi now. Farewell." Little Wukong leaped onto the flying Nimbus and waved goodbye to everyone before vanishing from sight. "Wukong, remember to send my regards to Master Roshi," Bull Demon King shouted after the distant figure of Wukong. Meanwhile, in a castle, the incessant beeping of machines filled the air, interspersed with furious roars. The Dragon Ball radar not ready yet." "Useless! Useless!" Little Wu trembled with fear and hurriedly replied, "Lord Pilaf, it will be ready soon." Agitated, Lord Pilaf stomped his feet and exclaimed to little Wu, I don't care. I don't care," when I count to 10. "I must see the Dragon Ball radar, or I will feed you to the crocodiles." Little Wu gasped in shock and quickly turned back to her .1. 2. "Lord Pilaf, what do you want for dinner tonight?" Little Wu asked anxiously. "Let me think, a hamburger with a fried egg, a little pudding, pizza. How far have I counted?" "Oh no," the little one replied. This is infuriating. I have to start counting again. 1. Little Wu turned back again and said, "Lord Pilaf, a super cute waitress just arrived at shop on Beta Road." "Really? Is she really that cute?" Pilaf drooled, grinning foolishly. Chapter 8. Devastating blow in order to extinguish the raging fire on Bread Mountain. Wukong and Chi-Chi made their way to Master Roshi's place. The two rode the flying Nimbus and soon arrived at Master Roshi's small island. After some discussion, Master Roshi was successfully persuaded by Wukong to come to Bread Mountain. "Master Wuqian, it's been a long time," Bull Demon King exclaimed as he approached Master Roshi, bowing deeply several times. Master Roshi, leaning on his cane, adjusted his dark glasses and remarked to Bull Demon King, "Your reputation is rather poor. I have heard that you have killed many to protect your treasures. Is that true?" Bull Demon King dared not look up and quickly responded, "Master is correct. I feel ashamed to have been driven by desire. However, I will change my ways. I would be willing to part with my treasures if it means extinguishing the fire. Observing the scene before him, Oolong exclaimed, "Incredible! Even Bull Demon King feels the need to apologize to this old man." Tang En, however, was unfazed, as he was well aware of Master Roshi's prowess, which was undoubtedly top tier before the emergence of Piccolo. Upon hearing Bull Demon King's words, Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, slowly replied, "Well, let's not be too hasty. IT would be ashamed to waste what you've painstakingly collected. However, if you can't handle even this small fire, you're truly useless." Before anyone could react, Master Roshi suddenly leaned towards Bulma, abandoning his wise elder facade, and leered, "Oh ho ho ho, Miss Bulma has become even more alluring in the past few days." Tang En, feeling helpless, had no choice but to approach Master Roshi, presenting him with a capsule, and whispered, "Master Wu Tian, this is specially prepared for you. It is of the highest quality." Master Roshi perked up, eagerly accepting the universal capsule, then glanced at Tang En, pushing up his sunglasses and remarked, "Young man, you have quite a few schemes up your sleeve. Sometimes, the more you desire something, the more distant it becomes that it may be better to open your heart. The world is still a beautiful place." Master Roshi imparted these words to Tang En before turning away, his gait as uncoordinated as ever. Tang En observed Master Roshi, feeling a stir within. Having experienced it firsthand, he realized that this seemingly lecherous old man was indeed profound. After all, he was a being who had lived for centuries, able to discern the differences between himself and his companions. Tang En's mindset was indeed complex. It was only natural that anyone aware of the dangers the Dragon Balls could bring would feel this way. Nevertheless, Tang En smiled faintly, muttering to himself, "Master Wu Tian, the greatest difference between me and everyone else is that my actions will always have a certain purpose. I may not possess Wukong's innocent heart, but what I aim to do aligns with what everyone will ultimately do, that I do not wish to be mediocre. I hope for your guidance in the future." Master Roshi then removed the turtle shell from his back, loosened his clothing, revealing his frail figure. The ribs on Master Roshi's chest were clearly visible, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. "All right, I shall begin now." Master Roshi took a few steps forward, exhaling deeply as he raised his arms towards the sky. The crowd held their breath, captivated by the sight of the martial arts deity before them. Suddenly, he turned his head and posed a rather peculiar question to the onlookers. "Am I not quite alluring?" The crowd was taken aback. Bulma, grappling with the absurdity of the old man's inquiry, raised an eyebrow and turned to Don, asking, "Is he truly the god of martial arts?" Don was at a loss for words as he watched the elderly figure struggle to climb a wall that stood about a meter tall. "Just wait and see. Master Roshi indeed possesses an extraordinary aura." Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous shout erupted from Master Roshi, startling everyone present. In an instant, every muscle in Master Roshi's body swelled. First his arms, then his legs, chest, and neck rapidly expanded. Soon, the veins on his skin were prominently visible, and he seemed to double in height. Seizing the moment, Don activated his power level detector, watching in astonishment as the numbers surged from 50, eventually stabilizing around 100. He was momentarily stunned, recalling that Master Roshi's true power was a staggering 139, and that was before any energy release. However, this was data from the lattice period, and given that there was still ample time, this reading was quite normal, representing his full-strength post-energy release that moment. Master Roshi was enveloped in a radiant white light. He then pressed his palms together and performed several intricate hand seals, gradually merging his hands and placing them behind him. Behold, the Kamehameha wave of Master Roshi was about to be unleashed. Ox King watched with admiration, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at Master Roshi. Kamehameha wave! After gathering energy, a brilliant beam of white light erupted forth as Master Roshi thrust his hands forward, unleashing a searing storm of wind that sent dust swirling, engulfing the spectators. The energy wave charged toward the castle, disappearing into the flames. In an instant, the Kamehameha wave suppressed the fire and, in its wake, obliterated the castle that had surrounded the blaze, the residual shockwave demolishing a nearby mountain and leaving behind a desolate expanse. The area was left pristine and white. "How astonishing!" exclaimed little Goku, his face alight with surprise. "Hee, my apologies. I may have been a tad too forceful," Master Roshi replied, returning to his frail state, scratching his head with an apologetic grin. "That I truly didn't mean to destroy your castle. I seriously suspect it was intentional," Don thought to himself. However, Ox King dared not express any discontent, promptly assuring Master Roshi that it was no trouble, as they could always rebuild. "That move was incredible. Could you teach me?" little Goku eagerly asked. Pointing to himself, learn the Kamehameha wave. "One must possess at least 50 years of training," Master Roshi declared. 50 years. Little Goku gazed at his hands, seemingly unaware of the magnitude of that time frame. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands together, mimicking Master Roshi's stance, and aimed at the nearby wall. Kamehameha! A white energy surged forth, crashing into the wall and leaving a gaping hole. Still lacks the old man's might," little Goku said, brushing his hands off innocently. The onlookers were left speechless. "Impressive. No wonder he is the grandson of Gohan Sensei," Ox King remarked. "What is this? A person with a power level of 10 can so effortlessly harness energy and instinctively manipulate it. Could this be the innate talent of a scion?" In truth, it was Master Roshi who was most astonished, for no one understood the Kamehameha wave better than he did. He had just stated that without 50 years of training, one could not execute such a technique, only to be contradicted moments later. Even Master Roshi, with his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment. "This child is exceptional." Chapter 9. The noble character of Dawn. Noticing Ox King's words, Master Roshi expressed his admiration. "Oh, the grandson of Gohan. Indeed remarkable." He nodded, somewhat surprised. "Yes, Master Roshi, were you not aware?" Ox King interjected. Master Roshi tapped his back and approached little Goku. "Inquiring child, how is Gohan faring these days?" Little Goku, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Grandpa has passed away." "Passed away?" A glint of light flickered across Master Roshi's sunglasses. However, any lingering sorrow quickly dissipated, and he regained his composure, not even asking how Gohan had died. Considering his age, it was bound to happen eventually. Alas, such a fine young man wasted. "Little Goku, would you be interested in training in my home? Given time, it is not impossible for you to surpass me." Master Roshi surveyed the boy before him, deeply fond of Goku's extraordinary talent and innocent nature. "Really? That sounds great. I'll come once I find the Dragon Balls," little Goku responded excitedly. Don observed this exchange in silence. He had contemplated whether or not to take Master Roshi as his mentor. But he believed that as long as the Dragon Balls were utilized wisely, it wasn't strictly necessary to be his disciple. If the Dragon Balls could not fulfill his aspirations, he could still accompany Goku to Master Roshi's. Serving both purposes. At that moment, Bulma, Oolong, and the others emerged from the rubble, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, Oolong held a brand new Dragon Ball in his hands. With this addition, Don and his companions had gathered 6 Dragon Balls. "Well then, we shall take our leave. Thank you all for your hospitality. Goodbye." As they returned to their vehicle, Bulma addressed Master Roshi and Ox King. With the two watching them depart, Bulma drove off into the distance. "Now, only one Dragon Ball remains that I can't wait to see what the dragon looks like," Bulma said to Don. Don smiled and nodded. Turning to Goku, he asked, "Goku, do you have any specific wish in mind?" "A wish? I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to battle strong opponents," little Goku replied. "And you?" "I still don't know your wish," Bulma inquired eagerly. "As for me, well, I wish to become stronger through the Dragon Balls." "Stronger? But isn't it through personal training that one becomes stronger? Grandpa always said that with effort, I would grow increasingly powerful." Little Goku looked at Don, puzzled. "Indeed, Goku, your grandfather is correct, as long as you are willing to put in the effort. There is nothing you cannot overcome." As Tang En addressed the young Wukong, he skillfully shifted the topic of conversation, and at that moment, the enthusiasm of the crowd reached a peak, leaving everyone oblivious to the change. After all, aside from Tang En, the others displayed little interest in the wish. Their quest for the Dragon Balls was purely for the sake of adventure, with the exception of Oolong. However, each individual possesses unique talents. Wukong, being a natural warrior, would naturally be unconcerned about such matters. Tang En mused to himself, wishing to possess earth-shattering power upon arriving in this world. Over the years, this sentiment had lingered in his heart. Observing the young Wukong, who was on the verge of dozing off in the car, Tang En felt not a trace of jealousy. It was at this moment he recognized Wukong's charismatic allure. No wonder the powerful figures across the universe were eager to mentor him. So pure was he that even the Omni King desired his friendship. The young Wukong before him had yet to mature into someone capable of bearing the weight of the world. Yet his innocent intentions rendered any feelings of envy utterly unfathomable. How peculiar this place was, with trees resembling mushrooms. Yulong, steering the vehicle, looked around and inquired, "Hey, is there a nearby town? How should I know?" "I've never been here before," Yulong replied. "Oh no, we're running low on fuel." "What do we do?" Yulong exclaimed, glancing at the dwindling fuel gauge. "Didn't I tell you to fill up yesterday?" Bulma retorted. "What? You said it was fine." "Shut up, you big idiot," a resounding slap echoed. "Ouch, you're such a bothersome woman, and stop calling me an idiot." "So what if I hit you? How infuriating. You're unbearable." "Ah, drive better, you fool." "Fool? You just call me a fool again." "What of it? What did you say?" Tang En observed Bulma and the pig bickering with a sense of indifference. Having become accustomed to their antics, in the past he might have intervened, but now he chose to ignore them. For it was always Yulong who ended up at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang En as he glanced at Bulma's bunny girl attire. He recalled a storyline involving a rabbit leader, a figure capable of transforming individuals into carrots, which had caused considerable trouble for young Wukong. After a moment of contemplation, Tang En pondered whether he should alter their route if they were to encounter the rabbit leader. He too could be turned into a carrot, a fate he deemed too great a loss. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that if such a thing frightened him, how would he face formidable foes like Frisia or Majin Buu in the future? Besides, this was a real world, and defeating the rabbit leader could save countless lives. Finally, before the vehicle ran out of fuel, they reached a small town. The group split up. Yulong and Wukong went to refuel, while Bulma and Tang En shopped for clothing and gathered provisions. That on their way back, Tang En indeed spotted a few burly men adorned with rabbit ears, currently harassing some fruit vendors. Tang En, "Are those the members of the rabbit army the gentleman from the clothing store mentioned?" Bulma queried. "That it seems so," Tang En replied, noticing their gaze shifting towards him as they approached. He thus halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the road, an individual emerged from a vehicle emblazoned with rabbit motifs, holding a carrot and munching on it while fixating on their group. Tang En activated his power level detector, discovering that the combat prowess of the rabbit army soldiers ranged from 4 to 6. The one who had emerged from the vehicle was presumably the rabbit leader, possessing a power level of merely 6. Though his super abilities posed a more significant threat, Tang En furrowed his brow, locking his gaze onto the rabbit leader approaching from the other side. If he was not mistaken, the carrot in that person's hand was likely a significant individual. The thought incited a wave of indignation within Tang En that moment. The two soldiers approached. One of them addressed Bulma. "See, I told you it was a newcomer." Quite the pretty one, isn't she?" "The boss is right behind us. Should we capture her and present her to the rabbit leader?" "Ah, what a splendid idea. Let's do it," the other chimed in, completely disregarding Tang En's presence. Bulma, facing the two, felt secure with Tang En by her side. "Hey, you there. Are you going to walk on your own, or do you want me to assist you?" a slightly portly soldier mocked. "Humph, who do you think you are?" Bulma retorted, glaring at them. She then made a face and said, "Oh, how unusual. Don't you two know about our infamous rabbit army? You must be from out of town, right?" The scrawny soldier remarked, "I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot play with you." With that, she attempted to pull Tang En away. Crack! The scrawny soldier suddenly brandished a gun, aiming it at Bulma. "Hey, little girl, you sure have a big mouth. Are you tired of living?" It was Tang En's turn to shine. In a heroic act of rescue, he swiftly reached for the gun. His recent training had indeed bolstered his strength significantly. He first grasped the gun's barrel, and then twisted it until it bent, effortlessly disarming the soldier. "What? My gun?" The two soldiers recoiled, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Tang En then delivered a punch to the portly soldier. Boom! The sound echoed as the soldier collapsed to the ground. Sputtering, Tang En had put enough force behind that punch to render him incapacitated. The scrawny soldier, gripped by terror, hoisted the portly soldier and made a beeline for the rabbit leader. This moment. The rabbit leader, having witnessed his men being bullied, was striding towards Tang En. Danger loomed. Tang En remained vigilant. He had no desire to meet an untimely albeit he had no intention of engaging in excessive dialogue. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, he launched an assault on the rabbit leader. As long as he maintained a safe distance, he reassured himself that he would be fine. The rabbit leader appeared bewildered. I haven't even spoken yet. With a swift strike, the rabbit leader hurriedly dodged, appearing quite flustered. Following a series of relentless blows, he could no longer evade and endured several solid hits, leaving him sore all over. Stop, stop, stop. I haven't even spoken yet. I am willing to negotiate, he exclaimed. Can I shake your hand? However, Tang En remained deaf to his pleas, intent solely on finishing him off. Upon arriving in this world, Tang En had firmly resolved to adopt a discreet yet determined attitude, resolutely avoiding the science's notorious flaws and striving to emulate the formidable dote. Especially in such precarious circumstances, he thought it prudent to prioritize victory above all else. Any discussions could wait until after his defeat. Soon, Tang En rendered the rabbit leader incapable of further resistance. He considered that as long as the rabbit leader lived, innocent individuals would undoubtedly continue to suffer. In the original tale, he was banished to the moon by little Wukong as Rui Bang. But now in reality, Tang En understood that such a solution was utterly unfeasible. Without needing to inquire, he recognized the impossibility of that course of action. Bulma, turn around. If we don't eliminate the rabbit leader, innocent people will continue to be transformed into carrots and consumed. Tang En addressed Bulma. Transform people into carrots? Bulma was puzzled as to why Tang En was wielding a wooden stick. Upon observing the remnants of carrots left by the rabbit leader, a chill ran down her spine, prompting her to swiftly turn away. The underlings had already been rendered speechless with fear and scattered in disarray. In their minds, Tang En had become the most terrifying demon. Even the invincible rabbit leader was no match for him. Chapter 10. The final Dragon Ball now. Only one Dragon Ball remained to complete the collection of 7 as everyone gazed at the Dragon radar. They gradually approached the location of the last Dragon Ball. If I recall correctly, the final Dragon Ball should be in the possession of King Pilaf, Tang En mused while reclining in the vehicle. His thoughts adrift. Tang En, once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, where will you go? Bulma inquired, her hands clasped against her flushed cheeks, gazing at him intently. I need to find a place to train diligently and grow stronger. Tang En replied earnestly. Really? You want to become stronger too? How about accompanying me to Master Rashi's for training? I must challenge you once more, Wukong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, extending an enthusiastic invitation. To be candid, while Master Rashi was indeed powerful, Tang En felt that the Turtle School's teachings were not particularly suited to him. After all, Master Rashi had alluded to his impure intentions, and his circumstances differed from Krillin's. However, these were merely objective factors. The most crucial point was that Tang En sought to break free from the limitations imposed on Earthlings to shatter the shackles of the human form. Much like Saitama, he aspired to forge a path that was undeniably his to achieve this goal. Relying solely on the Turtle School would be insufficient, as Krillin in the original story represented the pinnacle of what Earthlings could achieve under its tutelage. I think I'll pass. I prefer to train independently at Bulma's place. It will serve as a validation of my thoughts. Wukong, let us spar together when we have the chance, Tang En declared. Isn't it more appealing to develop a girlfriend? Moreover, with such a vast home and advanced technology, is there really a need for a training ground? Really? That is wonderful. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, leaning against Tang En, causing the swiftly moving vehicle to sway slightly. The driver, Oolong, could only suppress his anger, muttering softly, "Could you two please calm down? The car is about to overturn." Meanwhile, King Pilaf and his crew had just passed the 10th checkpoint. Drawing ever closer, Xiao Wu, holding a walkie-talkie, stood atop a tree and announced, "All right, proceed according to the battle plan." "Understood." Ashu responded. Do you see the vehicle? Yes, it's in my sights. Hey, Tang En, after all our efforts to find the Dragon Balls, why not wish for something grander than just strength? Oolong grumbled as he drove. Bulma immediately retorted. You're so annoying. You don't need to meddle in matters you know nothing about. You haven't contributed anything at all. Upon hearing this, Oolong slammed the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Oolong, how are you driving? You might as well take the wheel since you're so keen on doing nothing, Tang En chided. All right, Oolong, once we find the Dragon Balls, I can reward you with 100,000, he added, shaking his head. Really? That's fantastic. Just as Oolong prepared to set off, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that a rocket suddenly hurtled towards them. Boom! The rocket exploded beside the vehicle, sending a tremendous shockwave that overturned it. Success! Ashu shouted with glee, then steered his robot towards Tang En and the others, aiming directly for the Dragon Balls nestled in the backpack. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth was that? Bulma wheezed, relieved to be uninjured, though she was momentarily choked by dust. Wukong, Tang En, the Dragon Balls are still in the car. Little Wukong, still dazed, clutched his Rui Bang, staring at the thick smoke ahead. How infuriating. Come out and face me. Meanwhile, Tang En found himself somewhat at a loss. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a guard. Despite possessing a detector, he had overlooked certain aspects. Ultimately, he had underestimated the comedic trio's threat. Although the situation had taken a sudden turn, Tang En instinctively charged forward. Indeed, he spotted Ashu, who was operating the machine not far away, and the latter was rapidly advancing. However, Tang En was closer and quickly located the backpack containing the Dragon Balls, tossing it to Oolong and Bulma, who were hiding nearby. Why not give it to Wukong? The reason was primarily that Wukong still had a 4-star ball on him. It was better to be safe than sorry in case any comedic mishaps occurred that might lead to disaster. This way, even if one Dragon Ball was lost, there would still be a chance for recovery. Just then, Ashu came rushing over. Seeing the Dragon Balls being transferred ahead of him, his expression morphed into one of dismay. Observing the face of the person who had caused him trouble, Ashu hesitated, his steps faltering. Xiao Wu, hurry down and help me. Those little brats have spotted me. Asu's legs trembled as he spoke into the intercom. He then silently encouraged himself. This time, I possess the mecha granted to me by the king of Pilaf, and yet you still dare to come. This time, it will not be as simple as knocking you out. Wukong, you go protect the Dragon Balls on Bulma. I'll handle things here. Tang En clenched his fists. Once he captured these two, he would be close to gathering all the Dragon Balls. This also signified that his journey of cultivation was about to commence in earnest. At this thought, Tang En couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his strength escalating. Damn it, such a troublesome little brat. We're going to fail again. Asu prepared to retreat. At that moment, Xiao Wu had already approached. Addressing Asu, Tang En charged forward, the sound of tearing wind echoing. Soon, he stood before Asu, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and with a powerful leap, soared onto the mecha. Get down, get down. Asu writhed, desperately maneuvering his machine in an attempt to throw Tang En off. Beside them, Xiao Wu grew increasingly flustered, eager to assist Asu. Without hesitation, Tang En smashed the glass with his fist, yanking Asu out and removing his intercom. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu watched in horror as her companion was defeated, leaving her rooted in shock, a sense of retreat creeping in. Indeed, the three of us are still inept at such matters. Tang then employed the same method to subdue Xiao Wu, binding both of them under Oolong's watchful eye. Tang En, who are they? Bulma inquired as she approached, pointing at the two captives. They are minions of the king of Pilaf, intent on obtaining the Dragon Balls to dominate the world. Oh, what a base and trivial ambition. Bulma clicked her tongue. Tang En picked up the intercom and dialed the king of Pilaf. He had some new ideas regarding the last Dragon Ball. After all, assaulting the king of Pilaf's castle, as before, might lead to considerable suffering. The call connected, revealing a short figure with a round hat and a purplish complexion. Hello? Asu, have you obtained the Dragon Balls? Yes, King Pilaf, your grand wish is about to be fulfilled. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Asu, splendid work? I, King Pilaf, shall not shortchange you too. By the way, why does your voice sound a bit odd? Are you unwell? Haha. I'm just overly excited. Asu scratched his head, speaking sheepishly. By the way, King Pilaf, our mecha was damaged during the battle. Could you come and pick us up? We are located near the large rock at point 10. Given the great service you've provided, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. The king of Pilaf danced with joy. Dismissing all else, solely focused on reaching the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. King Pilaf, remember to bring a Dragon Ball with you. Nonsense. Does this king need your reminder? Tang En, I followed your instructions. What about the 200,000? Oolong reverted to his original form, rubbing his hands together as he addressed Tang En. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Tang En, fraught with flaws, but sufficient to deceive this fried rice king. As for the money, Tang En could only express his delight at the prospect. Chapter 11. The resolve to advance as Tang En anticipated, the king of Pilaf indeed fell for the ruse. The moment Pilaf caught sight of Asu, transformed by Oolong, he was promptly knocked out by the hidden Tang En. Lifting Pilaf's collar revealed, to Tang En's delight, a Dragon Ball nestled within. A smile spread across his face. With all the Dragon Balls collected, he was undoubtedly the happiest person, as the Wishmaker was none other than him. Hooray! Now we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, producing her 5 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong also opened his bag, revealing his 4-star ball. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated magnificently, shimmering and radiating brilliant light. Yes, Tang En nodded affirmatively. He swiftly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. After all, he had contemplated his wish since arriving in this world. His only concern was that the dragon might be too low in power to fulfill his desire, to avoid any further delays. Tang En resolved to make his wish immediately. Ensuring that the Pilaf trio remained unconscious at a distance, he aligned the 7 Dragon Balls, surrounding one with the other 6. Buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted an almost continuous flicker. This resonance could only occur when all Dragon Balls gathered together. Arise, Shenron! Crack! Thunder rumbled across the clear sky. Soon, thick clouds rolled in, engulfing Tang En and the others in the blink of an eye. The black clouds swirled rapidly from this point outward. Moments later, the sky was entirely shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball shone even more brilliantly, enveloped in golden lightning, crackling with energy. In an instant, the Dragon Balls condensed into a singular force. Soaring into the heavens, transforming into a dragon, a powerful roar echoed, and Shenron grew larger, gradually taking on a green, tangible form. Ah, is this Shenron? How astonishing he looks! Oolong trembled as he spoke. It must be said. The spectacle of Shenron's emergence was indeed breathtaking. Coupled with Shenron's immense stature and divine aura, it was no wonder that most would feel a sense of dread. Was it you who summoned me? Speak your wishes, and I shall grant any one of them. Shenron's calm, yet commanding voice resonated. Ahem. Tang En cleared his throat to ensure clarity in his words and addressed Shenron loudly. Shenron, please help me remove the restrictions placed on Earthlings in martial arts. The restrictions refer to... And then Tang En elaborated extensively. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. I'm sorry. That wish is beyond my abilities. Shenron replied. Just as expected. Tang En clenched his fists, frustration bubbling within him. What? Shenron has limitations too. Bulma and Oolong protested in dissatisfaction. This was Tang En's first wish. In truth, he had never held much hope for it. If this wish could be granted, wouldn't that mean he could achieve limitless growth? That would be more terrifying than Saitama. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball. You have no other wishes? The Eternal Dragon shamelessly inquired. Then, Dragon, please transform my body into that of Scion. Since I cannot break the limiter, a Scion body would suffice, as it is not vastly different, and it would add an element of prestige. This wish is beyond my capabilities, that I cannot merge a soul with the corporeal form of another race while retaining the essence of that original body. This transcends the very bounds of existence. Furthermore, the strength of an adult Scion far exceeds my own. The dragon continued. So, does that mean transforming into a Majin, a Frieza race member, or even an infinite android, or an Namekian is out of the question? Dawn, undeterred, pressed on, he unabashedly enumerated a plethora of extraterrestrial races in front of his companions. After all, one cannot perish from the pressure of life, and he would not relinquish the opportunity to try due to potential future explanations. No, could it be that this dragon is a fraud? That was also Bulma's sentiment, that in her understanding, if a wish could not be fulfilled, then it was not the dragon Dawn spoke of. Witnessing Dawn's multiple ungranted wishes, she began to doubt the veracity of the dragon's legend, and even Oolong, standing nearby, grew less fearful. Dawn covered his scalp, gazing weakly at the list of wishes. Then allow me to acquire all the knowledge of martial arts. Excluding that of the supreme deities of the universe, he hesitated to complete this request, struggling with the thought, for it seemed too demanding of the dragon. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of angels, the dragon nearly cried out. He could not fathom how this mere human knew the name of an angel. He became anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Oh, you have no other wishes. Oh, I do. But can you fulfill them? The dragon felt a sense of disdain. Very well. I have another wish. Please grant me all knowledge of martial arts available to beings other than the supreme deities of the universe, under conditions devoid of any side effects. This should be simpler than the previous request. Since the issue cannot be resolved at its source, I must rely on my own efforts. With vast knowledge at my disposal, perhaps the crossing of racial boundaries will be easily achievable. No, I apologize, but in the realm of the universe, extraordinary powers, just tell me you cannot fulfill it. Dawn interrupted the dragon's words. Humph, the auxiliary power I painstakingly conceived, and you cannot even grant that. He recalled the remarkable prowess of the super dragon in the Black Goku saga. One must compare to understand. When Zamasu wished for Goku's body, the dragon promptly arranged it, even enhancing that body's attributes to their utmost potential. If we narrow the scope to Earth, I can indeed fulfill this wish. I can impart all martial arts knowledge that has existed since the dawn of humanity. This is my limit. Dawn pondered, feeling somewhat shortchanged. Then you must also include nearly a century's worth of scientific knowledge. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into a beam of white light, dividing into 7 parts, departing amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Yet, it appeared more akin to fleeing. Soon, a surge of white light entered Dawn's mind. He was momentarily stunned, feeling his mind blank, accompanied by a gradual sting, which was swiftly quelled by an unknown force. Within a few breaths, the sensation ceased. Dawn began to scrutinize the newfound knowledge, which was indeed pure and encompassed a vast array of martial arts wisdom. With just a fleeting thought, he discovered techniques such as the Kamehameha, the evil containment wave, the flight technique, and the ki blast within. Soon after, a deeper understanding of ki cultivation emerged in his mind. Belonging to the temple's legacy, it detailed the insights of every generation of deities from the first heavenly god to the benevolent Piccolo of the present day. I've struck gold. Dawn was confident that upon his return, he would undergo a transformative metamorphosis. He had never attained such profound comprehension of martial arts. At that moment, he felt like an awakened sage, filled with countless thoughts to ponder and practice. Dawn yearned to return. Yes. The urgency was palpable. He could hardly wait to return to West City and validate his path, but a path laden with temptations unfurled before him, and becoming a master seemed but a mere heartbeat away. Is the technology of androids already this advanced? The reason Dawn included a century's worth of scientific knowledge was largely due to his curiosity about android technology. He could scarcely believe that through modification, a person or some parts could rival the existence of a super scion. Upon seeing the results of android development in his mind, he realized that Dr. Gero had already conceived 4 types of androids that would later appear in the storyline. The first type was a complete mechanical body, akin to the current configuration of the Red Ribbon Army. This technology was well established, and Dr. Gero paid little heed to it, considering it merely the prelude to the android series, typified by Android 8 and the Mechanical 10. The second type was the absorption type android, equipped with a mechanism to harness human energy, or ki, yet faced a bottleneck. This was due to 2 reasons: material limitations and Dr. Gero's insufficient understanding of ki, or perhaps an outright misunderstanding that it was likely that the subsequent microbots, which monitored Goku and others, inspired Dr. Gero, thus leading to the inception of absorption-type androids. The third type was the most renowned infinite energy android. Encompassing androids 16 through 18.at present, it remained merely a concept, with both materials and potential conflict between the internal core furnace and the R-type programming still under investigation. Ultimately, this could result in a clash between commands and energy, which was still significantly lacking in research. The final type was Dr. Jero's ultimate vision, the ultimate android, a new life born from the amalgamation of all martial artist virtues, possessing extraordinary human talent and skills. Coupled with energy absorption capabilities for rapid self-enhancement and the ability to undergo advanced evolution as a super android, deity must be said, Dr. Jero is truly a genius, though still in the theoretical stage. It is already quite remarkable, Don couldn't help but exclaim. Simultaneously, Don also glimpsed data regarding the universal capsule, Dragon Radar, and the combat power detector recently invented by Bulma. Moreover, he had to commend that half of the technological achievements over the past century were birthed from the Brief Corporation, truly deserving of the title of the world's wealthiest. Now, I am invincible. Chapter 12. The history of Earth's development, the sensation of being immersed in a sea of knowledge. How delightful. Don felt that even if he excluded his martial arts knowledge, the scientific knowledge alone would suffice to achieve his second goal. What should be done next? After all, there would be no opportunity to seek out the Dragon Balls again within the year. Perhaps it would be best for us to disband for now. Yulong addressed Bulma, who, with her hands clasped above her head, replied, resting her head upon them, "There's nothing we can do. It must be so." All gatherings eventually come to an end. Soon after, Bulma's thoughts turned to the prospect of Dawn returning with her, which brightened her spirits immensely. She then turned to Goku and said, "Goku, have you considered coming to my home? It's quite spacious." "Oh, no, I don't want to find Master Roshi and learn martial arts to become stronger," Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "How about we seek the Dragon Balls again in a year?" At that moment, Goku was still preoccupied with his 4-star ball, directing his words toward Bulma. Blushing slightly, Bulma glanced at Dawn and stifled a giggle. We won't need to search for the Dragon Balls anymore. Right? No, I absolutely must find my grandfather's Dragon Ball, but I don't know how," Goku insisted. "And oh worries, I'll simply give you this Dragon Ball radar," Bulma replied, handing over the device in a year. "Just press this button, and you'll know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls." Little Goku was thrilled and expressed his gratitude upon receiving the radar. "Hey, you've overlooked the hard work of Lord Yulong," Yulong protested, crossing his arms defiantly. "All right, Yulong, do you want to join us in the city?" Don inquired. "Humph, I suppose I shall reluctantly agree," Yulong responded. "Goku, you must become even stronger," Don encouraged the young warrior. This statement was not only directed at Goku, but also served as a reminder to himself. "When we meet again, I hope we are both vastly different. Yes, once I grow stronger, I will definitely continue to spar with you. It's a promise. Goodbye, Nimbus Cloud," in the West Capital at the Universal Group. Don lay in a training room, staring at the ceiling. Lost in thought, he had come to grasp the vast and profound legacy of martial arts on Earth. The myriad principles within continually stirred his excitement. Sending his thoughts soaring, he believed that, in terms of knowledge accumulation, he undoubtedly ranked first in this world, even surpassing the likes of the gods and Master Roshi. Such bold claims could only arise from truly witnessing the immense wealth of knowledge available. Yet, Don felt as though he was missing something, his state of mind. Sitting up, he pondered the distinction between himself and Master Roshi. He realized he resembled a nouveau riche, possessing the most profound martial arts without having established a solid foundation. One moment, he yearned to master those intricate techniques, and the next, he was captivated by the subtleties of energy manipulation. Although he comprehended these concepts in theory, they felt foreign to him. The clarity of it all, coupled with certain conflicting theories, left him perplexed. He could not ignore their significance, for they were immensely valuable. Just as a king cannot endure the life of a beggar, Don could not bear the thought of merely practicing his ethereal energy in solitude. Having watched countless anime, Don felt his situation resembled that of a tragic supporting character. Ambitious yet lacking perseverance, he couldn't help but engage in self-mockery. If this continued, how could he ever become the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world? By what means? Shaking his head in amusement, he thought, How did I become so sentimental? Here I am, benefiting immensely, yet still dissatisfied that I should take my time as the topic shifted to martial arts on Earth. A multitude of martial arts information began to coalesce in Don's mind, forming a complete history. For nearly 100,000 years since humanity developed language, martial arts on Earth remained in its primitive stage, characterized by tribal gatherings and the division of labor. Until one fateful day, for reasons unknown, the Earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Portals from the underworld and demon realms opened, unleashing a variety of monstrous entities upon the Earth. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. With external foes, humanity's martial arts civilization gradually began to evolve. Techniques and skills became wild and ferocious, born from beasts and directed towards demons. This phase lasted a staggering 10,000 years. During this time, the demons were not all malevolent. Some were even quite feeble. Furthermore, they could only remain in a shared vicinity, unable to stray far from the demon realm's portals. Some entities were entirely incapable of entering the human realm. As time passed, a day arrived 10,000 years later when the restrictions on the demon realm's access began to fade. It was then that fierce amalgamation and conflict commenced, within a mere century. The casualties among Earth's inhabitants were catastrophic. Those who once considered demons mere legends were abruptly awakened. Fortunately, over the preceding 10,000 years, theories regarding cultivation had emerged, preventing immediate annihilation. From calamity springs fortune. It was the fear of extinction that birthed a desire for strength. During that century, although humanity was at a disadvantage, they managed to survive and gradually improve, thanks to their larger population base. This period heralded a turning point with the arrival of the first celestial god. His origins were long forgotten, leaving only legends in his wake. It was said that he had been slain by evil spirits and returned from the underworld to establish a temple as a deceased being. The truth of this tale remains elusive. However, what followed was quite clear. The first celestial god introduced the concept of energy and subsequently chose a successor before vanishing once more. It must be noted that even in Dawn's present time, the theories surrounding energy are possessed by only a select few civilizations in the universe. Moreover, during that era, the people of Earth were collectively weak, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate a sense of energy. Thus, humanity did not rise immediately. The theories of energy were regarded as divine gifts and were kept at bay. All of this merely sowed the seeds for what was to come 30 years later. Those seeds blossomed into towering trees. Upon the emergence of the second celestial god, he swiftly vanquished one of the four most ferocious demon lords. Then, over the course of another decade, he eliminated the remaining three. This led to the birth of a unique martial art, the sealing technique, an exclusive skill of the second celestial god. Ultimately, he employed this technique to seal the portals to the demon realm, restricting the demon's freedom once more, but at the cost of his own life. Now, a dilemma arose. For 40 years, the second celestial god had been preoccupied with avenging humanity. When would he have had the opportunity to cultivate a successor? Thus, the lineage of the celestial god was abruptly severed. Due to his great merits, the second celestial god retained his corporeal form after death. Before his judgment, he requested Yama to send a guide to safeguard the legacy of Earth, to which Yama consented. Thus, Bobo arrived. Bobo selected a pure-hearted individual from among humanity to train as the celestial god. 20 years later, the third celestial god was born. Furthermore, building upon the sealing technique of the second celestial god, the third celestial god developed the demon sealing wave and disseminated it to the lower realms. At that time, the most formidable human had mastered the demon seal wave, utilizing it to eradicate the remnants of the more powerful demon race. However, what the three generations of celestial beings did not anticipate was that the overall weakness of humanity on Earth would render the demon seal wave, designed to alleviate fatigue, capable of directly causing the demise of martial artists. Consequently, as the formidable demons gradually dwindled in number, the demon seal wave became a forbidden technique. Over the span of 2 centuries, some humans underwent significant alterations due to genetic pollution from the demons. With the advent of peace, the substantial proliferation of humanity led to the emergence of various hybrid beings, such as dog-headed and cat-headed individuals. disputes and discrimination inevitably arose. Yet, as time elapsed, these races began to integrate further. Collectively referred to as humanity, in pursuit of the flourishing of martial arts on Earth, the three generations of celestial beings diligently researched martial practices, building upon the foundations laid by their predecessors. They infused their own insights, refining the techniques of energy cultivation and systematically integrating them. During the era of tranquility on Earth, they transmitted this knowledge down to the mortal realm to usher Earthlings into the temple for cultivation. The three generations of celestial beings ventured once more into the underworld. After enduring numerous trials, they finally acquired the Kylan Tower, a conduit between heaven and earth. They also received a newborn white cat, which they named Kylan Sage, designating it as a divine servant. Simultaneously, the celestial beings gifted it the Nimbus Cloud and the Rui Stick, entrusting Kylan Sage with the responsibility of guiding the destined ones to ascend to the temple. Subsequently, another 500 years passed. Due to their divine duties, both Bobo and Kylan Sage remain alive, while the celestial beings had changed several times over. Throughout these years, Kylan Sage invented the miraculous beans, serving as sustenance for those ascending the tower. Among those who passed Kylan Sage's trials, many became the subsequent celestial beings. However, for reasons unknown, historical records regarding them are scarce. It is as if they silently observed the rise and fall of Earth without uttering a word. At this juncture, a spaceship shattered the tranquility of Earth. A perfect Namekian with extraordinary talent arrived. Chapter 13. The goal of 10,000 battle power. Following events unfolded as Tarun came to understand. Upon Perfect Bik's arrival on Earth, he awaited his parents at the Yunza Bitter Heights for 40 years. "Children, we will be there shortly," were the words of Bik's parents. Yet, Bik never saw them again. Afterward, he left that place. Upon entering the world, Bik discovered the existence of celestial beings, igniting his desire to ascend to the temple. Meanwhile, the lower realm had developed a remarkably advanced martial civilization, with martial masters, primarily represented by Wu Taidu, proliferating. These masters eagerly accepted disciples, giving rise to a dazzling array of martial arts. Notable creations included Wu Taidu's Qigong Cannon and the world-shocking Palm.at this time. Bik had also gained the recognition of Kylan Sage and ascended to the temple. As in the original narrative, Perfect Bik split himself, with his benevolent side becoming a celestial being, thereby creating the Dragon Balls. His malevolent side transformed into the Demon King Bik, bringing calamity to the world. The emergence of Demon King Bik finally incited upheaval among humanity, resulting in the deaths of countless martial artists. The world once again descended into chaos. Ultimately, Wu Taidu sacrificed his life to unleash the Demon Seal Wave, sealing Bik and bringing an end to this catastrophe. In his dying moments, Wu Taidu imparted the Qigong Cannon and the world-shocking Palm to the future Crane Hermit and Turtle Hermit. Both were individuals of great fortune, who, through fortuitous circumstances, obtained the elixir of immortality, enabling them to establish their own schools and martial arts throughout their long lives. The Crane School emphasized techniques and skills, with a training regimen that was both intricate and demanding. Building on the Qigong Cannon, the Crane Hermit developed the powerful Dodon Wave to address the excessive energy consumption of the original technique. Furthermore, he invented the Solar Fist, Sky Dance technique, and other moves. In contrast, the Turtle School exuded a sense of weightiness and naturalness. The Turtle Hermit, drawing from his experiences with the world-shocking Palm, created the Turtle-style Qigong Wave. Simultaneously, he mastered explosive energy techniques, allowing him to enter a muscular form to enhance his strength. Ultimately, he also devised the Shadow Clone Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Drunken Fist, and mind-reading techniques. Decades later, the two schools became the most profound martial arts on Earth. However, the cultivation of energy had completely ceased among mortals. Another 2 centuries passed, and both the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit remained alive. Yet, as both grew weary of the mundane world and retreated into seclusion, the martial arts on Earth experienced a discontinuity, while the Kylan Tower gradually faded into legend. Conversely, scientific advancements on Earth began to accelerate uncontrollably, completely dominating the secular realm. This knowledge was embedded within the memories of successive generations of martial artists. When Tarun came to comprehend this history, he experienced a complex array of emotions. Initially, he felt elated, for these memories represented new discoveries in his exploration of this world. Then, he was struck by a sense of awe at the wealth of martial knowledge, coupled with confusion about the path ahead. While this information was undoubtedly sufficient at present, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. Throughout the annals of human history, aside from the earlier celestial beings, few had reached the caliber of future Krillin. This indicated that humanity had yet to undergo a qualitative transformation, and their highest achievements were merely of a certain degree. This realization was not the most frightening. Rather, the most terrifying aspect was that the celestial beings assumed this was the ultimate limit of Earthlings. Tarun seemed to grasp the departure of characters like Tianjin, Fan, and Yamcha. If one expends double the effort, yet only reaps half the rewards, they are deemed perseverant. However, if someone invests 1,000-fold effort yet sees no progress, and instead their abilities decline with age, such a person can only be labeled foolish if they persist in their training. They may be stubborn, but their spirit will undoubtedly be worn down. Witnessing former rivals surpassing them step by step must have left them feeling helpless. They could only hide in the shadows, offering encouragement, for who would wish to be a burden on the battlefield? Tarun shivered, cleared his throat, and murmured to himself, "Calm down, calm down. This world is one of boundless possibilities. Who can guarantee that I won't become the first super Earthling?" Tang En has devised a growth plan that aligns perfectly with his aspirations. 6 months of rigorous physical training, followed by an additional 3 months dedicated to honing his skills. After this period, he will be ready to participate in the prestigious martial arts tournament that in an attempt to set aside his fleeting thoughts. Tang En focuses on diligently strengthening his physique. However, this time he is determined to approach his training with a more structured method. Draping a towel around his neck, he steps out of the training room. Though Bulma is still a student, she seldom attends school, as the knowledge offered there seems rather trivial to her. Instead, she prefers to delve into her research or indulge in shopping excursions. Recently, she has cultivated a new interest. The story unfolds 3 days prior, when Tang En, Oolong, and Bulma have just returned to West City. Oolong eagerly rushes to enroll in school, undoubtedly lured by the prospect of encountering beautiful girls. Meanwhile, Bulma, during a casual conversation, inquires about the science that T.O. provide a comprehensive answer. Tang En vaguely mentions that he used to possess the ability to foresee various events in his childhood, although such visions have long since faded. He explains that Scions are an exceptionally powerful extraterrestrial race. He once foresaw that it was somewhat imprudent of Tang En to reveal that formidable martial artists could obliterate the Earth with a single punch. This revelation piques Bulma's curiosity. She wonders if humans can indeed train to such extraordinary levels. Fortunately, Tang En possesses a wealth of scientific knowledge accumulated over a century, enabling him to elucidate concepts about human potential derived from Dr. Gero's research. He is astounded to discover that Bulma grasps every novel concept he introduces with remarkable speed. Recalling Master Roshi's feat of demolishing a mountain, Bulma becomes increasingly intrigued, as if glimpsing an unexplored realm. If the theory holds merit, surely my boyfriend can achieve it, she muses. Thus, under Tang En's subtle guidance, they reach an agreement. Bulma will assist Tang En in attaining a battle power of 10,000. After some deliberation, they decide to create a device capable of measuring this battle power, as the previous one was limited due to time constraints. Next, they envision a new training facility, a gravity chamber, which Tang En had long contemplated. However, as he is not a Scion, he cannot harness the near-death revival method for training and thus does not require extreme gravitational conditions, since they currently lack senza beans. He determines that a gravity multiplier akin to that of King Kai's planet will suffice for the time being. Given Tang En's current strength, even a multiplier of 1 or 2 would be quite remarkable. Without delay, they embark on their project the very next day. However, Tang En dedicates his days to training, reserving the evenings for collaboration with Bulma. This period proves to be the most joyous time for Tang En, providing a refreshing contrast to the monotony of his daily training. One possesses the most profound knowledge in the world, while the other embodies the most promising intellect in the scientific community. Tang En realizes how exquisite it is to accomplish something alongside someone he cherishes. Reflecting on the reasons for Bulma and Yamcha's breakup in the original narrative, Tang En identifies several key factors. Firstly, Yamcha's notorious infidelity became increasingly apparent over time. Tang En still struggles to comprehend why he would forsake Bulma for other women. Secondly, Yamcha's lack of ambition, especially in contrast to the proud Vegeta, became glaringly evident. Yamcha squandered his days and gradually lost interest in training, even engaging in competitions with ordinary individuals. Ultimately, he faced defeat at the hands of foes and was even killed by a minor adversary. Thirdly, there is a lack of common ground between Bulma and Yamcha. As Bulma matured beyond her infatuation phase, she sought to share her sense of accomplishment with someone, only to find Yamcha lounging in the sun with a newspaper, embodying a lackadaisical attitude. With clarity, Bulma began to reassess whether they could truly share a future together. Lastly, he failed to provide Bulma with a sense of security. This became painfully evident during the Namek saga, when Bulma openly expressed her surprise at Goku's transformation into a taller, more formidable figure, lamenting that she would have chosen him as her boyfriend had she known. Tang En silently expresses gratitude to Yamcha, wherever he may be, for the lessons learned, contemplating the various crises that Earth would face in the future. Tang En feels no fear. Rather, he senses that he is gradually establishing roots in this world. Surrounded by those he cares for and who care for him in return, he vows to protect this world at all costs. Chapter 14. 5 months of training results nighttime. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory. Wow, what a vast space. The facilities are truly impressive. Thank you, Bulma. Tang En exclaimed, running his fingers over the gravity control panel and gazing around in awe. Ah, you're being too formal. This is a collaborative effort between me and Tang Jun, she replied. Tang En clenched his fists in delight. The construction of this gravity chamber, requiring only minimal gravitational constraints, was completed in just a week, with most of the work being accomplished by Bulma herself. Now, he can train with even greater intensity. Hey, Tang En, once you reach a battle power of 10,000, let's travel the world together, Bulma said, propping her chin on her hands, her eyes wide with anticipation. Must we wait until I achieve 10,000 battle power? It could take quite some time. Doubt if you're particularly eager to go. I can always make time, he replied. Humans of Earth do not simply reach their ultimate limits at random. According to the statistics in Dawn's mind, Earth's inhabitants possess several shackles on their combat potential. Once these stages are transcended, a significant enhancement is achieved in the subsequent period. The first shackle is typically situated between 100 and 300, with variations depending on individual circumstances, though most fall within this range. Each Earthling experiences a stagnation phase upon reaching combat power in the range of 1 to 200, as indicated by the memories associated with Dawn. Nearly 99% of martial artists on Earth belong to this category. Even the likes of Master Roshi, Master Shun, and Tao Pai Pai are included in this stage, without an extraordinarily powerful or pure desire and motivation. It is exceedingly challenging to break through this limitation. After surpassing this barrier, one can achieve a level exceeding 1,000 through a brief period of training. This aligns perfectly with the collective leaps in power demonstrated by Earthlings during the Scion Saga, where their abilities skyrocketed multiple times within a year to further enhance one's strength. More stringent conditions must be met. One could either, like Krillin, receive the gifted guidance of the Grand Elder from Namek, achieving immediate advancement, or rely on exceptional talent and formidable opponents. Much like Tien Shinhan and others in the original narrative, who reached King Kai's planet via Snake Way, constant combat and the presence of pressure and motivation are indispensable. At that juncture, relying solely on personal training makes further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Beyond this point, Don remains uninformed, as his mind lacks further material. Although Krillin and Tien Shinhan in the original narrative exhibited combat powers in the millions, there was no detailed exposition of their training journey to that level. Perhaps only by emulating them and persistently challenging opponents far beyond their capabilities, even at the peril of their own lives, can one unwittingly grow so powerful. Just contemplating it gives Don a headache. He wonders if previous generations of deities had invested effort in research in heaven or simply reincarnated. This implies that Don must shatter at least 2 shackles to surpass a combat power of 10,000. However, Armed with the experiences of the gods, this endeavor, while not insurmountable, cannot be achieved in a mere few years. That would be rather dull. It is essential to set distant goals to savor the anticipation of the journey. Bulma held her thumb and forefinger apart at a small distance, positioning them far apart while peering through one eye at the gap between them. It sounds quite reasonable. Hey Don, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months? I've noticed you've been paying attention to it lately, Bulma remarked. Indeed, however, I still have a long way to go. I need to become significantly stronger. I am aiming for the championship. If I don't seize the championship now, it will be even more challenging to defeat Goku in the future. After all, once we enter the universe and encounter formidable foes, Goku's combat power skyrockets to such an inhuman degree that merely thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. How could that be? The competitors inside aren't much stronger than you. I can still judge that, Bulma questioned skeptically. So far I've only one opponent at O. Who is it? Goku, of course. After 8 months of training, Goku will undoubtedly be vastly different. Don replied matter-of-factly. Goku, I see. Speaking of which, it's been a week since I've seen him. Should we go check on him? Or perhaps not. Master Roshi is surely taking Goku somewhere else to train, and I don't want to fall too far behind. To be honest, Don does not believe Goku will surpass him in a short time. Additionally, it is evident that the strongest contender in this martial arts tournament is Master Roshi. After all, having exerted his full power to strike the moon with the Kamehameha, he could still slightly outshine Goku, indicating that his true strength is undoubtedly greater than Goku's. Nevertheless, Don instinctively finds himself comparing with Goku, as he is currently the only one on Earth capable of pressuring him. Oh right, perhaps there's also future Piccolo, considering they're both formidable extraterrestrial beings. Subsequently, Don commenced his gravity training. With the gravity chamber, the previous gravity suit became unnecessary, as true gravity training provides a more comprehensive workout. The multiplier was set to 2 times concentrate. This feels somewhat uncomfortable. Don sensed that his body did not merely experience a doubling of weight, but rather every cell was subjected to a burdensome strain. In such conditions, he realized that each breath and every movement must be executed with precision. Otherwise, he would squander a significant amount of energy, transforming simple actions into arduous tasks that I feel a bit oxygen-deprived. This environment seems noticeably oppressive. Subsequently, Don began to acclimate to the surroundings. Running, jumping, punching, doing push-ups, he felt as if he had returned to the inception of his training at the dojo, embarking on a daily regimen of discipline. However, it was markedly different from before. Thus, Don trained for 5 hours daily under double gravity. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to continue. He simply could not endure it any longer. It is worth noting that at this moment, Goku could only run while carrying a shell weighing several dozen pounds that took an entire month for Don to gradually adapt to the double gravity, allowing him to extend his training duration. However, he did not increase the gravity further. This environment was sufficient for him at present, effectively honing his body while familiarizing him with his energy. One must admit, the combat power detector is a marvelous invention. At this point, the combat power detector, after a simple revision, could measure combat powers below 300 each time Don labored for 2 or 3 days and then observed the steadily increasing figures on the detector. He felt a surge of joy. 2 words. It was worth it. With visible progress, Don felt that all his efforts were justified, that in this mindset, the daily grind felt less arduous. Month after month passed. And whenever Don sensed an increase in strength, he would proudly ask Bulma to measure his power, sharing his elation with her. Finally, after 5 months, the detector beeped, displaying the number 84, which remained steady. Neither of them was particularly surprised. After all, they had mentally prepared for this point 84. Don, congratulations on your progress. Bulma exclaimed, it's passable, but at this pace I have no idea when I will be able to travel the world. Don responded. Chapter 15, The Divine Fist. Within the gravity chamber, memories of the void technique swirled in Don's mind. Sitting cross-legged, he felt the warm flow of energy within his body. Drawing upon the experiences of countless individuals, Don had nearly sidestepped all potential pitfalls. In a mere 5 months, he had reached a level that others might not attain in an entire lifetime. This moment, He was acutely aware of his own strength, distinctly sensing the warmth of this power. Presently, his primary objective was to learn how to harness this energy. This endeavor required either innate talent or extensive experience. Scions were born powerful, with elite warriors often possessing battle powers in the thousands, even when raised freely. Their formidable aura made them intimately familiar with such strength, gradually ingrained in their genetic makeup, thus forming a profound innate ability, as for experience. Dawn had an abundance of it. Moreover, just because Master Roshi had developed the void technique did not mean it was exclusive to the Turtle School. After all, he had merely synthesized elements from the martial arts of his predecessors. Throughout human history, many had learned to fly, and the void technique was not an exceptionally advanced martial art. Essentially, as long as one possessed sufficient strength and a rudimentary grasp of aura perception, one could utilize it. Rise. Dawn maintained his cross-legged position as he levitated into the air. Next, while sustaining the sensation, he attempted various movements. Initially, he swayed back and forth, but he quickly adapted to stabilizing his movements in the air, executing dashes and punches with ease. By midday, Dawn controlled his body to descend towards the ground, exhaling a deep breath. The void technique still placed a considerable burden on him, rendering it impractical as a means of transportation. However, short bursts of movement were certainly manageable. Then, Dawn turned his attention to ki-based martial arts. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to set them aside for now. At this juncture, these skills either demanded excessive energy or required precise control, posing a risk of inadvertently harming spectators during a match. Beyond these skills, there were numerous other martial art styles. Notable among them were the shadowless fist and the drunken fist, alongside lesser-known techniques like the eight-hand fist, skycross fist, and arhut fist. Dawn began to peruse these various martial arts, making selections with discernment. The divine fist? What is this? Out of curiosity, he examined it further. Soon, Dawn found himself intrigued by the divine fist, a legacy from the original divine being. Reflecting on the sealing techniques of the second divine being, he surmised that this heritage must be of considerable worth. That a quarter of an hour later, he took a deep breath, excitement bubbling within him. Could it be? This divine fist was a martial art designed to transcend one's limits, akin to the King-Kai fist, yet distinctly different as far as Dawn knew. The King-Kai fist involved compressing one's aura, placing tremendous strain on the body to unleash multiplied potential. This technique, when executed, posed significant risks to one's physical form. It was said that Sun Wukong's heart condition later in life was linked to this. For how could a mighty super scion suddenly suffer from heart disease? However, Dawn felt no need to concern himself with the veracity of such rumors. After all, using this technique could very well jeopardize a human's foundation. He was not one to engage in self-harm, and even if he learned it, he could only utilize it at a low multiplier. Yet, the divine fist before him sparked a light in Dawn's eyes. This technique seemed tailor-made for earthlings. Unlike the urgency of the King-Kai fist, it cultivated a divine aura through training and meditation, allowing the body to generate a unique energy. Alternatively, one could interpret it as the practice of the divine fist producing a remarkable force within oneself. Moreover, this energy could meld with one's aura, creating a new, superior quality of energy far exceeding that of an ordinary earthling's. The original divine being referred to it as divine energy, and the newly generated substance was termed divine factor. Once the divine factor transformed the aura into divine energy, there would be no visible change to the individual's exterior aura. However, upon activating the divine fist once more, the intensity of the aura would drastically shift. Consequently, the individual's strength would surge, all while exerting minimal strain on the body. Upon this realization, Dawn's eyes widened. This meant that divine energy would not be constrained by time during combat, if he found himself unable to prevail. Activating the divine fist would transform him entirely. How could this be? The astonishing implications of this effect piqued Dawn's curiosity about the origins of the divine fist. If it was indeed created by the original divine being, it would be truly terrifying, as it essentially represented a version of the King-Kai fist devoid of side effects. However, disappointment washed over Dawn. His memories provided no insight into the origins of the divine fist. This was distinct from other martial arts, indicating that this technique had only been wielded by the original divine being and had not been witnessed by Earth's martial artists. Don recalled that the original divine being emerged from the afterlife. Thus, was this divine fist something he had brought back with him? Despite his ignorance regarding its origins, Don felt an undeniable thrill. He found it hard to believe that a martial art from Earth could surpass the King Kai's ultimate technique. Absolutely impossible. Choosing to abandon further contemplation, he commenced the meditative practice of the divine fist. As he trained, a peculiar sensation began to blossom within him. He sensed a minuscule energy gradually forming, accumulating until it would eventually merge with his body. Yet, whenever he attempted to scrutinize this feeling closely, it would fade into the background. Disregarding it, Don focused solely on his meditation. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Don not only honed the divine fist, but also diligently advanced the solar fist, shadowless fist, and void technique. Nonetheless, the divine fist remained the martial art that demanded the most time and effort, and it had yet to reach its ultimate potential at this moment. When Don executed the divine fist, it could augment his aura by a full 50%. One could assert that he had now surpassed Master Roshi. After all, even if Master Roshi entered his most powerful muscular state, his battle power would scarcely exceed a little over 100, or perhaps not. Gazing at the sky, Don envisioned the moon, feeling utterly incapable of sending it flying. Indeed, mastering a large-scale key technique would be prudent for unforeseen circumstances. He mused that, in truth, apart from the divine fist, which required accumulation, he could generally grasp other martial arts with relative ease after merely observing them. Owing to his solid foundational knowledge of these skills, after careful consideration, Don ultimately chose the Turtle School's Kamehameha. After all, this technique was exceptionally proficient, capable of unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. Its value was undeniable. And Master Roshi was indeed a master of his craft. Kamehameha wave, boom! Don, crouching low, concentrated all his strength. Thrusting his hands forward, the torrent of white energy erupted from his palms, obliterating the training dummy in the gravity chamber, reducing it to ashes in an instant. As the aftershock surged forth, it crashed against the walls of the gravity chamber, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Tang En realized he had strayed from his intended path, acknowledging that such an exhibition was ill-advised. However, with the arrow already loose from the bow, he had no choice but to gradually retract his energy, though the energy wave that had already been unleashed was irretrievable. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the superalloy walls, forged from a multitude of metals, shattered like glass, leading to the complete disintegration of the gravity chamber. Instantly, Tang En executed his aerial maneuver, soaring into the sky. Surveying the wreckage of the gravity chamber and the surrounding craters, which plunged 3 to 4 meters deep, he fell into contemplation. This is absurd. How long have I been training? He mused, realizing he had utilized less than half of his strength. Without even resorting to the newly mastered celestial fist, that a sudden thought struck him. If he were to unleash his full power, could he potentially strike the moon off course? Chapter 16. The world's greatest martial arts tournament during these past 8 months. On another front, Sun Wukong had rapidly progressed under the tutelage of Master Roshi. As before, little Wukong had befriended Krillin, and together they trained in preparation for the imminent world martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, Tang En, Bulma, and Oolong were eagerly awaiting the commencement of the tournament. The trio had boarded Bulma's private aircraft, arriving at the small island designated for the event. Night had fallen, and the registration deadline loomed. "Is there no one else wishing to sign up?" inquired a staff member, holding a megaphone and scanning the surroundings for latecomers. Soon after, Master Roshi registered on behalf of Wukong and Krillin. He then turned to the two, saying, "Wukong, Krillin, why not take a stroll? The competition begins tomorrow, so don't wander too far." "All right," came a simultaneous reply. "Wow, Krillin, I never knew there were so many people in the world," little Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the bustling crowd in awe. Krillin, in contrast, appeared rather reserved, speaking in hushed tones, revealing his lack of self-confidence. "Wukong, these people seem really strong. Aren't you nervous?" Krillin whispered to Wukong. "Well, Master Roshi has said we've become quite strong ourselves," Wukong replied. "And honestly, These people look rather weak, Krillin. You could easily defeat them. Little Wukong then seemed to have an epiphany and began scanning the area. Finally, he appeared to spot what he was searching for and shouted, "Hey, Tang En, Bulma, Wulong, over here." Tang En and the others turned upon hearing their names, quickly spotting Wukong and Krillin. It's been a while, Wukong. Tang En approached, joyfully greeting Sun Wukong, seeing Tang En had indeed come to compete. Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "Tang En, you really made it? I've been eager to match up with you again." Tang En nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the bald figure beside Wukong, in his mind. He concluded that this must be Krillin, exuding a vigorous aura. "Hey, Wukong, who is this?" Krillin prodded Wukong with his finger. "This is my friend, Tang En," Wukong replied, then pointed at Krillin, turning to Tang En, "And this is Krillin, who has been training with me under Master Roshi." Wukong then introduced Krillin to Bulma and Oolong, and they exchanged greetings. I could see that moment. Tang En discreetly activated his power level detector to assess the strength of the two. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Wukong. 76 Krillin. 63 impressive. Tang En thought, pleased that the data aligned with his assumptions, yet he couldn't help but admire Krillin's dedication. Despite always being behind, he had never given up. At this juncture, Master Roshi made his appearance. He had deliberately kept Wukong and Krillin occupied to register for the tournament under a different identity, aiming to impart the lesson that there are always greater heights to aspire to. Preventing his students from becoming arrogant after achieving success. It must be said, Master Roshi was indeed a commendable mentor. Good evening, everyone. Master Roshi greeted, sporting dark sunglasses and dressed in a sleek black suit and hat, resembling a fashionable elder. "Good evening, Bulma-chan," he said, revealing his lecherous side, beginning to gesticulate in an attempt to flirt with Bulma. "Old turtle, have some decency. Bulma already has a boyfriend. Watch out, or Tang En might knock you flat." Oolong remarked gleefully. Having stayed at Bulma's house for a while, Oolong was well aware of Tang En's formidable strength, which was undeniably terrifying. The memory of the explosion still haunted him. "Haha, I just enjoy a little jest." Master Roshi's playful banter was abruptly interrupted as he cleared his throat, turning away to alleviate the awkwardness. Yet within, Master Roshi's mind was tumultuous. "Oh dear, this little fellow has grown so strong. How could this be? Truly astonishing. Perhaps I'm not even his match," he pondered quietly, facing away from the others. That said, while Master Roshi lacked an understanding of ki cultivation, his extensive experience allowed him to assess a person's strength with relative ease. He was curious about the extent of this little one's training over the past period. In truth, the matter of Tang En's wish to the dragon had only been known to a select few at the time. Since Wukong had never paid it much mind, and no one had broached the topic, he had yet to disclose it to anyone. Thus, Master Roshi remained unaware of the circumstances at that moment. Though he contemplated using his mind-reading technique to gauge Tang En's status, he soon abandoned the idea. After all, the technique was most effective on those weaker than himself, and proximity to a similarly strong individual could easily be detected. After a while of conversation, everyone retreated to their respective lodgings, agreeing to meet the next day for the preliminaries. As the hour grew late, everyone sought a good rest to prepare for the upcoming competition. During this time, Tang En also utilized his detector to assess Master Roshi's power level, which registered at 81, though it was evident that this was not his full potential. It is worth noting that Tang En continued to rely on the power level detector, as his current ki quantity was insufficient. Despite possessing knowledge of ki sensing methods from his memories, his ability to perceive ki remained vague, with a limited range far inferior to the efficiency of the detector. Tang En resolved to enhance his abilities further before embarking on more advanced training, prioritizing his time on honing his skills and mastering the Celestial Fist. The following day, the world's greatest martial arts tournament finally commenced. Who would have thought it would be so crowded? Bulma exclaimed that, "Do you think there will be many contestants inside?" Sun Wukong inquired that, "I believe there will be quite a few." Krillin responded, "I could see that moment." An individual in the venue shouted through a megaphone, "All participants in the martial arts tournament must pass through the preliminaries. Please proceed to the dojo." The preliminaries were closed to spectators, and thus the crowd parted to allow the contestants' entry. Well, this is where I part ways with you. From here on, it's all up to your efforts. The 8 individuals who advance from the preliminaries will duel in front of the audience. And I will be watching from the stands that I hope to see you all there. Master Rashi addressed Sun Wukong and Krillin, promptly providing them with their martial arts uniforms as he watched them enter. He quietly slipped into the crowd, maneuvering his way through until he reached a thicket. I'll change my clothes and disguise myself before going back in. I must win, Don, Bulma exclaimed, giving Don a thumbs up. Of course, we've put in so much effort. I will not easily concede, Don replied with a smile. The World Martial Arts Tournament, here I come, Chapter 17. The birth of the Final Four inside the dojo. Today marked the quinquennial World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you, esteemed heroes, for traveling from afar. Your efforts are truly commendable. The host of the preliminary round paused briefly before continuing. This tournament will determine who is the world's greatest martial artist. 138 contenders have arrived from all corners of the nation, yet only 8 shall emerge victorious to proceed to the subsequent rounds. Don turned to the uncertain Krillin, who, akin to the original narrative, was mocked by his senior brother from the Kame house that Krillin's persistent timidity likely stemmed from childhood traumas, causing him to experience fear in the face of formidable foes as he grew older. The preliminary round was divided into 4 zones, with the last 2 victors from each zone ultimately forming the final 8 contenders. The rules stipulated one-on-one combat, surrendering, being knocked out of the ring, or losing consciousness would result in failure. However, a strict regulation forbade any lethal actions or weapon usage. The drawing of lots commenced. The host elaborated on the competition rules, and each participant drew lots to determine their opponents. Wukong, I'm number 87. What about you? Krillin inquired cautiously. Number 60. I'm in Zone 2, Wukong replied. Phew, that's a relief. You're the last person I wanted to face. Krillin sighed with relief. Wukong is in Zone 2 too. What a coincidence. Don mused as he glanced at his own number, 53, realizing he would face Wukong in the preliminaries. Are you going to fight me, Don? Wukong asked cheerfully. It shouldn't be the case, Don said, casting another look at the matchup chart. Though both he and Wukong were in Zone 2, they would not clash in the preliminaries. However, this served as a timely reminder for Don to hone his ability to manipulate objects. Akin to the dumpling-like skill to avoid facing each other in the preliminaries, Don felt compelled to practice. Unsurprisingly, the contestants who encountered Don in the preliminaries were swiftly defeated. Krillin also managed to send his former bully flying, realizing he had grown significantly stronger. This needed no further elaboration. Soon enough, both Wukong and Krillin advanced rapidly. Don, too, was just 1 match away from advancement, though this final match left him astonished. Guess who Don faced? Wolfang Fist. The rapid punches created a whirlwind around Don. Yet such an attack was utterly ineffective against him. He dodged effortlessly, evading every strike. Frankly, from Don's perspective, having already grasped the essence of Ki, this fighting style bore no merit. Lacking both form and power, it was straightforward enough that he could avoid it with his eyes closed. Yamcha? I can't believe I still encountered him here. He showed up for the competition without having crossed paths with Wukong. Don reflected as he regarded the long-haired man before him. Judging by his aura, Yamcha appeared to have only reached a level of 50 at best, likely even weaker than in the original story. The butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused seemed to have worsened Yamcha's plight. Not only had he become weaker, but he had also drawn Don as his opponent in the preliminaries. A sense of guilt inexplicably welled up within Don. Yamcha, I swear I mean you no harm, but I cannot afford to lose to you in the preliminaries. Frustrated, Yamcha exclaimed, how infuriating. I've trained so hard, yet I still fall so short. His eyes wide with disbelief, he watched as Don effortlessly evaded all his attacks. Don seized Yamcha's striking hands with precision and swiftly hurled him out of the ring. Contestant number 53 advances to the top 8. Don approached the incredulous Yamcha and said, your attacks are wild and brimming with instinct. However, you would do well to seek a mentor for proper guidance. It would greatly benefit your future training. The master of Wukong and Krillin is Master Rashi. After the tournament, you might consider consulting him for assistance. With that, Don felt he had done all he could. He was not a meddler, and the choice to heed his advice was up to Yamcha. As Don stepped down from the ring, he was greeted by the congratulations of Krillin and Wukong. Don, you are truly formidable. You managed to withstand such fierce attacks, Krillin marveled. Ultimately, the final 8 contenders were determined. Don, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Jackie Chan, Nam, Lan Fong, Jira, and the Barbarian. After the selection of the top 8, the participants enjoyed a brief respite. The trio of Don, Wukong, and Krillin emerged from the dojo to share the good news with Bulma and the others. Subsequently, everyone gathered at the arena for the top 8 matches, and Don and his companions returned to the dojo to draw lots for their upcoming opponents. Notably, Don had now mastered the ability to control the drawing process. This skill required minimal ki consumption, but demanded considerable mental focus and was quite intricate, despite understanding all the techniques involved. His talent limitations confined him to manipulating only lightweight objects, rendering it ineffective in combat. Nonetheless, he could manage to manipulate some pieces of paper. Thus, under Don's direction, the order of the top 8 matchups was established. First match, Krillin vs. the Barbarian. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Lan Fong. Third match, Jackie Chan vs. Nam. Fourth match, Don vs. Jira. The matchups appeared lopsided, with little surprise expected. Krillin quickly defeated the Barbarian once he realized he had no reason to fear the stench. With his innocent heart, Wukong was oblivious to Lan Fong's tricks and swiftly secured victory. Observing Nam's demeanor, Master Roshi used his telepathy to uncover the water scarcity in Nam's homeland. After defeating Nam, Jackie Chan provided him with a universal capsule, informing him that the water here was free for the taking. Don, too, did not disappoint, swiftly overcoming Jira before he even had time to utilize his abilities. Thus, the first round of the top 8 concluded rapidly. The subsequent matches would see Wukong face Krillin and Don face Jackie Chan. After enjoying a hearty meal, Wukong adjusted his state, tightened his belt, and said to Krillin, "Krillin, I won't hold back." With a smile, Krillin replied, "That is something I should say. Wukong, if you dare to go easy on me, I want to forgive you." The two shared a hearty laugh as they stepped onto the arena. Now, please welcome our youngest competitors, Sun Wukong and Krillin. Dressed in a sleek black suit, the host with chestnut-hued hair earnestly spoke into the microphone, his voice imbued with profound emotion. That it is said that these two competitors hail from the same lineage. Both disciples of the illustrious martial arts master, the Turtle Hermit. Undoubtedly, this match promises to be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Let us await the spectacle with bated breath. The audience erupted into cheers below. "Go Goku! Go Krillin!" Bulma and Oolong shouted in unison, rallying support for both contenders. "All right, Goku, I'm about to begin." Krillin bent down, addressing Son Goku. "Bring it on," Goku replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 18. The display of skills. Whom shall we cheer for? The turtle pondered as he perched atop the wall. "Why, Goku, of course. He will certainly emerge victorious," Bulma exclaimed. "But Krillin is no slouch either," Blooky retorted. At this moment, the arena had already transformed into a battleground for the two warriors. Thud, thud. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed as Krillin sprinted forward. The Turtle Hermit had refrained from imparting any specific techniques to the two, allowing them to forge their own paths. Presently, Krillin assumed his stance and, upon nearing Son Goku, launched a swift right palm strike. There was no preparatory motion. It was a direct thrust, a mere test of strength. Yet the force was formidable, reminiscent of the power to shatter stone. Prompting a nod of approval from Don. This level of strength indeed marks Krillin as a prodigious talent in martial arts. Don mused. Yes, soon as Goku made contact, he exhibited extraordinary martial prowess. Seamlessly adjusting his posture and shifting his weight, Goku harnessed the surrounding energy to stabilize himself, evading the initial strike before swiftly darting aside. In an instant, Goku unleashed a flurry of strikes and low kicks, launching a vigorous counterattack. Fortunately, Krillin possessed a solid foundation and was well acquainted with Goku's abilities. Krillin quickly repositioned himself to defend, and in each breath, the two exchanged blows repeatedly, gradually creating a relentless rhythm of attacks. The intensity escalated, wave after wave, each strike more powerful than the last. They both unleashed their might, colliding fists before separating to reassume their stances. Standing aside, Jackie Chan silently nodded in approval. The audience erupted into applause. Captivated by the fierce contest, cheering fervently for both warriors. What an exhilarating display. The battle between Goku and Krillin is truly remarkable. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us continue to observe, the host proclaimed loudly. "Ha!" Krillin shouted as he circled around Son Goku, searching for openings from various angles to maximize the effectiveness of his attack. "Goku, be cautious!" Young Goku stood firm, adopting a ready stance, his eyes tracking Krillin's movements, exuding an air of anticipation. "Come at me!" Suddenly, Krillin launched an attack from behind. Son Goku had expected this and swiftly turned to intercept the strike. Subsequently, the two exchanged blows in a back-and-forth manner. Krillin relentlessly sought a decisive blow, his attacks fierce and unyielding. At last, he seized an opportunity, aiming a hand strike toward Goku's neck. However, Goku countered with a side kick, forcing Krillin to retreat. This kid Goku remained so earnest. Krillin thought to himself, realizing he could never best Goku in a direct confrontation. Furthermore, having exerted his full strength, he knew he would soon exhaust his stamina. "It seems, Goku, I have discovered how to defeat you," Krillin declared confidently. "Then bring it on. I'm not afraid." Young Goku responded earnestly that a turning point has emerged. Krillin claims to have found a weakness in Son Goku. Will a conclusion truly manifest? Let us continue to observe. The host announced with vigor. "All right, I shall make my move, so do not underestimate me," Krillin stated, setting his stance and moving closer to Goku, ready to strike. "Come on," young Goku replied eagerly, undeterred. "Yeah," Krillin exclaimed softly, charging forward. However, just as he took a step, he stumbled and quickly halted. Krillin's gaze shifted behind Goku, an odd expression on his face, uncertainly saying, "Hey, wait a moment, Goku. That person looks just like you. Could you perhaps be relatives?" "Really? Where is it?" Son Goku turned his head, bewildered, glancing back and shaking his head. "Now's my chance. I told you not to underestimate me. Prepare to be struck." Krillin, who had been waiting for this moment, swiftly delivered a kick toward Goku. The powerful kick sent Goku soaring into the air, quickly propelling him beyond the edge of the arena. Oh no, Goku is in danger. If he falls out of the ring, the victor will undoubtedly be Krillin. The host explained, "That little bald-head Krillin is quite devious. He actually resorted to a sneak attack. Oolong huffed, arms crossed in discontent. Regardless, it is still his own strength, but Goku is truly in peril." Bulma responded that I had thought Krillin was aware of Goku's tail as a weakness. Don mused inwardly, since there had been no significant conflict with the Pilaf trio during this Dragon Ball collection. Goku missed the full moon, and thus, no one should be aware of the tail's significance. Just as everyone believed victory was assured, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha. Suspended in the air, Goku emitted a surge of energy. Using the recoil to return to the arena, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? Son Goku has returned to the arena. Was that technique the legendary Kamehameha? That is Master Roshi's exclusive move, known to be wielded by none other. To think that Son, a top disciple of Master Roshi, could execute it as well. It is truly remarkable. Krillin, you are so despicable," Goku exclaimed, filled with determination. "Tisich, it's useless. You're a monster," Krillin thought silently. "This time, I will unleash my full power," Son Goku declared. "Very well. Make your move," Krillin replied, albeit reluctantly. Deep down, he recognized that he was no match for Goku. Suddenly, Son Goku launched a fierce assault, a barrage of punches raining down on Krillin, leaving him scrambling for defense, unable to catch his breath at Krillin retreated rapidly, now frequently caught by Goku's strikes. Ouch! When the moment was ripe, Goku unleashed the frenzied fist. Goku abruptly shifted his attack style, leaving Krillin flustered and disarrayed. Seizing the opportunity, Goku darted behind Krillin. His right hand transformed into a blade, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, crashing down on Krillin's back. Smack! Krillin fell to the ground. The audience erupted into cheers. The victor is Son Goku. After counting down, the host officially declared, "Yay!" Son Goku beamed as he roused Krillin from the ground. "That I simply cannot take you seriously. You always manage to keep people from getting mad." Krillin remarked, rising and brushing himself off, feigning displeasure as he spoke to Son Goku. We thank both Son Goku and Krillin for their thrilling match. Now, let us welcome the competitors for the next match. Please welcome contestants Don and Jackie Chan. The referee announced loudly, "It's my turn." Don thought to himself, nodding internally, "Go for it, Don." Amidst the fervent cheers from the audience, Bulma encouraged her friend with enthusiasm. Soon, the two combatants found themselves upon the arena, where Don gazed eagerly at the turtle hermit before him, his anticipation palpable. After a long period of training, the moment to witness the fruits of his labor had finally arrived. As the match commenced with the referee's commanding voice, both fighters sprang into action, leaping backward to assume their stances. What a sharp lad! Such impeccable defensive techniques. Who taught him? The turtle hermit mused inwardly. Be cautious. Unaware of the turtle hermit's thoughts, Don launched his assault. He sidestepped with fluidity, twisting his torso to deliver a punch that flowed seamlessly. With one hand, he executed a powerful strike aimed directly at Chung Long's temple. Chung Long remained unfazed, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, his body slightly lowered as he effortlessly parried the attack with a single hand. This young man exhibits remarkable decisiveness. Next, the turtle hermit countered with a swift palm strike, seizing Don's wrist, while his other hand initiated an offensive that Don deftly blocked. Please, do offer your guidance. The two found themselves in a standoff, their upper bodies locked in a struggle that a low growl emanated from both as they engaged in a test of strength. Don, unwilling to yield, subtly shifted his footing, channeling power from his calves to deliver a low kick aimed at Chung Long's lower body. Forced to evade, Chung Long relinquished his grip on Don. Simultaneously, he stepped to the left, creating an opening to entice Don into targeting his right leg. However, Don saw through the ruse and maintained his distance. What a composed young man, the turtle hermit thought to himself. The earlier exchange had merely been a probe, and Don discerned that the turtle hermit's strength mirrored his own. Moreover, the old man was astute, seasoned, and possessed a vitality that belied his centuries of age. Truly a formidable opponent, Don's advantage lay in his diverse techniques and expansive repertoire. He resolved to first ascertain the turtle hermit's capabilities before devising his subsequent strategy. With this in mind, Don glided closer, launching a kick. After Chung Long successfully blocked it, Don swiftly retreated, creating space and denying his opponent any opportunity for retaliation. He realized his proficiency with various kicking techniques was remarkable. Excellent. As Don fully committed himself, he unleashed a series of combination kicks that he had meticulously studied over time. Each maneuver stemmed from memories etched in his mind, be it side kicks, low kicks, or spinning kicks, all executed with remarkable agility and precision. The combination of various master styles showcased his nimble form and powerful strikes, causing Chung Long to falter and struggle to adapt. Don waited patiently for the opportune moment to land a decisive blow. However, Chung Long, despite appearing flustered, maintained a semblance of composure, refusing to yield to any openings. Such a fierce spirit in this young lad. Chung Long, under pressure, found himself compelled to take the fight seriously, adopting the unpredictable movements of drunken boxing. Temporarily abandoning his offensive strategy, Don was well acquainted with the intricacies of drunken boxing. The most conspicuous weaknesses often lie within the strongest defenses to counter such a skill-based martial art. One must apply pressure to disrupt its rhythm. Drawing inspiration from the legendary Sun Wukong, who once overcame drunken boxing with his monkey fist, Don decided to employ his own technique, the Tong by fist. The progenitor of this fighting style had described it as resembling the swift strikes of a monkey. With agile footwork and an almost ethereal presence, the punches striking with the precision of a whip or spear, delivering powerful energy to it was indeed a formidable martial art. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Don had anticipated that he could overcome Chung Long's drunken boxing, only to discover that they were evenly matched. Is my Tong by fist inferior to the monkey fist? Or is it merely my own limitation? Don pondered. This young man possesses peculiar techniques, yet he only grasps their form without capturing their essence. The contrast with our previous encounter is stark. If this continues, he risks incurring losses, the turtle hermit concluded. Recognizing Don's prodigious talent, but feeling the need to intervene, albeit only after observing the young man's journey. Suddenly, Don sensed an unsettling shift, a feeling of being scrutinized washing over him. Familiar with the principles of telepathy, he recoiled at the thought of others peering into his memories, a perilous endeavor. Though he had securely locked away his most significant secrets, uncertainty lingered regarding their protection. Why isn't this old man focusing on the fight? Don felt a surge of anxiety that, in truth, he had overestimated the turtle hermit's telepathic abilities, which could only reveal the thoughts of the moment, not delve into memories. Have you been discovered? Remarkable, considering your youth. The turtle hermit remarked. Invading another's thoughts is decidedly unethical. Old man Chung Long. Don retorted, his sensitivity to such matters evident. The two fell into a contemplative silence, pausing their combat. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as the battle had yet to transcend the realm of ordinary perception. Many spectators could clearly discern the techniques employed, leading the crowd to rally for both combatants to go. Don, defeat that arrogant old man. Bulma shouted, gripping Oolong's head tightly. Let go, you wretched woman, Oolong protested, struggling to break free. Hey, Goku, has your friend always been this formidable? Krillin inquired, a hint of dismay in his voice. Indeed, Don is the opponent I've longed to surpass. Goku replied earnestly. Really? Even you, Goku, cannot match him? How terrifying, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. We faced off before, but it was ages ago. Now, I'm not afraid of him. Only a battle will reveal who is superior, Sun Wukong declared with utmost seriousness. Chung Long was the first to speak, abandoning his usual dubious demeanor for a serious expression. I sincerely apologize. My curiosity has simply gotten the better of me. How did you become so different? I mean, in terms of technique. It feels as though these moves do not entirely belong to you. Can you share? Don was taken aback initially, then fell into pensive silence. Should he divulge his secret? What is there to be embarrassed about? He chided himself inwardly. Well, I made a wish to the dragon god and received a wealth of martial knowledge. Don confessed candidly that, I see. No wonder, the turtle hermit exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. After a brief pause, he continued, how intriguing that you would devise such a fascinating method. Don, is it? This indeed serves as an effective means of gaining strength. However, one must remember that things obtained too easily often lead to complacency. The turtle hermit spoke with a calm demeanor, his words resonating deeply that he was correct. Many phenomena possess an inherent inevitability. Much like in the realm of martial arts, when an ordinary individual suddenly acquires the prowess of a grandmaster without the corresponding mindset, they may very well transform into a ruthless tyrant indifferent to human life. Don smiled genuinely, understanding that the turtle hermit was concerned for him, yet he was acutely aware of his own intentions. Bound by Earth's limitations, the turtle hermit had only glimpsed a fraction of ultimate strength throughout his lifetime. Were an ordinary person to suddenly attain such power, would they still possess the resolve to strive diligently? The ease of acquiring power could drastically alter their sphere of existence, rendering their previous aspirations trivial, and wealth would be but a matter of seizing at will. Those who have lost their sense of purpose, in their quest for joy, freedom, and the very meaning of life, inevitably find themselves in pursuit of ever greater thrills. Gradually, they become increasingly greedy, ultimately losing themselves and transforming into entirely different individuals. A pertinent example can be drawn from the world of future Trunks. Androids 17 and 18, having suddenly acquired invincible power, soon discover that their adversary, Son Goku, has perished, stripped of any real significance. They are inexorably drawn into the realm of ordinary humanity as unparalleled masters. Their arrogance knows no bounds. Initial insults may be brushed aside, yet there will inevitably come a day when their fury is ignited. However, no one exists in this world who can subdue them, and thus it is only natural that they are gradually consumed by their own desires. At some point, they will realize that being unrestrained and free is indeed delightful. That be why then, they will have already become someone else entirely. That being said, this transformation presupposes an awareness of one's own strength and transcendence beyond the mundane. In this regard, Tien has an insight that surpasses others. Master Rashi may have thought he understood what it meant to be strong, yet he was unaware that in the vast cosmos, countless beings wield far greater power. Tian's abilities scarcely amount to a means of cleaning someone's teeth. Let us not even speak of this meager strength, for even if Tian were to attain 1 billion units of power, he would still not consider himself formidable, as no one understands the vastness of the world better than he does. Tian is cognizant of Master Rashi's concerns, which align perfectly with his own intentions. His desire to grow stronger is largely rooted in the necessity of protection. Indeed, the only path to safeguarding Bulma, his friends, and potentially their future offspring is through personal empowerment, and one knows what the future holds. Except for Tian, his motives for seeking strength are not merely selfish. They stem from a sense of obligation. Without forging a path forward and leveraging the dragon's convenience, how could he possibly transcend the limitations of Earthlings? Were he a scion, would he have gone to such lengths for superficial embellishments? Having come to this realization, Tian addressed Master Rashi. Master Shenlong, I understand your point, but I have my own compelling reasons. Please trust me. Had he been an ordinary individual, Master Rashi would have dismissed him without a second thought. For those with impure intentions, no amount of martial prowess is of any use. Can anyone truly surpass the original King Piccolo? Master Rashi is confident that even if the Demon King were to return, he would risk his life to seal him once more. Nevertheless, Tian has made a favorable impression on Master Rashi, who sees potential in him and thus feels compelled to offer guidance, unwilling to witness his descent into oblivion. After all, when one harbors thoughts of unearned gain and actually realizes them, they inevitably touch upon the boundaries of universal law. Moreover, individuals like Master Rashi disdain relying on external means for self-enhancement, just as scions scoff at the idea of overwhelming numbers. Superficial strength is fleeting, while inner peace and fulfillment are enduring, with a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Master Rashi sighed and said, "In that case, I shall unleash my final technique, hoping it will help you recognize your true self." It must be said that Master Rashi is a remarkable person, possessing insights that even the gods cannot rival. However, Tian firmly believes that elevating his power and seeking breakthroughs are his current priorities. That I appreciate your guidance. Tian responded earnestly. Chapter 20. The Divine Fist of the Gods. Upon hearing Tian's reply, Master Rashi smiled. He was confident in his abilities. This was by no means his full strength. Should his opponent possess only such power, victory was all but assured. Well, be cautious. Master Rashi removed his clothing, revealing his lean muscles. After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi swiftly gathered his energy, emitting a low grunt. Boom! As he concentrated, a faint white glow enveloped him. In an instant, the intensity of his aura surged dramatically. Gulp! Master Rashi's muscles swelled, and in mere moments, his physique doubled in size, utterly defying common perception. The audience gasped in shock, including Krillin and Goku, who were equally astonished. One incredible old man! Quickly, Master Rashi completed his transformation and assumed an attacking stance. Tian instantly recognized that this was not the Kamehameha, but rather the earth-shattering palm passed down from the martial arts sage. Master Rashi, having accumulated his power, acted decisively and unleashed his technique. Earth-shattering palm! He bellowed, a beam of white light enveloping him, coalescing into a vast net that descended upon Tian, leaving him no escape. Aware that evasion was futile in the confined arena, Tian resolved to confront the attack head-on. Crash! A resounding impact akin to thunder struck Tian. As the thunderous energy enveloped him, Tian's muscles went numb, rendering him powerless. He felt an intense tingling along his spine. His body sank, propelled skyward, the cacophony of cracking sounds echoing as though he might be shattered to pieces. Pain! Excruciating pain! This was Tian's foremost sensation. It was undoubtedly the most perilous moment since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. The overwhelming thunderous force sealed every pore of his being, while his entire body felt as though it were ablaze. The searing agony compelled Tian to cry out, his vision blurred, and tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. Ugh! He growled, "Are you all right?" Bulma, witnessing Tian's dire predicament, shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Wow! Master Rashi executed an extraordinary technique. Completely suppressing Tang En is in danger, the referee announced, never missing a beat in commentary. Kid, surrender. If you persist, you will perish. Master Rashi began to pant, clearly drained from executing such a formidable move. The numbness and pain coursing through Tian's body dulled his thought processes, leaving only a flicker of willpower to keep him afloat. Words failed him. He lacked the time to think. The sensation was akin to electrocution, his body and mind entirely out of control. He groaned laboriously. I cannot be limited to just this. Tian gritted his teeth, finally finding a moment of clarity. Divine fist of the gods. In that instant, Tian felt a profound sense of survival. He had been on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped his skin. If there were a power detector present, it would reveal that Tian's battle strength skyrocketed, nearly surpassing the threshold of 100 in the blink of an eye. The surge in power granted Tian clarity of thought. Leveraging his understanding of the earth-shattering palm, he exploded with energy, breaking free from Master Rashi's grasp. Tian, still shaken, began to catch his breath, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. That kid was impressive, Master Rashi remarked, astonished. Utilizing this transformation to execute such a technique had drained him significantly. Even in his current state, he was in better shape than Tian. However, his energy had diminished by a third. Master Rashi contemplated for a moment, then fell into a brief silence. This indeed represented his full strength. Even employing the Kamehameha would not yield significantly better results. This little fellow is truly astonishing. All right, I concede. Master Rashi wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke casually. What? This is surprising. Master Rashi has chosen to concede. I hereby declare that the winner of this match is Tian. Yay, we won. We won. Bulma and Oolong danced with joy. What an impressive individual. I never anticipated someone could be so strong. Kellen lay against the wall connecting the dojo to the arena, speaking in a hushed tone. He possessed a modicum of insight. Had he been the one to utilize the energy technique just now, he would have stood no chance whatsoever. Don paused to catch his breath, observing the still vigorous Master Rashi descend from the ring, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. After all, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Mr. Chunlong, Don called out. Master Rashi turned his head, gazing at the approaching Don. What I truly wish to convey is that I sincerely hope to reach the true limits of humanity, Don declared resolutely. Master Rashi's body trembled as he regarded the youthful child before him, radiant and steadfast. In that moment, it seemed as though Master Rashi genuinely comprehended Don's intentions. He sensed that Don was indeed different from himself and the majority of others. Perhaps the only one akin to him was Goku Ama. Please do not take my earlier words to heart. He continued, in truth, with your presence, I can now confidently step down, for my purpose has already been fulfilled. Indeed, with Don in the competition, Goku's pursuit of victory would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, rendering Master Chunlong's identity inconsequential. Master Rashi exited the ring, leaning back with his hands, facing away from the crowd, and ventured into a secluded patch of grass. Looking around, he mused, no one is here. Oh dear. This glue is making my old head itch terribly. Had I known such a monster existed, I would have never come. He lamented, tugging off his wig to reveal a bright red bald head. Master Rashi continued to grumble. Meanwhile, in the competition area, Don cast a glance at the jubilant Bulma outside the ring and gave her a thumbs up, signaling their victory. Don, you are truly impressive. I can hardly wait to face you again, exclaimed Sun Wukong as he leaped down from the wall, excitement evident in his voice. Don smiled in response. However, it was now midday, and the referee announced a 2-hour break before the commencement of the finals. This moment, only a few competitors remained in the dojo, as many of the defeated had chosen to leave immediately. Wukong, Kellen, and Don shared a meal together. Hey, where did that old man go? Isn't he joining us for lunch? Wukong asked, his mouth stuffed with food, his words muffled. He probably left right away. After all, there's no prize for staying. Kellen replied. Wukong did not press further, his hunger overwhelming, and he continued to devour the food before him in silence. Don glanced at Wukong's tail, pondering slightly. Today was indeed a full moon, and Don was contemplating how to avoid Wukong's transformation. For once that formidable creature emerged, no one could restrain it. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to remove it during the match. After all, allowing the tail to develop unchecked after understanding its peril was not in Don's nature. Alternatively, he could resolve the battle swiftly, denying Wukong the chance to transform under the full moon. Chapter 21. The champion emerges, I declare. The finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament now commence, shouted the referee clad in a black suit, signaling the beginning of the match between Don and Sun Wukong. The Wukong's fighting style was starkly different from Master Roshi's. The latter favored a methodical approach, while Wukong preferred a more instinctive trial-and-error method. Young Wukong initiated the assault, propelling himself towards Don with a swift leap. Sweep the leg, attack, Wukong commanded. Don executed a backflip, soaring several meters into the air. Wukong, keenly observing Don's descent, retreated slightly, coiling his body to build momentum before launching a high kick. Should this strike connect, the force could easily send Don tumbling out of the ring. Don could not help but admire Wukong's perceptiveness. However, this maneuver would prove ineffective against him. After all, he could fly. Ha! Wukong's kick struck Don's arm, which was raised defensively, but Don was propelled outward by the force of the impact. Oh dear, this is a disaster. Don has inadvertently leaped into the air and has been struck by Wukong. The referee's voice momentarily faltered before resuming with heightened enthusiasm. Incredible. Don is suspended in mid-air. Wukong, the rule of being knocked out of the ring does not apply to me. Don proclaimed from his lofty perch, exuding confidence. You can fly. How dastardly. Wukong exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. As Don gradually descended, he knew that only Bulma and Oolong were aware of his ability to levitate. All right, Wukong, it's time for me to get serious. At present, Wukong was still no match for Master Roshi, and Don found it sufficient to engage him with his usual maximum effort. Employing the heavenly divine fist would only rob him of the opportunity to battle an evenly matched opponent. Don charged forward like a ferocious beast, his fists glinting with a hint of iron. Roaring past as he aimed for Wukong's chest, the straightforward assault was easily dodged. Wukong deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Suddenly, Don's left hand shot out from his right arm, continuing the onslaught. Wukong, wary of his opponent, leaped upwards, attempting to land a kick to Don's chin. With a swift motion, Wukong's leg struck Don, yet he felt no resistance, as it passed harmlessly through Don's head. Phantom strike! Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, twisting his waist to land deftly, watching as the illusion before him gradually dissipated. Smack! 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 Don emerged from behind Wukong, launching a barrage of punches and kicks, elbow strikes and palm slaps, unleashing a torrent of force upon his adversary. With a resounding thud, Wukong was sent hurtling away. Remarkable! Don is unleashing a devastating attack on Wukong. Will Wukong be able to rise again? Let us begin the countdown. 1, 2, God, that hurts, Wukong exclaimed, rising to his feet, gritting his teeth in pain. That move was impressive, but now it's my turn. Young Wukong readied himself once more and charged forward. He unleashed a similar straight punch, but this time it was aimed at Don himself, who feigned a block. Counterattack. Don retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Wukong. Swish. Indeed, his body passed through Wukong, revealing it to be an illusion. Don recognized Wukong's remarkable talent, possessing the ability to adapt and learn. Unperturbed, Don scanned the surroundings meticulously, his eyes darting about. Something's afoot. With a swift side kick, he dispelled another Wukong impersonator. Don grinned. Even the multiple phantom strikes were futile against him. Here, another straightforward punch landed with a sharp crack, and Don felt the tangible sensation of impact, striking true. This blow landed squarely on Wukong's face, immediately leaving a bright red imprint. Incredible! How infuriating! Wukong exclaimed. Don felt a surge of satisfaction. The sensation of rendering Wukong helpless was exhilarating. He felt as though he had returned to his childhood, basking in the joy of acing a test. All right, Don, let's see if you can withstand this move. Wukong proclaimed as he stood, his arms bent at his waist, addressing Don. Turtle, it is the Turtle School's energy wave, Don quickly discerned. Engaging in a contest of energy blasts with a member of the Sun family? That is simply out of the question. Don crouched, palms pressed together, channeling his energy between his hands, gradually forming a flow of power. The turtle school's technique is truly formidable. It is said that only the martial arts deity, Master Wu Qian, possesses the skill to wield it. Could it possibly make a resurgence now? And this time, no less than two individuals? Is Don also a disciple of Master Wu Qian? Let us indulge in the splendor of this match. The referee exclaimed with excitement, having not witnessed such an exhilarating contest in quite some time. Kamehameha wave. Both fighters unleashed their energy blasts simultaneously, and a blinding white light engulfed the entire arena. The audience was left in awe as the powerful gust of wind swept their hats away, reminding them that this was no illusion. In the eye of the storm, Don braced himself against the tremendous backlash, his body sliding backward due to the immense force, yet he fought desperately to maintain his ground. Wow. Neither party yielded to the other. It now came down to personal endurance and luck, but Don was aware that Sun Wukong would not fare well either, as his own strength slightly surpassed that of his opponent. The prolonged standoff began to wear on Don. His muscles grew numb, and the accumulation of lactic acid began to challenge his nerves. He realized he could not afford to sit idly by. The scion would only become more invigorated, and there was no need for him to play the fool. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. It was a pity that despite being slightly stronger, he had to show signs of weakness first. Divine Fist, Don silently chanted, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, alleviating much of his previous fatigue and rendering him remarkably light. Retaining his original strength, he suddenly infused another force into his energy blast, amplifying its power. The once evenly matched energies became unbalanced, ultimately resulting in a tremendous explosion. With a deafening roar, the spacious arena absorbed the shockwave, scattering dust in every direction. Don staggered back a few steps, stabilizing himself just before he might have fallen. In contrast, young Wukong was blown away more violently, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Don exhaled. This round of confrontation had drained at least half of Wukong's energy, yet his opponent still possessed considerable vigor, which troubled him greatly. Glancing at the sky, he noted that nightfall was still far off, yet he had no desire to continue fighting. Prolonging the encounter until the moon appeared would only lead to unnecessary complications. Such a course was untenable. Moreover, Don had already gained significant experience. His battles with Master Rashi and young Wukong had provided ample opportunity for reflection. Continuing would merely lead to a repetition of previous strategies. Approaching the seated Wukong, he smiled and said, "Wukong, if I were to grasp your tail, would you lose all your strength?" Young Wukong immediately bristled, fiercely protecting his tail. "Don't you dare grab it." Don found his determination amusing, but under the influence of the Divine Fist, he was not someone Wukong could withstand. "Come here." "No, don't come near." A flurry of sounds erupted as Sun Wukong struggled momentarily, but ultimately, he could not outpace Don and was caught at his vulnerable point. With that, Don seized Wukong's tail and tossed him out of the ring. Sun Wukong, upon having his tail grasped, collapsed, his strength drained, resembling an incapacitated fighter trapped by sea prism stone. Unbelievable. Contestant Sun Wukong was effortlessly thrown out of the ring by contestant Don. Therefore, I declare the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to be contestant Don. The suited referee proclaimed with fervor. Krillin leapt down from the wall, curiously asking Wukong, "Why didn't you resist just now?" Wukong replied, "As soon as my tail is caught, I lose all my strength. There's nothing I can do." He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 22. The Android Butler. Karbeki. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded splendidly, and Don used the prize money to treat everyone to dinner, resulting in widespread joy. The following day marked the moment of parting ways. So, Wukong, Krillin, will you continue training under Master Rashi? Bulma inquired. Of course, Krillin responded. After this tournament, he felt there were many areas in which he needed improvement and further training. No. I've already imparted everything I know to you. From today onward, you must forge your own paths and train independently. I believe you can achieve it, Master Rashi remarked, recognizing the growth of his two disciples. I need to find my grandfather's Dragon Balls. The journey will serve as training, which is just perfect, young Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hey, what are Dragon Balls? Krillin asked Wukong. They're the relics left to me by my grandfather. Wukong replied. All right, here is something for you. Don pulled the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket and handed it to Wukong. In a few months, just press the radar, and you'll be able to locate the Dragon Balls. Don continued. Thank you, but Don, what do you plan to train? Sun Wukong asked out of course. I'll be training in West City. We build a massive gravity chamber. Wukong, if you come, you can borrow it for your training. Bulma added. Don nodded, having already satisfied his training needs in West City. Additionally, he was intrigued by the sacred temple and its room of spirit and time. However, I want to make a trip to the legendary Kirin Tower. Though I'm unsure of its location, Don expressed as he looked to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, having visited Kirin Tower in his youth, certainly knew its whereabouts. Kirin Tower, let me think. It should be in a forest far to the north. It should be easy to find, Master Roshi informed Don. After all, Kirin Tower was quite tall and would be conspicuous when approached. With a general idea of Kirin Tower's location, Don felt reassured, especially with the prospect of obtaining some senzu beans. Subsequently, everyone temporarily parted ways. Sun Wukong continued his search for the Dragon Balls, while Don and Bulma returned to West City, and Krillin resumed training with Master Roshi. 2 months later, in the outskirts of West City. A new type of robot stood before Don. Karbeki, come assist us in grilling some skewers. Doctor, you have yet to load this function for me, the robot replied. Nearby, Bulma teased, Don, it seems your machine needs to learn how to learn first. With a hearty laugh, Tang En acknowledged that he still had much to learn in terms of practical application. Shortly after the martial arts tournament concluded, Tang En, Bulma, and Oolong swiftly made their way to the Universal Corporation, where they resumed their previous routines. However, a month later, Tang En realized that his progress had slowed considerably. His daily training regimen had always been adjusted in accordance with his increasing strength, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Yet, to his dismay, his power had only increased by a mere 5 points over the course of that month, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. At this rate, it seemed that his first threshold would undoubtedly remain below 200. To better regulate his body, Tang En decided to take an additional month of rest before venturing to Kirin Tower to gather senzu beans to pass the time. He delved into the intriguing realm of android technology, aiming to create a robotic butler for himself. Tang En held high hopes for his creation, considering it was crafted by the most knowledgeable individual in the world. Consequently, he bestowed upon it a scion name, Kabiki. This name, derived from vegetables, was indeed a formidable one, surpassing even that of Kakarot in terms of notoriety. Speaking of scion names, it is worth noting that Vegeta, the prince of the scions, has a name that directly corresponds to the first half of the English word for vegetable, while his brother Tarbal corresponds to the latter half. The names of others are equally diverse. Nappa refers to cabbage, Kakarot to carrot, Raditz to radish, and Bardock to burdock. Additionally, in the movie adaptations, there are characters like Broly, broccoli, Dor lettuce, and Paragus seaweed. After deciphering these names, Tang En finally understood why. Upon hearing Kakarot, King Cold immediately recognized it as a scion name. The Kabiki that Tang En constructed indeed boasted remarkable capabilities in numerous respects. For instance, under Tang En's modifications, this generation of power scouters could rival those of the Frisia Force. Its detection range encompassed the entirety of Earth, although the data it gathered was modest, only reaching 5,000. As such, power was not yet necessary. This achievement even garnered the admiration of Bulma's father, Brief, as there was no existing research on power scouters. Everything was born from Tang En's ingenuity. Furthermore, it possessed flight capabilities, location tracking, communication features, solar energy storage, and intelligent language processing, though the learning function was unfortunately a failure. The reason for this failure stemmed from Tang En's inherent mistrust of androids, fearing a betrayal akin to that of Dr. Gero. Consequently, he initially programmed the machine to be command-driven, in line with his own cautious disposition. Evidently, Tang En did not equip it with any combat capabilities. Amusingly, Tang En also neglected to provide Kabiki with any information about himself, leading the android to default to referring to him as Doctor. This oversight resulted in significant malfunctions within the learning system. Upon completion, Kabiki was rather cold and only activated upon receiving commands. which led Bulma, the genius scientist, to label it an incomplete creation. Yet, Tang En felt quite content, considering it had only been a month. He could easily make modifications once he had more leisure time. At present, however, Tang En was enjoying a picnic with Bulma before his departure. It was said that picnics offered a threefold increase in deliciousness. As Tang En flipped the skewered meat, he spoke to Bulma, who lay sprawled on the grass in a relaxed manner, occasionally lost in thought. Contemplating Tang En's decision, Bulma felt a pang of reluctance. Well, I won't listen. She rolled over playfully. Kabiki's large head was perplexed by the situation. Standing there in a daze. How long will you be gone? Bulma ultimately chose to support him, addressing Tang En. Probably for quite a while. Tang En mused about the purpose of his journey, initially intending only to retrieve senza beans. However, the slow pace of his training had sparked a desire to cultivate in the sacred temple. That would require a considerable amount of time, and he couldn't be certain. After all, even Sun Wukong had spent an extended period there. With this thought, Tang En drew closer to Bulma, gently wrapping his arms around her. Your husband must become the most powerful earthling. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of a genius, intelligent, adorable, kind, beautiful, and gentle person like you? Tang En declared, his conscience clear, maintaining a calm demeanor. Bulma, with her legs crossed and arms folded, clearly relished his words but feigned a haughty demeanor as she replied, Well, at least you have a conscience. I am not someone you can easily obtain. You must cherish me. Internally, Tang En muttered to himself, How could it be so easy? Chapter 23. Soaring towards Kirin Tower Kabiki, activate the power detection function and scan for power levels in the high altitudes to the north of Earth. With a threshold of 100 above, Tang En instructed, As you wish, Dr. Kabiki replied. Beep, beep, beep. 2 locations of high energy readings detected. The first is at an altitude of 30,000 meters, with a reading of 153. The second is at an even higher altitude, featuring 2 high energy readings of 280 and 300, Kabiki reported. The reading of 153 undoubtedly indicated Kirin, a testament to the old cat's formidable combat prowess. The other 2 readings likely belonged to Bubbles and the Guardian, as it was well known that the strength of the Kaioshin surpassed that of their corresponding deities. Moreover, Bubbles' power must exceed 280 or 300, or else he wouldn't have been able to so thoroughly defeat a formidable foe like King Piccolo. Set the coordinates to the location with a reading of 153 and fly directly to that spot. Tang En commanded. Yes, Dr. Kabiki affirmed. Tang En discovered that Kabiki could also serve as a flying apparatus, and its speed was commendable. However, it had yet to escape the limitations of a propulsion engine and certainly could not reach 30,000 meters. 1 hour later, Kabiki landed precisely at Kirin Tower. Who goes there? A man dressed in primitive attire inquired. And trespassing in the sacred grounds of Kirin. Tang En leaped down from Kabiki, regarding the imposing figure before him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized this man was likely UPA's father, still alive, indicating that Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls had not yet fully commenced. Tang En glanced at the seemingly endless Kirin Tower before addressing the robust man. I have heard tales of Kirin Tower's legend and have come to challenge it. Upon hearing this, Buera's hostility gradually dissipated, and he lowered his weapon to So you are a brave warrior here to challenge Kirin Tower. You may climb as you wish, but be warned, it has been ages since anyone reached the summit. Proceed with caution. Thank you for the warning, Tang En expressed, admiring those who upheld the divine will and guarded Kirin Tower through the ages. Kabiki, you may return to West City. I shall ascend alone, Tang En stated. Understood, Doctor, with a determined gaze upon the towering Kirin Tower, which pierced the clouds and stretched into infinity, Tang En leaped high, effortlessly landing over 100 meters up the tower. Subsequently, he utilized both hands and feet to ascend rapidly. After all, this was also a form of training. Relying on the flight technique seemed a tad too mundane as Tang En swiftly vanished from view. Buera stood rooted in place, astonished. He had not anticipated such capability from this young man. Perhaps he might truly encounter the legendary Kirin. As he continued to climb, Tang En scratched his head, pondering whether he should bring some gifts. perhaps exchanging some fish with Corinne for senza beans. After all, those predecessors who traversed dimensions had all acted in such a manner. After much contemplation, Tang En resolved to abandon this course of action and focus solely on climbing the tower. After all, a cat that had lived for over 8 centuries could hardly be considered an ordinary feline, that if someone wished to offer him something, they could simply ask. If they were reluctant, he certainly could not resort to theft. Attempting to barter with items was less effective than directly stating one's intentions. Tang En had not anticipated that this tower would be so exhausting. He had already ascended for a full 5 hours. Yet there remained no end in sight, despite maintaining a notably swift pace. The monotony was unbearable, and he felt his limbs beginning to ache. 3 hours later, Tang En finally beheld the pinnacle of the Kalen Tower. Phew, this was quite the ordeal. He hastily climbed up, vaulted over the railing, and at last arrived. Subsequently, Tang En collapsed in exhaustion. But be why this time? Night had fallen, and he felt both weary and drowsy. Moreover, the air here was exceedingly thin, and even the slightest movement drained a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, it was not overly dim. Even in the darkness, he could discern his surroundings. Turning his gaze about, Tang En noticed that he was alone. This time, he had not brought a detector, for his purpose was to learn about the energy. This should be above, likely observing him, he mused. Tang En felt he could surmise the little schemes of these celestial beings. Having grown quite familiar with them in his heart, he rose to his feet and approached the bucket that could reveal the past, present, and future. Should he take a look? He pondered. Naturally, he would be a fool not to. The first bucket displayed a scene of Tang En practicing in the martial arts hall, and he smiled wistfully, filled with nostalgia. This was his past. The second bucket showcased Bulma, sitting by her bedside, turning on her lamp and quietly engrossed in a book. This was the present. Time for bed, Bulma. Tang En shouted, cupping his hand around his mouth like a megaphone. That it's so late? Why aren't you sleeping? I think I heard Tang En's voice. Bulma said, slipping on her slippers and drawing back the curtains to gaze downstairs, but found no one there. I won't sleep. I won't sleep. You left me all alone. Bulma stomped her feet in a fit of vexation. Although Tang En could not hear Bulma's voice, he watched as she eventually turned off the light and went to be. It was imperative to sleep before the night grew too deep. This was Tang En's instruction to prevent Bulma from working all night the moment he left. Tang En felt a surge of happiness and then shifted his attention to the third bucket. Upon opening it, he found only one scene. Tang En training in the temple. Surrounded by scenery he recognized well, it wasn't particularly miraculous. It merely revealed a glimpse of the near future. Oh, this fellow is capable of training in the temple. It seems I must observe him closely, mused the Kalen deity on the second floor. Sure enough, this individual was indeed sneaking a peek. That moment, a voice echoed in Tang En's ear. That is the bucket that can reveal the past, present, and future. That I am upstairs. Feel free to come up. After hearing this, Tang En scanned his surroundings, found the staircase, and ascended. Before long, a large white cat wielding a staff appeared before him. Mortal, do you seek to drink the super sacred water? The Kalen deity inquired, stroking his sparse whiskers. Tang En had no desire for plain water. He craved the sacred beans. Kalen deity, I've climbed for so long, and am quite famished. Is there anything to eat? Tang En said, clutching his stomach, which was indeed the truth. The Kalen deity was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone who did not seek the super sacred water. Very well, follow me. The deity opened a jar and produced a single bean. This is a sacred bean. Consuming one is equivalent to 10 days' worth of sustenance. With a gulp, Tang En swallowed it down, finding its flavor rather bland, certainly not delicious. The Kalen deity scratched his chin, sensing that the boy before him was somewhat simple-minded. All of Tang En's fatigue dissipated, and he distinctly felt his strength increasing. Indeed, Kalen Tower is truly remarkable. Merely climbing has afforded me such a substantial enhancement. What extraordinary beans! I wonder if there are more. Might I take some for storage, Kalen deity? Tang En asked bashfully, rubbing his hands together. You desire sacred beans. These were originally prepared for you, since no one else has come. Feel free to take as many as you wish, the Kalen deity said, observing the young lad before him. whose aura was pure and devoid of any malevolence. There was even a subtle sense of familiarity, suggesting he was not a bad person. Tang En was taken aback by how smoothly everything was proceeding, and he then picked up the jar of sacred beans, which weighed approximately a dozen kilograms. Sacred beans were 3 times heavier than ordinary soybeans, and this jar contained no fewer than 6,000 beans. "Thank you, Kalen deity," Tang En exclaimed, taking a handful to offer to the deity before storing the remainder in his universal capsule. Now it was the Kalen deity's turn to be astonished. The Kalen deity shook his head and addressed Tang En. "Youngster, we didn't come here just for the sacred beans, did you?" "Well, not entirely. I am preparing to train in the temple," Tang En replied. The Kalen deity raised an eyebrow. "I did not expect that legends of the celestial beings still persisted in the mortal realm. I had thought no one knew anymore. However, gaining the guidance of a celestial being is no simple task. You must first earn my approval before you can reach the temple." As the ethereal Kylan sage spoke slowly, Don remained unfazed. I could see this moment. Don had made some progress in his cultivation of chi, yet due to his still weak aura, he could only vaguely discern the strength of others' energies if he were to compete with Kylan sage for the divine water bottle at this very moment. He was confident he could seize it within a few hours. Understanding the essence of chi naturally diminished the need for superfluous actions. Don juggled the immortal beans in his hand and suddenly recalled an unfulfilled wish. At this thought, he felt a sense of returning home in glory. He decided to accomplish this task first before returning to Kylan Tower. This way, he could engage in a kind of rigorous training akin to that of Sun Wukong. Achieving dual benefits. Kylan sage, there's no rush on this matter. I must attend to some personal affairs first. I shall return a couple of days for another visit," he stated. Don leaped down from Kylan Tower, slowly descending along the pillar without employing the flight technique, leaving Kylan sage to watch the swift young man as he moved like the wind. Remarkable, indeed, he perceived this fleeting youth as someone who, unmotivated by greed for the divine water or flattery towards the sage, embodied an air of mystery. Such qualities indeed rendered him more suitable for cultivation than the turtle sage from 3 centuries past. However, Don was merely eager to deliver his immortal beans to the old master, fulfill his wish, and then resume his training. Nothing more. Don descended rapidly, reaching the ground in just 4 hours. He then let go and, utilizing the flight technique, headed straight towards the southwest at that moment, in the Channy Martial Arts School located in the West Capital. Under the guidance of the old Master Mu'er, the young disciples were diligently training. Over the past few years, Channy Martial Arts School had gradually gained some renown, encountering various challenges and competitions, and producing many notable martial artists. However, just 2 days prior, a prodigious combatant had decisively bested the Channy Martial Arts School, delivering a significant blow to the school, which had been established for 4 years. "Maslow, you've been impressive lately. Just 2 days ago, you managed to trip up Marked. I might not even be able to defeat you now," remarked Rem, slightly out of breath from his workout. Maslow, with a well-proportioned physique, had been steadily growing in strength during this period. With 2 of their senior brothers having departed, it seemed that only Rem could still hold an advantage over him. "Do you think that if I had switched that kick to a knife hand strike, it would have been more effective?" Maslow inquired of Remington. "How would I know? You should ask the master," Rem replied. At that moment, he leaned casually against the door frame, while Maslow was positioned directly across from him. Rem instinctively glanced at the new junior disciples behind Maslow, ready to offer timely corrections if anyone made a mistake. Just then, an unusual attire caught his eye, standing out starkly among the traditional martial uniforms. Hey, Maslow, is that not our junior brother Don?" "It certainly looks like him." Rem nudged Maslow with his foot to draw his attention. "Junior brother Don? Hasn't he been gone for quite some time? I heard he even won the martial arts championship. Quite unbelievable." Maslow replied that in reality, the influence of the World Martial Arts Tournament was not particularly significant in this realm. Only those genuinely interested were familiar with its competitors. Rem did not respond to Maslow, as he had already confirmed that the figure before him was indeed Don. He raised his hand and called out, "Don, over here." After a year apart, Don had finally returned to this place, the very origin of his martial journey. Upon hearing someone call his name, he instinctively turned to look. "Senior brother Rem, Maslow, it's been a while." Don approached them, and the young disciples at the martial arts school turned to look at him, somewhat familiar with his name thanks to Maslow's boasting. Maslow embraced Don, exclaiming, "Senior brother, was that championship truly yours? I can hardly believe it." His tone was filled with excitement, as if reproaching Don for not having included him in the triumph. At the very least, he could have cheered for him. Don felt a surge of emotion. After leaving the martial arts school, he had undergone many changes. During his initial 2 years here, he had often felt a sense of repulsion. How naive he had been back then. On the surface, he appeared to be courteous to everyone, yet deep down, he harbored a sense of pride. He had been absorbed in his own world, meticulously planning his future, convinced that he did not belong here. Little did he realize that this boy, also an orphan, held respect for him. After a long journey, Don finally understood that these people, much like his core companions, were indeed real characters who should not be disregarded. If you're referring to the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, then I suppose that is correct. Let us participate together next time. Maslow, Don suggested. Absolutely. Senior brother, exclaimed Maslow. The trio engaged in light conversation before Don inquired about the whereabouts of the old master from Remington. Old man, I'm back, Don announced as he opened the door to greet the old master. Aside from the replaced chandelier, the interior remained unchanged. The old master lifted his head and, upon seeing Don, displayed little surprise, his face breaking into its usual wrinkle-lined smile. Don. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The immortal beings, as ever, were miraculous. The old master, who had been unable to move his legs for quite some time, suddenly found himself able to move them again, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a lengthy separation, the old master unexpectedly began to share stories of his youthful experiences with Don. In his youth, the old master had indeed been a talent that could rival Krillin and Yamcha. Traversing far and wide throughout his life, witnessing an abundance of extraordinary sights, perhaps sensing Don's current strength, the old master instinctively recounted his own helplessness when he reached the limits of martial arts. This stirred something within Don. The old master had simply been unfortunate. Had he been born a few decades later, he might have experienced a broader world akin to Krillin and encountered even more formidable foes, potentially surpassing his current prowess by leaps and bounds. Reflecting on this, an intriguing thought crossed Don's mind. What if every person on Earth knew how to cultivate? Or rather, what if everyone could embark on the path of cultivation? The society on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe was a paradoxical entity. The stratification of technology and geographical disparities were one thing. Most peculiar was the lamentable lack of martial knowledge among the populace. Other worlds might be different, but this world was one where strength could be attained through dedicated training. The benefits of an era of cultivation would not only significantly elevate the average standard of humanity in a short time, but also provide a measure of self-defense, however minimal. While such an approach might not affect the various formidable adversaries that could arise in the future, it would at least awaken people, allowing them to recognize the world around them. Moreover, this could aid Don in seeking a turning point. The number of talented individuals was countless. Surely, among them were some who could astonishingly excel in martial arts in such an environment, these talents would not be buried. And through mutual exchange, they might indeed discover methods to break through human limitations. Once the first individual emerged, there would inevitably be a second, a third. Achieving this goal was not particularly difficult. All it required was a guiding figure. If but one person could demonstrate that chi manipulation and flight were real and outline a training method, people would naturally begin to cultivate. Chapter 25, The Dawn of the Martial Arts Era, Part 2, Within a Martial Arts School. Don was engaged in conversation with Maslow and Remington. So, you're feeling downcast because you all lost to that fellow named Mark? Tang En sipped the juice that Maslow had handed him through a straw and slowly remarked. Indeed, if it were just an ordinary challenger, it would be one thing, but that fellow is simply too arrogant. Just thinking about it is infuriating. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Rem? Maslow replied with a hint of frustration. There is nothing we can do. He is not much older than I am. We are simply weaker. However, Rem interjected, but I believe that if Brother Tang En were to take action, he would undoubtedly defeat him. At this moment, Tang En had already transcended the petty pleasures of bullying the weak and ignored the two's attempt to provoke him into taking the lead. Instead, he found himself pondering a different matter. Maslow, Rem, do you both wish to understand the essence of true martial arts? Tang En inquired. True martial arts? What do you mean by that? The two could not help but ask. Tang En decided to demonstrate. Yes, observe, he said, as a radiant beam of light flickered in his hand. In an instant, with a mere thought, the beam pierced straight through the wall, leaving a gaping hole. The two were utterly astonished. This magic? Rem and Maslow exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Clearly, Tang En was testing the limits of what ordinary earthlings could accept, as they currently viewed martial arts merely as a form of brute force. At this moment, Tang En was striving to convince them of his abilities. This is not magic. It is known as qi. What I mean to convey is that we all possess this energy, albeit in limited quantities for ordinary individuals, which can be enhanced through rigorous training. Tang En surveyed his surroundings and addressed the two. Yesterday, he had shared this concept of qi with the old master, who had merely expressed amazement. This left Tang En with great respect for the old master's experiences. It was evident that the old master had encountered or heard of such techniques before, but found it hard to believe that Tang En could wield them. Hence his surprise. The tea present, Maslow and Rem, were the two most suitable candidates for cultivation that Tang En knew. Whether motivated by personal interest or genuine concern, he felt compelled to assist them. Who knows, they might become pivotal figures in the promotion of martial arts. How remarkable. The two slowly exhaled. Tang En paused momentarily. You see, through specialized training, one can become extraordinarily powerful. This is what I refer to as true martial arts. The two displayed a complex expression and asked in unison, extraordinarily powerful. Powerful enough to easily defeat someone like Mark. Tang En hesitated to divulge overly profound levels of martial arts, as this would inevitably instill doubt and discouragement in their training. He simply replied, I do not know who Mark is, but if you apply yourselves diligently to your training, I am confident you will reach a level of understanding that surpasses your current comprehension in no time. The two felt a surge of aspiration, while Tang En contemplated who could guide them. As his own time was quite limited, he allowed them some time to digest the information and promised to provide them with an answer by the next morning. The two returned to inquire with the old master. And the outcome was clear. The old master was eager for their martial school to flourish and envied the opportunity for them to encounter a mentor at such a young age. He felt he had little to teach, but urged them not to squander this opportunity. Thus, that very day, they expressed their desire for Tang En to mentor them in their training, assuring him that they would accept any hardships along the way. Maslow set off alone, while Rem bid farewell to his parents and sisters before embarking. In the meantime, Tang En had already prepared various supplies and 2 years' worth of food for them, stowing them in a universal capsule. Tang En intended to take them to Kalen, both because it was on the way and because it was suitable. Although entrusting them to the Turtle Hermit might offer better advancement, it could disrupt the Turtle Hermit and Krillin's progress, considering the vast disparity in their abilities. Moreover, there was no assurance that the Turtle Hermit would even accept them. It was a pity for the two, as they were uncertain whether they could survive atop the Kalen Tower. Tang En summoned Kabeji to transport the 3 of them to the Kalen Sanctum, after which he led the 2 upward in a direct ascent. Can we also fly like our seniors through training? Maslow and Rem mused, their hearts swelling with determination. After activating the Heavenly God Fist, it took the 3 of them just over an hour to reach the tower summit. However, this left the 2 sufficiently astonished. They had never seen such a towering structure. At that moment, Kalen was already at the pinnacle, awaiting their arrival. Tang En, only by climbing the Kalen Tower using your own strength can you receive my guidance. Kalen stated. Doesn't the flight technique count as one's own strength? Tang En asked that of course it does. I was referring to your companions, Kalen replied, gesturing toward the 2. Rem and Maslow felt their breaths quicken. The air here was thin, making it difficult to survive, let alone train, without first acclimating for a period. Upon hearing Kalen's words, the 2 thought it absurd that they would have to climb such a height on their own. Tang En had no alternative, believing this might yield significant results. After all, by the time they adapted to the environment, they would likely have become formidable fighters themselves. Kalen, the inheritance from the lower realm, has nearly diminished. Those who can climb the Kalen Tower on their own are exceedingly rare. Tang En noted. He paused before continuing. Kalen, I wish to pass on the training methods of the Divine Temple and the Kalen Tower. I implore you to assist me. Kalen scratched his body with his claws, gazing at Tang En in silence. Deep down, he admired Tang En's aspirations, having witnessed the decline of martial arts on Earth firsthand. At this moment, Rem spoke up. Master, regardless of the hardships we may face in training, we will endure. Please grant us this opportunity. Both Rem and Maslow were earnest, unwilling to forfeit this chance or disappoint Tang En. Bowing deeply in respect, Kalen said nothing. Instead, laboriously making his way downstairs with his cane, he neither rejected nor agreed, and Tang En speculated whether this was a test of their resolve, as such occurrences were quite common. However, this was ultimately a matter for the two. They faced no life-threatening danger, and given their current state, they could not train, so allowing them to rest for a few days seemed reasonable. Tang En provided the two with food, offering instructions before following Kalen downstairs. Kalen, I have come to seek the Divine Temple's recognition, Tang En declared. Kalen turned to him and said, Take this bell. The magic rod leading to the Divine Temple is no longer in my possession. However, this should not pose a challenge for you. The Divine Temple lies at the peak of the Kalen Tower. Tang En accepted the bell and continued, Master, will you not conduct a trial? Meow, no need. You have already surpassed me, Kalen replied. Tang En understood. He had been diligently practicing the Heavenly God Fist. He had always felt it was an extraordinary technique, and now had enhanced his strength by nearly 70%. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fly the two to the summit of the Kalen Tower. Kalen, regarding the magical beans you provided me, they not only alleviate hunger, but also possess the ability to heal injuries. This is something I discovered by chance, and I hope you will continue to cultivate them, as they may prove tremendously beneficial. Tang En simply offered his suggestions. Kalen was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the food she cultivated would possess such remarkable effects. Tang En briefly explained that since the divine beans were already in hand, it was futile for Kalen's cat to have second thoughts. After obtaining the bell, Tang En wasted no time. After swallowing a divine bean, he soared directly towards the temple. Chapter 26. Bobo's guidance. After receiving the bell, Tang En did not hesitate. He swallowed a divine bean and flew straight towards the temple. Upon activating the Heavenly God Fist, empowered by the divine bean, Tang En surged forward at full speed. Soon, he broke through the dark clouds, with remnants of lightning crackling around him. At last, Tang arrived atop the temple. As he gazed around, he observed a white stone floor dotted with a few green plants, and a castle-like palace, which comprised the essence of the temple. But he leaped onto the temple and surveyed his surroundings as he made his way toward the palace. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. You are truly remarkable to have flown up to the temple using the void dance technique. The man dressed in traditional Indian attire spoke to Tang En. I am Bobo, a servant of the Heavenly God. Tang En turned to face Bobo, pondering when he had appeared or whether he had been there all along. Regaining his composure, Tang En recalled information about Mr. Bobo. He was indeed a significant figure, having appeared in the manga of the Scion arc with an official battle power of 1030, which was no trivial matter. After all, Bobo was not like the Z fighters, who trained constantly, and he was likely not far from that figure now. He was certainly stronger than the Heavenly God, as it was established in the Dragon Ball universe that divine servants were more powerful than the gods themselves. Greetings, Mr. Bobo. My name is Tang En, and I have come to the temple seeking better training. Tang En bowed and displayed Kalen's bell to Bobo. I see. So it was Kalen who sent you, without waiting for Tang En to respond. Bobo continued, by the way, you're the first to ascend to the temple since the Heavenly God took his seat. Bobo's dark face revealed no emotion. Then, looking directly at Tang En, Bobo stated, to receive the guidance of the Heavenly God, you must first defeat me. Are you prepared? Tang En nodded, indicating his understanding. It is worth mentioning that the Heavenly God, embodying the essence of goodwill, differs from the evil Majin Buu. The Heavenly God occupies a greater portion of the original body. Therefore, he is stronger than the wicked King Piccolo, though slightly weaker than the newly trained Piccolo. As for Bobo's words, Tang En had indeed longed for a formidable opponent, and Bobo's challenge aligned perfectly with his desires. Please guide me. In an instant, Tang En vanished. Yet this did not elicit any surprise from Bobo. Afterimage's fist. Tang En created several afterimages to test his opponent, and then his main body seized the opportunity to move behind Bobo. The latter remained unperturbed, standing still as the afterimages struck him. However, despite facing away from Bobo, Tang En felt at a loss for how to proceed. What could be said? It seemed as though Bobo was not present at all, indiscernible and untouchable, devoid of any weakness. Furthermore, Tang En sensed that his every action had not escaped Bobo's keen observation. This is futile, Tang En thought. With a determined grit of his teeth, Tang En halted, revealing his true form. He felt that had he thrown a punch at that moment, he would have faced a crushing defeat. He would not attribute any potential misstep to Bobo, as Tang En's basic battle power was only around 110, which was more than half weaker than Goku, who had consumed the super divine water to defeat King Piccolo. Defeating Bobo, that was a laughable notion. Even Goku at that time was far more capable. Unexpectedly, Bobo uttered words that took Tang En by surprise. You are quite impressive, but there is little I can teach you. Bobo's calm demeanor left Tang En perplexed. What? He was well aware of his own abilities and had not heard of Mr. Bobo's penchant for jesting. Bobo continued, You cannot deceive me. Your actions reveal that you can discern the gap between us, which requires remarkable training. Tang En paused, considering that he could assess his own strengths and weaknesses. After some contemplation, he began to grasp why Bobo had made such a statement. Indeed, whether it was Goku upon ascending to the temple or himself, there was scarcely any distinction in Bobo's eyes. One was merely the weaker of the two. Recalling Goku's initial state, though powerful, he had been chaotic in his energy, exhibiting excessive movements. This was a point Bobo had emphasized during their encounters. While Tang En shared some of these flaws, he had long been aware of them and had subconsciously worked to resolve them. Moreover, with his extensive knowledge of martial arts, he had diligently honed his energy control, thus surpassing Goku in this regard, despite his current lack of strength. For instance, assessing a person's strength was still a simple task for Tang En. Perhaps in Bobo's view, such discernment was even more valuable. What followed was unexpected. Bobo initiated the attack. Since you cannot strike at me, allow me to assist you. Bobo dashed towards Tang En, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Tang En swiftly dodged the first strike. Bang! However, without warning, Bobo's second punch landed squarely on Tang En's head, sending him flying a considerable distance. What just happened? Tang En found himself momentarily disoriented. Regaining his composure, Tang En wiped his mouth and braced himself for Bobo's onslaught. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Soon, Tang En discerned that each time Bobo struck him, there was a brief pause before he resumed his assault. Was this a chance for him to acclimate? Ha! Kamehameha wave. Tang En unleashed an energy wave aimed directly at Bobo. Smack! Bobo caught the energy wave with both hands, then lifted it upwards, redirecting its course. Seizing the opportunity, Tang En activated the Heavenly God Fist, transforming his energy. Bobo, effortlessly handling the Kamehameha, rushed towards Tang En and, upon witnessing the transformation, paused momentarily, casting a deep gaze at him, seemingly surprised. Then Bobo attacked with even greater speed, employing the same technique as before. Tang En experienced a moment of clarity. Bobo's assaults targeted his vulnerabilities, showcasing his keen insight. Moreover, no matter how strong Tang En became, Bobo would always remain a shade stronger and quicker. This approach not only compelled Tang En to reveal his flaws, but also prevented him from becoming overly flustered, allowing him precious moments to react. What an astute training method. It was far more effective than Tang En's own aimless musings. In the next quarter hour, Bobo employed a multitude of attack strategies against Tang En. The latter struggled to defend himself. Yet he could not escape being struck by Bobo's blows. How impressive! Tang En silently marveled. Under Bobo's relentless assault, he found himself unable to keep up. After a considerable time, Bobo ceased his attacks. It appeared that it gleaned sufficient information and began to offer guidance. You certainly have fewer extraneous movements, but your mind lacks tranquility. Lack of tranquility? Tang En pondered over these words in silence. Indeed, he had been contemplating how to counter and evade just moments ago. Moreover, he needed to invest additional time in reflecting upon his own vulnerabilities, grappling with the challenge of calming his mind. What should I do now? He mused inwardly. Chapter 27. The Gradual Mastery of Qi. Above the temple, Mr. Bobo devotedly guided Tang En in his training. You certainly exhibit many unnecessary movements. Yet your mind remains restless, Bobo remarked to Tang. A restless mind. Tang En mused for a moment. Indeed, relying on brute force will not suffice to defeat Bobo. Such an approach bears no effectiveness whatsoever. You must attain a state of emptiness within your heart. Only then can you perceive Bobo's actions. After all, it is only by observing Bobo's movements that you can strike him, Bobo said, turning his back to Tang En. Tang En stared blankly at his hands, deeply contemplating the meaning of the emptiness Bobo referred to. That's so. He ventured cautiously, remaining still. This was the essence he had temporarily gleaned from the dragon. No, what you are doing now is merely emptying your thoughts. It is not true emptiness. Bobo gently corrected Tang En's misunderstanding. Tang En found this concept profoundly intricate that moment, due to the scarcity of oxygen and the exceedingly low air pressure. He became exceedingly fatigued after just a brief session of training. The high altitude significantly impacts humans, even though Tang En's physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Noticing Tang En's condition, Bobo remarked, "The environment here is harsh. You humans cannot adapt swiftly." With that, Bobo left Tang En to ponder alone as he proceeded towards the palace. Tang En took several deep breaths, adjusting his state. He contemplated for a while, attempting to emulate Bobo. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the changes in the surrounding environment. It appeared that nothing had altered that moment. Tang En recalled the various interpretations of Qi by the celestial beings throughout the ages. Yet he still found it somewhat challenging to assimilate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled such a great distance to reach the temple. The celestial beings generally agreed that Qi embodies the essence of life. Once grasped, it allows one to manipulate their body at will. Tang En repeated this to himself, believing he could comprehend it. However, when it came to actual practice, he found it quite difficult. His breath remained too faint, permitting only simple adjustments. Never mind, I shall set these thoughts aside for now. Tang En reclined comfortably on the temple floor, involuntarily reminiscing about his friends nearby. I wonder how Bulma is faring. I truly miss her. Has Goku become stronger? He ought to be off searching for the Dragon Balls by now. And what a master Karen. Has he begun instructing Rem and Maslow? Exhausted from his thoughts, Tang En allowed his mind to drift aimlessly. At that moment, he experienced a fleeting epiphany that a warm sensation enveloped him, bringing an immense sense of comfort. In an instant, he felt as though he had grasped something profound. It was quite miraculous. Various martial arts concepts suddenly crystallized in his mind. So these notions can be understood in this manner. Tang En smiled, fully aware that his current state was remarkably favorable. If a detector were to be brought forth at that moment, it would reveal that Tang En's Qi was steadily diminishing, slowly yet steadily. As time passed, Bobo's small birds and bees flitted past him, some even alighting upon Tang En's shoulders. After a considerable duration, the sky gradually darkened. Tang En awoke, lying on the floor and gazing at the heavens. Stretching his body and feeling a delightful crackle in his bones, he had been as still as stone. Yet he sensed his thoughts soaring, memories flooding back to him in the blink of an eye. Several hours had elapsed, leaving Tang En momentarily bewildered between reality and dreams. Inside the palace, "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," the celestial being spoke. "Indeed, that is a remarkably gifted youth. Furthermore, his comprehension is exceptional. He has not misused the powers bestowed upon him by the dragon." Bobo replied. The celestial being sat upon his throne, his gaze fixated on his divine staff. "That boy's Qi possesses an unusual quality. It seems quite reminiscent of a divine being. Have you discerned anything?" The celestial being inquired further. Bobo expressed uncertainty, stating that the boy could undergo a transformation that alters his Qi. Moreover, this transformation would enhance his strength, a phenomenon even Bobo struggled to comprehend. "Very well. I entrust you to continue mentoring him. After all, he is the only one to have ascended to the temple. He may very well be the next generation of celestial beings. The celestial being declared. Mr. Bobo hesitated, aware that due to the long lifespan of the Namekians, this generation of celestial beings had been with him the longest, fostering a deep bond. The celestial being remained silent, lost in contemplation of other matters. Days turned into weeks, and before long, Tang En had spent a year within the temple as confines. Over the course of that year, under Bobo's guidance, Tang En honed his movements to be more decisive and complete, rectifying his imperfections. Subsequently, he embarked on a quest to explore the meaning of emptiness through relentless experimentation. He trained with his eyes covered to evade Bobo's strikes, and amidst the distractions of numerous bells, he endeavored to catch a cat adorned with bells on its tail, all while minimizing unnecessary movements to adapt to the low-pressure, oxygen-deprived environment. To his delight, Tang En succeeded in all these endeavors, which brought immense satisfaction to Bobo. Tang En's strength surged forward, approaching the threshold of 200. He had not anticipated such rapid progress. As tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning, Tang En sat cross-legged, eyes closed, deeply contemplating Bobo's form. As Tang En grew stronger, his understanding of Qi became increasingly straightforward. That moment, in a state of celestial boxing, Tang En could effortlessly sense the strength, location, and other details of others, seated in stillness. All that remained was the sound of the wind rustling. Dingling, dingling, Bobo shook a bell twice, yet Tang En exhibited no reaction. The temple was eerily quiet. Nearby, Bobo observed Tang En, putting away the bell, remaining equally motionless. The celestial being within the temple rose from his seat, leaning upon his staff, silently attuning to the two individuals' qi. This shared tranquility evoked a sense of unwavering stability, as if even the heavens could not shake them. Suddenly, Tang En's qi vanished, as if he had truly melded with the air, completely disappearing from the celestial being's consciousness. At last, the celestial being stepped outside the temple, gazing at Tang En. Though they had yet to meet face to face, they were already intimately familiar with each other's It was a success. The celestial being proclaimed, "Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would scarcely believe that a person stands there." Beside him, Bobo's lips curved into a rare smile. Tang En opened his eyes, sighed, and finally deemed himself worthy. After a year of tireless effort, merging his martial arts memories with Bobo's teachings, Tang En had crossed the threshold into the realm of martial arts, thus completing the first and most fundamental stage of his training in the temple. Chapter 28. The new visitor at Corin Tower. Half a year ago, just as recorded in the original text, Sun Wukong had clashed with the Red Ribbon Army in his quest to gather the Dragon Balls. Consequently, he encountered the assassin Tao Pai Pai, and, unable to prevail, was soundly defeated, while Bora met his demise. Following this, Sun Wukong began his ascent of Corin Tower, driven by the desire to drink the sacred water and gain strength. Meanwhile, atop the tower, Rem and Maslow were vying for the super sacred water held by the Corin sage. Indeed, the Corin sage made no effort to send the two away. Over the course of these 6 months, they gradually acclimated to the tower's environment and received guidance from the Corin sage, slowly enhancing their abilities. Feeling the energy of their competition, the Corin sage rested his staff against himself and addressed the two. "Let us conclude for today." "Yes, sage," the two gasped, leaning against one another, utterly fatigued. The Corin sage, perched on the railing at the edge of Corin Tower, gazed at the swiftly climbing figures with a sense of anticipation. Having witnessed countless individuals ascend the tower, he could almost immediately discern who possessed the potential to reach its summit, and the young boy before him piqued his interest that a day later, Sun Wukong finally reached the top. As expected, the Corin sage remarked, "For someone of your stature, your speed is commendable." Peering over, Sun Wukong noticed a nearby cat calling to him and, in frustration, retorted, "You're even shorter than I am, yet you lecture me." Afterward, the little monkey approached the Corin sage earnestly, stating, "Now, please tell me where the sage is." The Corin sage tapped the ground with his staff and replied, "Why are you so obtuse, young one? I am the cat sage." Sun Wukong was astonished. "You are a sage. To be more precise, I should be referred to as the cat sage." The Corin sage adjusted his whiskers and spoke slowly. All right, I've heard that you possess the super sacred water that can multiply strength several times over. Is that true? I wish to drink it. Sun Wukong, lacking in decorum, exclaimed, if you say it exists, then it does. If not, it can be disregarded. Oh, you have it or not? I come all this way for it. The Korin sage, turning his back to Sun Wukong, continued, so, you wish to partake of the super sacred water. Follow me. The Korin sage was quite pleased. It appeared not everyone was as easily deceived as Tang En. The two proceeded to the second level of Korin Tower, where Rim and Maslow were present. Upon seeing a young boy following the Korin sage, they expressed their surprise. Korin sage, who is this? Sun Wukong. Noticing others of the tower, called out, Hello, I am Sun Wukong. Are you here for the super sacred water as well? Indeed, he climbed up all by himself. The Korin sage noted that, is it truly possible to climb up? Just like Brother Tang En. How impressive, Maslow whispered. They then exchanged brief introductions. Wukong, Rim, Maslow. Now, you three may compete. Whoever can seize the super sacred water from my grasp may drink it, stated the Korin sage. Is it really that simple? Sun Wukong exclaimed, grinning widely. Not at all easy, Rim remarked with a bitter smile. We have been contending for half a year, Maslow added. Huh, half a year? Sun Wukong gasped. He quickly shook his head, declaring, No, I must drink it within a few days. The Korin sage inquired curiously, Why do you desire strength? Is it not better to live in peace? It is because UPA's father has passed away. I must use Grandpa's 4-star ball. A long story, he stammered, before the Korin sage interrupted. What is this? You were the one who prompted me to listen. The two regarded each other for a moment in silence. Ah, I see that resurrect UPA's father. You must first defeat that assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Otherwise, you cannot gather the 7 Dragon Balls. I understand now, said the Korin sage. Sun Wukong was taken aback. I said nothing. Yet you know, without the ability to read minds, one cannot truly be a sage. Besides, your innocence makes you easy to interpret, responded the Korin sage. Very well. You may commence your competition. All right. The three began to compete. But the Korin sage deftly evaded their attempts. The trio, in their role as contenders, found themselves in a rather comical predicament, colliding with one another frequently. The struggle persisted for half a day. The Korin sage realized that Wukong was significantly stronger than the other two, and that his opponents were rapidly improving. Under the Korin sage's guidance, Wukong had made considerable progress in just half a day. Reflecting on the last time Wukong had taken a full day to ascend, the sage saw potential for further improvement. The Korin sage tossed Wukong's power pole down, compelling him to descend and ascend once more. 3 hours. Remarkable, exclaimed Rim and Maslow, astonished to learn that Wukong had taken only 3 hours this time, compared to the entire day previously. Even the Korin sage felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a prodigy. As time passed, the competition became a one-man affair for Sun Wukong, while the Korin sage increasingly found himself in a state of disarray. Losing the composure he once held. 2 days later, Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Under the eager gazes of Maslow and Rim, he drank from the chalice of super sacred water. Doesn't seem any different? He remarked, shaking his arms, unable to perceive any newfound strength. Did I truly become stronger? At that moment, the Korin sage spoke. In truth, there has never been water that can multiply one's strength several times. The so-called super sacred water is merely the process of your training. The three gradually transition from astonishment to enlightenment. Wukong, I have observed your progress over these 3 days. You have grown significantly stronger. The Korin sage noted. So, I'm already quite strong now. All right, I shall take my leave, Korin sage. Little Wukong clenched his fist with a sense of satisfaction. Following that, Sun Wukong swiftly leaped down from the Kylan Tower. Truly coming and going in a hurry. It was. Rim and Maslow thought to themselves, finally relinquishing the dwindling glimmer of hope that lingered in their hearts. Indeed, one cannot aspire to reach the heavens in a single bound. The words of Master Kylan also imparted much wisdom to the other two, making them realize that to elevate themselves, ultimately, one must rely on their own efforts. Initially, Don's intention was not to have the two seize the super holy water. but rather to guide them under the mentorship of the cat master to learn how to breathe, exercise, and develop the habits necessary for building a solid foundation. With an understanding of these three elements, the training at Kylan Tower could be set aside for a while, for both still needed time to accumulate their strengths. When the moment arrived that they could ascend the Kylan Tower through their own efforts, only then would their physical capabilities be sufficiently prepared to endure the rigors of training there. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded solemnly. Rem stepped forward and said, "Master, please allow us to depart from this place." Maslow added, "Master, we will strive through our own efforts to ascend this tower." Master Kylan stroked his beard, squinting his eyes with a smile. "I did not expect such courage from you both. Very well then. The Kylan Tower is indeed a sacred place for training. However, at this moment, the two needed a broader horizon to enrich their perspectives, enabling them to progress more swiftly. Nimbus, two black nimbus clouds swooped in, each carrying one of them down. Master Kylan gazed at the three individuals in different directions, his heart filled with anticipation for their growth. Chapter 29. The strongest man on earth. The training in the heavenly realm continued. And in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Don's combat prowess advanced at an exceedingly slow pace, yet he relentlessly pushed himself to reach a power level of 200. After resting for 3 days in the heavenly realm, Don requested to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The martial knowledge he had gradually applied to himself was merely a step away from transforming quantity into quality. At this moment, the Supreme Kai stood before the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, having personally placed Don inside just 3 hours prior to prevent Don from losing his way within. He also sent Bobo in to provide guidance. The Supreme Kai could hardly believe that the once feeble boy from 2 years ago had now grown to such formidable strength, reaching a level that demanded his attention. What astonishing perseverance! Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Kamehameha, crack! A tremendous surge of energy sent a glacier soaring, scattering shards all around. Don's Kamehameha had long surpassed the full power strike of Master Roshi from back in the day. A wave of energy brimming with heat and light surged toward Bobo, the white energy stream sweeping across the entire space, causing the curtains of the chamber to flutter wildly. Bobo stepped forward in a defensive stance, bracing himself against the onslaught. Don rapidly appeared behind Bobo, his swift punches creating an illusion of blurriness as he engaged in a fierce exchange, continuously pushing Bobo back. Bobo vanished from Don's sight. Don's strike missed its mark, only for him to receive a swift kick from behind. Don performed a somersault, landing in a half squat to regain his balance. That moment, the temperature shifted dramatically, beads of sweat rolling down Don's face. Rising to his feet, he shouted, "Receive this attack!" Supreme Kai Fist. Bobo found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught, his previously calm demeanor now showing signs of distress. Since arriving at the Heavenly Temple and spending a month training in the hyperbolic time chamber, a total of over 1 year and 7 months had elapsed. What a fulfilling year it had been! Now, under the guidance of the Supreme Kai and Bobo, along with his extensive martial arts memory, Don was finally able to begin overpowering Bobo himself. Bobo stood by, lost in thought, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Over the past nearly 2 years, he had witnessed Don's transformation firsthand, from a once feeble state to his current level of prowess. All achieved in less than 2 years. Truly remarkable. A heavy punch amidst a flurry of attacks caught Mr. Bobo off guard, sending him crashing to the ground. I won. Yay! Hooray! Don leaped high into the air, soaring several meters up, the tenfold gravity causing aches in his back and a tremor in his teeth. And one knew the extent of the effort he had exerted to reach this point. Standing still, Bobo smiled, reminiscing about the past month's experiences within the hyperbolic time chamber. "Mr. Bobo, please do not hold back against me. I need a true adversary, no matter how severe the injuries I may sustain. Come on, if I fail to withstand this attack and fall, I can only blame myself." In the 3 days within the hyperbolic time chamber, Don had broken through the first layer of his bottleneck under harsh conditions, utilizing 8 sins of beans during that time. This meant he had faced the brink of death 8 times over those 3 days. This was not solely due to Bobo. The extreme weather and tenfold gravity within the chamber played a significant role as well. Reflecting on those 3 days, Don considered that time to be the most arduous of his life thus far. But fortunately, he had persevered. The painstakingly slow progress over 6 months had allowed Don to gather ample experience. And after adjusting his condition, he finally achieved a breakthrough through even more rigorous training. Don had become enamored with the sensation of steadily increasing strength. Following his breakthrough, Don's power skyrocketed. In just 1 month within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had reached nearly 400 in combat power, effectively doubling his strength, and he showed no signs of stopping. However, Don decided it was time to leave. There were 2 reasons for his departure from the hyperbolic time chamber. Firstly, Bobo could no longer pose a challenge to him, having little to offer in terms of assistance. Moreover, Bobo's current power level was nowhere near 1030. He would likely reach that strength only during the original series Scion Saga, when he trained alongside the Z-Fighters. The Dragon Ball world is quite peculiar. Without a worthy opponent, no matter how diligently one trains, the results would be significantly diminished. Surely, the rapid breakthroughs of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha to surpass 1,000 in combat power were not unrelated to this phenomenon. The second reason was that Don could no longer tolerate the environment. The endless white surroundings had begun to numb his senses. Coupled with the tenfold gravity and extreme temperature fluctuations, he had been on high alert for an entire month. Reaching his limit. Although there was still room for improvement, Don resolved to leave this place. Meanwhile, only 3 hours had passed in the outside world. Clad in tattered clothing, Don and Bobo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, encountering the Supreme Kai standing at the entrance. What an overwhelming aura, the Supreme Kai thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Is this the level a human can reach? Don swiftly calmed his energy and spoke to the Supreme Kai. Master Kai, I have finally broken through. His words radiated an unmistakable joy. The Supreme Kai nodded. What are your plans now? Will you continue your training at the Heavenly Temple? Don replied, No, I am grateful for the care provided by you and Bobo over the past year. I have decided to descend to the lower realm for a while to rest before contemplating my next training endeavors at this moment. Bobo interjected, Master Kai, I am no longer a match for Don. The divine being nodded in silence. Acknowledging that Tang En had indeed surpassed him, it was astonishing to realize that aside for the celestial beings of past generations, there existed someone capable of eclipsing him. At that moment, the desire to designate Tang En as the next divine entity grew increasingly compelling. However, with the Demon King Piccolo yet to be resurrected, the divine being's inclination to abdicate was not particularly urgent, especially considering that he still had some time before his own limits would be reached. Thus the matter of succession remained unaddressed. Tang En then spoke. Esteemed divine being, I have a friend named Sun Wukong. He is a disciple of Master Roshi and, given time, will undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. I suggest you take note of him. The divine being acknowledged this, knowing that anyone Tang En deemed remarkable could not be an ordinary individual. Tang En, I entrust the future of Earth to you. I hope you can once again revitalize the martial arts. The divine being could not help but reflect on his malevolent incarnation from 3 centuries prior. Had there been a martial artist like Tang En back then, the martial arts on Earth would not have suffered such a significant decline. With that, the divine being raised his right hand and exclaimed, Ha! Instantly, Tang En's tattered clothing restored itself to pristine condition, indistinguishable from new. Thank you, esteemed divine being. Tang En expressed his gratitude. Are you departing? He exchanged a reluctant glance with the divine being and Bobo. This is the place where I have poured 1.5 years of sweat. Farewell, esteemed divine being, Mr. Bobo. Tang En turned and waved. Safe travels. With that, he leapt into the air, swiftly descending along the trajectory of the Korin Tower, his sights set on West City. Awoo! A cry of exhilaration escaped him, akin to a bird released from its cage. As he soared with a lightness that soon rendered him invisible, he yearned for someone to share in his joy. At this moment, he felt like the strongest man on Earth. Chapter 30. An early taste of retirement on a street in West City, Bulma, Oolong, and Capsule Court Quebec were seated in a bubble tea shop. Bulma ordered 2 servings of pudding and milkshakes. Gazing into the adjacent glass, she rested her chin on her hand, her eyes tracing the fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, and sighed. Tang En is truly something else. He goes off to train without even sending a letter. It's so annoying. Quebec, with a dazed expression, turned towards Bulma, a creation of Tang En, who harbored persecution delusions. He was programmed to exhibit unwavering loyalty. Well, it's not entirely his fault. The doctor's communicator is broken. However, he had already reached the celestial realm before that, so it's likely not easy for him to return, Quebec remarked. Bulma murmured, repeating, celestial realm? Then, she straightened up, gesticulating dramatically, and exclaimed, who would believe such a place exists? Oolong, disturbed by her outburst, sat back in his chair, hands plunged into his pockets, and quipped, humph, maybe he has already been killed by the divine being. That guy has no respect for others. The group continued their banter, gradually shifting the subject. Before long, Bulma received a phone call. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang En had just arrived at the Capsule Corporation, narrowly missing Bulma, but encountering her mother instead. After 2 years of development, Tang En had grown to over 6 feet tall, and with his newfound strength, his demeanor had become somewhat more subdued. Following an exuberantly warm greeting from Bulma's mother, Tang En managed to extricate himself and requested her to contact Bulma. After all, Bulma's temper was quite short, and distinguishing her voice would be challenging. It was certainly not as quick as a phone call. Upon learning that Quebec had accompanied Bulma, Tang En found himself somewhat bored and headed to the gravity training room he had frequented before. This time, he brought with him an exceptionally intriguing technological idea. It was a notion he had stumbled upon during his training, one that could potentially enhance Quebec, making him even more exceptional at this point. Tang En set the gravity in the training room to 10 times its normal level. Instantly, an immense pressure enveloped him, but after a brief warm-up, he adjusted it to 5 times. Meanwhile, Bulma received a call from Tang En. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bulma exclaimed as she hugged Tang En and playfully punched his chest. Her frustration manifesting in this small gesture. Tang En cherished this moment, reflecting on the 2 years that had passed. He never imagined he could endure for this long. It was unlike his former self. Now, standing beside the girl he adored, contemplating his current strength, he felt as if he were in a dream. This was precisely what he had longed for. That moment, his embrace around Bulma tightened. Tang En was acutely aware that he could not maintain a position of superiority over others indefinitely. But after 2 years of growth, he had achieved a greater clarity. He understood that many things held far more significance than mere strength. He had come to appreciate the individual convictions of Vegeta, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others. After their prolonged separation, Tang En listened intently as Bulma recounted her experiences, from her efforts to repair the Dragon Radar for Little Wukong, to defeating the Red Ribbon Army, seeking help from the fortune teller, battling her warriors, overcoming Emperor Pilaf, and ultimately summoning Shenron to revive Bra, as well as her farewell to Little Wukong. Tang En listened closely, astonished to learn of the many adventures that had unfolded in his absence. But a twinge of jealousy stirred within him as he realized that Sun Wukong had shared so many intriguing experiences with Bulma while he was away. As he observed the exuberant Bulma before him, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. He was quietly grateful for the scion growth traits, as Bulma still viewed Wukong as a mere child. However, Tang En resolved to make up for the lost time over the past year. So, did you really go to that celestial realm? Bulma began, tilting her head slightly back, eyes closed as she interrogated him. Yes, it was quite the arduous training. I feel like a completely different person now. There were several moments when I felt like giving up, Tang En replied. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Is there really a divine being? What do they look like? Tang En hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He must be quite handsome, right? Bulma imagined a dashing figure. Well, the divine being is actually an old man in his hundreds, Tang En cautiously remarked. What? Hundreds? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening. Moreover, he is entirely green, with pointy ears, a purple tongue, and antennae, Tang En added, watching as the handsome figure in Bulma's mind morphed into a chaotic image. Bulma quickly shook her head, dispelling that thought. That's terrifying. After some light conversation, they eventually shifted the topic to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tang En, the martial arts tournament has been changed to occur every 3 years, which means it will begin again in a year. Bulma reminded him, Tang En nodded, acknowledging that he was aware of this news. That be why the way. Little Sun has become incredibly strong. He single-handedly defeated 5 of the fortune teller's top fighters. Wukong. Huh. Yes. One day he will transform into a formidable warrior beyond anyone's imagination. Bulma had grown accustomed to Dun's assertions. After dinner, Dun divided the computing core of Kabiki into 2 parts, endeavoring to enhance the surplus section with an additional database, thereby allowing certain functionalities to operate on a separate computational core. The staggering technological prowess endowed Dun with unparalleled creativity in this domain. Anything theoretically plausible would be brought to fruition. Consequently, in the future, Kabiki would not only possess a learning system, but also allocate space for the establishment of a combat system. Once the outline was completed, Dun communicated the commands directly to Kabiki, leaving the rest to the machine, including any potential malfunctions that might arise in the interim. Over the following month, Dun spent the majority of his days, aside from essential training, exploring the outskirts of West City with Bulma. They drove aimlessly, departing at a whim and halting whenever they pleased, whether indulging in barbecue, spreading a blanket to read together, or utilizing the multifunctional capsule to find equipment and bask in the sun. Their days were filled with leisure. Occasionally, Dun would regale the quirky girl with a few tales from Hans Christian Andersen, much to his surprise, with effective results that on one occasion, while driving, they encountered a gang of robbers engaged in a shootout with the police, with bullets narrowly missing Dun inside the vehicle. Even so, he would have been unfazed had he been hit. Upon traversing the city and reaching the suburban expanse, Dun also visited the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, receiving news that Maslow and Rem had yet to return. Armed with a camera, he documented their travels. This period instilled in Dun a newfound passion for fishing, which proved to be quite beneficial for his training in Ki. It must be said that Bulma was indeed an understanding woman, instinctively supporting Dun in many matters. For instance, regarding his training, despite her lack of understanding as to why Dun felt compelled to grow stronger. She never hindered his endeavors. Rather, she subconsciously aided him. This moment, donned in sunglasses, Dun harbored thoughts of an early retirement. Each morning upon waking, he could even feel the groans of his cells. His body, having undergone the baptism of the time chamber, felt as if it might take flight. A slight motion would cause his bones to crackle, and as Dun clenched his fists, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Chapter 31. The King Summons Universal Corporation. Dun's training had never waned. He was in a constant state of rigorous practice. With the assistance of a senza beans, he could periodically test his limits and transition into another stage of development. The results were indeed remarkable. Dun's body was in its prime growth phase, with hopes of reaching the level of Krillin and Tien Shinhan when Vegeta first arrived on Earth within the year. Though the pace was not particularly swift, it was understandable given the absence of life or death pressures. A slower progression was to be expected and could not be feigned. There were 2 possible paths ahead. One could either venture into the cosmos in search of stronger adversaries to engage in combat, seeking breakthroughs, or one could seek out individuals akin to the Grand Elder of Namek to directly unlock their potential. Both options could propel him further towards the goal of exceeding a battle power of 10,000. "Are you Mr. Dun?" a sheriff inquired, holding a photograph of Dun as he stood outside the gravity room. Surprised after his recent training session, Dun was taken aback. He had no acquaintances in West City. Observing the officer's police attire, he asked, "What have I done recently? Are you looking for me?" The sheriff firmly shook Dun's hand and exclaimed, "Your heroic deeds have come to our attention. Please graciously accept the government's commendation." Dun responded with confusion. The sheriff continued, "Upon learning that you are Miss Bulma's boyfriend, we did not dare to delay and immediately came to the Universal Corporation to find you. Please, you must accept this medal." The officer maintained a formal stance, his right hand resting on his left breast as he extended the medal with a serious expression, albeit still exuding an unmistakable aura of youthful exuberance. Dun was momentarily dumbfounded. The medal bore the inscription, "People's Warrior, Embodiment of Justice," awarded to the anonymous Mr. Dun. The reverse side displayed the insignia of the Imperial Honor Medal. "Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else?" Dun pondered, reflecting on his recent activities, which seemed rather mundane. Since his return with Bulma, He had been training at home, and even advocating for martial arts. A pursuit he deemed meaningful had yet to be undertaken. Mr. Dunn, there is no need for false modesty. 3 days ago, you vanquished the most notorious bandit in West City, rescuing numerous police officers and hostages. That was a group of criminals who even attempted to assassinate the king. Please accept my sincere respect. The sheriff bowed once more. 3 days ago. Dunn mused, not feigning ignorance, but genuinely failing to recall the incident. During their travels, they had indeed encountered a group engaged in a shootout with the police, which he had swiftly dispatched. After all, he possessed the strength to do so, and the gang had nearly struck him. Dunn felt perplexed, questioning the significance of the event. Could it truly be compared to Goku's obliteration of the Red Ribbon Army? He had never seen Goku awarded a medal for his feats. What Dunn did not realize was that he alone considered such matters trivial. Even the obliteration of the moon would not faze him. However, this world was composed of ordinary individuals. 1 could only imagine the reaction of a modern person witnessing a superhero effortlessly dismantling a heavily armed bandit gang. Dunn had not resorted to the ludicrous attire of a Super Saiyan as Gohan did. Hence he was captured on the surveillance cameras and by distant onlookers for Goku's defeat of the Red Ribbon Army. It was a feat witnessed by no one. After all, no ordinary person would dare approach the lair of the Red Ribbon Army. With the army's downfall, all evidence was obscured, and the few recordings of Goku's triumph were unaware of his identity. Very well, I shall accept the medal. Dunn felt a pleasant surprise wash over him. Upon witnessing Dunn accept the medal, the sheriff wiped his brow and continued, Your Excellency Dunn, upon learning of your desire for anonymity, we privately bestowed the honor upon you, which was originally meant to be presented by His Majesty the King himself. The King is deeply pained by the actions of these criminals and sincerely invites you to meet with him. To be honest, Dunn did entertain the idea of meeting the King. After all, promoting martial arts required the backing of the government, which needed to maintain a degree of control over the populace. Otherwise, the chaos of vigilante justice could become a reality, plunging the world into disorder. Given that the Dragon Ball universe consisted of a single nation with no external foes, the military was merely for show, barely capable of handling even a group like the Red Ribbon Army. Should a few villains rise to power and wreak havoc, Dunn could not simply assume the mantle of a superhero indefinitely. Excellent. This is surprisingly smooth, the sheriff remarked, wiping his brow. His Majesty the King. Mr. Dunn has arrived. The Catman King turned his head, embodying the essence of a monarch. Dunn gazed upon the king, reputed to be the first individual to gather all the Dragon Balls. Your Excellency Dunn, please take a seat. Dunn complied and inquired, May I ask what urgent matters His Majesty wishes to discuss? The Catman King appeared quite amiable. To be candid, I do have something of great importance. The king retrieved a photograph and handed it to Dunn. Goku, Dunn exclaimed in astonishment. You indeed know him. The king appeared utterly thrilled. I cannot believe it. This child has single-handedly vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, which had rendered our kingdom powerless. After extensive investigation, I finally uncovered information about him. He is the runner-up of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The king paused momentarily before continuing. And you are the champion of this competition. I must admit, in comparison to the commercialized fighting tournaments, the influence of the World Martial Arts Tournament is indeed rather lamentably minimal. It truly is a case of serendipity that I am the original narrative. Wukong transformed into a gorilla during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and Jackie Chan even overturned the moon. Such astonishingly mundane information has been dismissed as mere tricks, completely overlooked by the king's secretary. I wonder where Mr. Sun Wukong is now. I must personally bestow upon him the honor of the kingdom. The king expressed earnestly. Realizing he had inadvertently neglected Don, the king then extended a similar offer of higher honor to him. Don held a favorable impression of the king, as he was somewhat aware of Sun Wukong's prowess from the original tale. Upon learning that Don was equally unaware of Wukong's whereabouts, the king appeared slightly disheartened. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired whether Don would be willing to serve as the commander of the Royal Guard. Clearly, he was aware of Don's status as an unemployed wanderer. The title of commander certainly sounded appealing. Don recalled that this Royal Guard had made an appearance during the Cell Games, albeit briefly, yet they were well equipped with aircraft, tanks, and artillery. Don was genuinely intrigued. Was the position of commander in this world so easily attainable? Nevertheless, he merely pondered this notion. If he pursued such a role, would it not hinder his training? Time was indeed of the essence. Don turned his gaze toward the king's computer, which displayed footage of Sun Wukong vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army. They could see that moment. Don remarked, "Your Majesty, observe the white light emanating from Wukong's hands." The king, upon hearing this, eagerly asked, "I have long been curious about what that is. I beseech you, Mr. Don, enlighten me." "This phenomenon is known as qi." Don responded to qi. The king questioned, his expression filled with skepticism. "Indeed, if you can find an open space, I shall demonstrate for you." The king, filled with delight, promptly replied, "I did not anticipate your generosity, Mr. Don. Please follow me." The king led Don, accompanied by a few soldiers, to the training ground outside the palace. This was the testing ground for the royal guard, featuring artificial skyscrapers, training tanks, and targets for artillery. At this point, Don also observed the soldiers of this military unit. During the journey, he learned that this force comprised 15,000 personnel equipped with the nation's most advanced weaponry. Serving as the sole military power of the Western capital, safeguarding the palace's security, it was undeniably rather lax. Yet it aligned with the peculiarities of this world. "Please, Mr. Don, demonstrate," the king implored. Following this, a soldier brought a tank and positioned it before Don. What does this mean? After some contemplation, Don realized they expected him to emulate Wukong and destroy it. However, Don had come to showcase the might of martial arts. Reducing a tank to rubble felt like an underestimation of his abilities. Soon, a general ordered the soldiers to retreat to the protective fortifications outside the track. "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance," Don advised. The king, upon hearing this, retreated a few meters, shielded by the soldiers, with only his eyes visible through the transparent tempered glass. "Are the cameras rolling?" Reporting to the king, "All angles are prepared." The king nodded in affirmation. "Kamehameha!" Don's voice rang out, and the king's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he beheld the radiance in Don's hands. Utterly transfixed, it can actually melt such materials. It is truly remarkable, the king murmured in disbelief. The dazzling light enveloped by Don's aura began to influence the surrounding airflow, causing the earth's dust to tremble slightly. An earthquake, the soldiers sheltered within the fortifications instinctively recoiled, sensing the tremors akin to a portent of an impending storm. Don thrust his palm forward with great force. Boom! Like a hot knife through butter. The immense energy was unleashed, marking the most spectacular display of the Kamehameha since its inception. The tank before him was reduced to mere vapor, the air resonating with a deep sonic boom, and the ground was nearly stripped bare beneath Don's feet. With a resounding crash, the energy blast detonated against the distant artificial skyscraper, sending forth scorching waves and an awe-inspiring gust that obliterated everything in its path. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. In an instant, the concrete surface revealed the underlying soil, the ripples perfectly aligned, while the towering structure vanished, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep. As for the king, he had witnessed none of it. The moment he heard the thunderous roar, soldiers had tackled him to the ground. Although the smoke had yet to clear, the king shakily stood upright, that he instinctively glanced at Don, his expression trembling, unsure if it was from the shock or fear. Don turned to the king and stated, "This is with training, one can become invulnerable." The Kamehameha, however, was not a true area-clearing technique. If Don unleashed a technique akin to Piccolo's special beam cannon at full strength, it could obliterate a significant portion of the western capital. The king's gaze turned to one of sheer terror, and the soldiers at the military base were thrown into disarray. Their worldview was in dire need of reconstruction. Is it truly possible for a human to attain such power? Don clapped his hands, having achieved his objective. If such a first-hand experience could not awaken the king, then there was little hope left. "Your Majesty," Don called out. Yes, the king, now genuinely wary, could no longer afford to be dismissive. Don found amusement in the king's rigid stance. It would be wise to keep this matter discreet to avoid causing undue commotion. However, I can assure you that theoretically, at least half of the Earth's populace possesses the potential to reach this level, Don stated. Half. Indeed, this is not my full strength. My purpose here is to convey this message to you. I hope you will consider the need to cultivate suitable martial artists, reminiscent of the events 300 years ago involving King Piccolo. Don privately contemplated that in a year's time, upon breaking his seal, Piccolo might serve as a fitting candidate to hone the martial arts of Earth. The king fell into deep contemplation. Don soon departed, respectfully escorted by several soldiers. Upon returning to the palace, the cat-eyed king immediately began searching for and perusing the mythological tales concerning King Piccolo. Don did not fly directly back to the Universal Group. When in good spirits, he relished aimlessly soaring through the skies, feeling free to explore any place he desired, returning only when the thrill wore off. After a considerable time, Don glanced down and spotted the Kame house beneath him. After some thought, he realized it had been some time since he last saw Master Rashi. Passing by, it would be remiss not to pay him a visit. As Tang En directed his attention downward, he detected the familiar auras of two individuals, one belonging to Master Rashi and the other to Krillin. As expected, both had made significant advancements, indicating that they had been diligently training. Whether overtly or covertly, that moment, the diminutive figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform was exerting great effort to push a massive boulder, leaving deep grooves along the path. It was evident that he was adorned with several sandbags and a turtle shell on his back. "Krillin, it's been a while," Tang En called out as he descended swiftly to greet him. Surprised, Krillin turned around after setting the boulder down. "Tang En, how did you get here?" Upon recalling Tang En's apparent ability to fly, Krillin chose not to dwell on the matter. "You must be here to visit Master Rashi. Please follow me." He kicked off his shoes, leaped over the railing, and led Tang En to Master Rashi. Yeah. Left, right, oh ho ho ho. Splendid. Master Rashi was utterly engrossed in a particular scene from the television, oblivious to Krillin tugging at him, until he finally released him and began to dance exuberantly with the remote. Krillin felt a flush of embarrassment on Tang En's behalf. "Master Rashi, Tang En has arrived. Go on. Master Rashi waved them off nonchalantly. Yeah. Oh ho ho. Both Tang En and Krillin appeared somewhat dazed. Tang En mused that there seemed to be no pressing matter to discuss with Master Rashi and reluctantly followed Krillin outside. The little fellow, quick-witted, sensed that his behavior might inadvertently isolate Tang En, thus hurriedly sought a topic of conversation. "Tang En, I never imagined Goku would become so powerful." Reflecting on this, Krillin felt a twinge of envy. When he first learned of Goku's triumph over the Red Ribbon Army, he was genuinely happy for his friend. Yet, it was inevitable that he would envy Goku's strength, which spurred him to train even harder. "Indeed, Goku has always been progressing," Tang En remarked sincerely. Krillin recalled that Tang En had previously defeated Goku, albeit by exploiting his weakness. Yet he knew Tang En was undoubtedly stronger than himself. A thought crossed his mind about sparring with Tang En. "Tang En, come on. Let me see the fruits of your training over the years." Krillin clenched his fists, grinned widely, and nodded emphatically, thinking to himself that this suited him perfectly. "All right, I'm a completely different fighter now." Krillin stepped back a few paces barefoot on the sand, slightly cupping his hands, that he then grounded himself, knees bent, left leg forward, maintaining a solid stance. Chapter 33. Individual training. Krillin retreated a few steps, standing barefoot on the sand. Hands slightly cupped, feet firmly planted, knees bent, left leg forward, his base unwavering. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash. However, to Tang En, Krillin's unabashed aura was as conspicuous as a 1,000-watt light bulb in his line of sight. Tang En could clearly sense Krillin's movements. From the side, Tang En pondered. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, the flaws of an opponent become glaringly apparent, even in slow motion. That moment, Tang En could effortlessly seize Krillin by the throat or pierce through his chest. He subtly shifted his body, evading Krillin's punch with finesse. Krillin, unfazed, exerted all his strength to probe Tang En's limits. Tang En recalled the training he had undergone with Bobo. Recognizing the striking similarities to the present situation, that he instinctively remarked, "After a flip, there's no need to rush to fix your gaze on the enemy. That action is overly deliberate." Krillin hesitated, wondering what to do if he were to be ambushed without immediately focusing on his opponent. With another swift punch, Krillin struck. Bang! Tang En firmly grasped his fist. The purpose of training is merely to render one's movements indistinguishable to the opponent. Tang En released Krillin and continued. In addition to the essential physical training, controlling one's aura is crucial to minimize energy expenditure, thereby achieving one's goals more effectively. Tang En rephrased the concept of aura, elucidating it as a step in training. Aura does not equate to merely reducing superfluous motions. However, once a person reaches that level, they can better comprehend the secrets of their own strength. This realization is inevitable. Some individuals may possess innate strength, effortlessly understanding aura from a high vantage point, yet they must still delve deeper to better control their bodies. For instance, after Vegeta became a Super Saiyan Blue, he underwent systematic training on Yardrat, significantly enhancing his power merely by deepening his mastery of aura, despite the years of accumulation of Vegeta's results. The boundless depth of aura remains evident. After sharing these insights, Tang En continued to spar with Krillin, making only symbolic moves, yet refraining from further guidance. It was apparent that the atmosphere felt slightly awkward during his critique. Considering they were merely friends at this point, not quite close companions, that it would be quite impolite to explicitly point out each other's flaws, and Krillin, upon reaching that level, would recall Tang En's words and resolve those shortcomings on his own. Suddenly, Master Roshi peered through the window at Tang En, lost in contemplation. Tang En lingered at Master Roshi's house for lunch, and although Krillin was small in stature, he certainly had a hearty appetite. Tang En, you must have visited Kirin Tower by now. Master Roshi's voice broke the silence. After all, Tang En had mentioned such a thing. Yes, to my knowledge, Goku has also been there. Tang En recalled the aura he sensed at the temple. Certain it belonged to Goku. I see. Master Roshi surmised Tang En's earlier conversation with Krillin, already harboring suspicions. Krillin, not fully comprehending their exchange, seized the opportunity to shovel more food into his bowl. Realizing there was barely enough for 3. Krillin, you should also find time to climb Kirin Tower. It would be greatly beneficial. Don urged Klin to join him. Initially, Klin nonchalantly agreed, but then he realized that since both Don and Wukong had ventured there, he too must go. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Master Roshi felt an unsettling peculiarity in his upcoming meeting with Don, as if an indescribable sensation lingered in the in his youth. Master Roshi had successfully passed the trials set by Karen, and having lived for an exceedingly long time, his exposure had heightened his sensitivity to energy far beyond that of ordinary individuals. It was not that he perceived Don as overwhelmingly powerful. After all, an unrestrained and brazen aura would easily impart a sense of pressure upon him. Rather, what struck Master Roshi was the impression that Don appeared pitiably weak in that moment. This feeling was even more pronounced than his perceptions of ordinary people. Generally, if Master Roshi were to close his eyes and focus intently on someone nearby, he could sense their presence without the need for sight or sound. Yet, standing before him was Don, and he felt as though the man were an ethereal absence. Whenever he squinted, his instinctive perception told him that the space before him was indeed vacant. This left Master Roshi perplexed, unable to fathom the enigma before him. Lunch was consumed swiftly, with 2/3 of the meal vanishing into Klin's stomach. Klin continued to solicit Don's guidance, to which Don acquiesced, and thus the two resumed their sparring. Master Roshi showed no intention of observing. In fact, he abandoned any curiosity about Don's thoughts, deeming the matters trivial. He hopped onto a chair to peruse some colorful comics. Master Roshi refrained from inquiring, knowing full well that Don would not indulge in any boastful banter. There was no way to convey to Master Roshi that the tyrant known as King Piccolo was merely a subordinate in Don's presence. Such a notion was far too foolish. As evening approached, Don bid farewell to Klin and Master Roshi and returned to West City. The forest had grown increasingly dark, shrouded by the canopy of trees. At that moment, 2 individuals whose fates had been altered ignited a fire for light and warmth, engaging in conversation that I wonder just how powerful senior brother Don truly is. As they trained, they came to realize just how formidable Don had been back then. Furthermore, thinking of Don's subsequent visit to the temple, he had surely grown even stronger. The anticipation was palpable. In about a year, they would finally witness the visage of the divine, with over a year remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament. Don had mentioned his intention to participate, prompting both of them to prepare for registration. Maslow, I plan to return to Karen's sacred land to continue challenging the Karen Tower. Rim said, Do you have confidence? Not at all. Why do you answer so bluntly? Maslow, Rim gazed at his junior, noting that unlike him, Maslow possessed remarkable talent, and he might have even surpassed him by now. Observing Don and Maslow as they steadily eclipsed him brought a mix of pride and reluctance. Only through diligence could he find solace. What are your plans? Rim inquired. Well, I intend to teach that Mark a lesson. Then I'll make him shout that the Tianyi school is the world's strongest school. Rim suddenly burst into laughter. Then both began to chuckle heartily. You actually remember those things. Indeed, afterwards I will seek out senior brother. I hope by then he has reached the pinnacle of the Karen Tower. Very well. After tonight, we shall part ways for the time being. He, having trained alongside senior brother for over a year, I'm sure the separation will feel quite strange. Enough of the nonsense, strangely enough. Due to Don's involvement, the destinies of many were gradually changing. Everyone was engrossed in their training. Individuals like Rim and Maslow were striving to ascend the Karen Tower. Meanwhile, Clin and Sun Wukong subconsciously yearned to defeat Don at the next martial arts tournament and claim victory. Even in the shadows, the trio from the Crane School was preparing to participate in this tournament, aiming to remind the world of the Crane School's prestige. Chapter 34. The lovely maiden 1 year and 6 months later. When Bulma once proposed using a scouter to assess Don's fighting power, she found herself momentarily dazed at the displayed number. 1204. After a lengthy pause, Bulma finally grasped that her boyfriend had grown to an inconceivable level of strength. No wonder he had never proactively invited her to check, thought I. In Don's view, there was no need to conceal his prowess from his girlfriend. Moreover, his rate of advancement was not alarming by any means. In less than a year, he had elevated his strength from 200 or 300 to over 1,000, a pace that he deemed quite gentle. The gravity chamber consistently operated at 2 to 3 times normal gravity. And during particularly exhilarating moments, Don would temporarily ramp it up to 5 times. It wasn't that higher levels were unbearable for Don. Rather, those magnitudes were sufficient for his training, as he still required surplus energy to develop the Divine Fist. This was currently the most visible path to surpassing limits, especially since even the gods claimed that the Divine Fist possessed a divine aura, suggesting it was no simple feat under Don's guidance. Quebec had also begun to develop into a versatile fighter, much to Don's satisfaction. Over the past year, 2 notable events unfolded in West City. Firstly, the Owl King covertly gathered martial artists to cultivate a special forces unit. Even starting to scout young orphans for training, all quite methodically, he had invited Don several times, but aside from the symbolic visit on the day the army was formed, Don had not participated further. The second event was more of a minor incident. Maslow had briefly returned to the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, where he decisively dealt with the earlier Mark. This incident quickly stirred waves within the fighting community, as Mark was widely recognized as powerful, and seeing him easily defeated caused quite a stir. However, Maslow merely laughed heartily at the situation, departing with a sense of dramatic flair, and it eventually faded into obscurity. As Don grew ever stronger, his sensitivity to energy also sharpened significantly. For instance, he could now distinctly perceive the location of the temple. Should Lottie's arrive on Earth now, he would likely detect the unguarded energy the moment Lottie's set foot on the planet. Hurry up, if you keep dawdling, you might as well walk yourselves. On Master Roshi's small island, Bulma, Don, and Oolong flew in an aircraft to fetch Clin and the others. Today marked the registration period for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and they had all agreed to head to the competition venue together. Master Roshi, come on out, Clin urged, extending both hands. Ahem, does this outfit truly suit me? Master Roshi donned his customary black suit, complete with a red tie, sunglasses, and a cane, appearing rather fashionable. I believe it suits you perfectly. Lanchi smiled gently, placing her hands on her abdomen. Master Roshi adjusted his tie a few times. Is that so? I think the yellow one would suit me better. What are you all doing? Bulma placed her hands on her hips, expressing her dissatisfaction. Today, Bulma wore a stylish jacket paired with a short skirt, exuding a casual vibe. Master Rashi quickly apologized. Haha, I'm sorry. It has just been a while since I've been around so many girls, so I wanted to dress a bit sharper. Nearby, Oolong gazed at Master Rashi with drooping eyes, speechless. Silly old man. Why are you still trying to look cool at your age? How ridiculous. All right, hop in the car. The old driver is ready for takeoff. At this moment, Tang En donned a pair of sunglasses, seated in the cockpit of a private jet, experiencing an exhilarating novelty in piloting such a machine. Krillin and Master Rashi entered first, followed closely by Oolong and Master Rashi's turtle, and finally Bulma and Launch. They were finally en route to the World Martial Arts Tournament. I am eager to witness the fruits of our 3 years of training. Krillin clenched his fists and remarked to Tang En beside him. Kabeki distributed drinks to everyone. Thank you, Krillin responded as he received his. It has been quite a while since I last saw Goku. I find myself missing him. Bulma, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, expressed, silently sensing Goku's energy. Tang En casually remarked. That rascal, Goku, might be rushing to the venue with all his might. He is quite far from here. His energy is already fading. The group burst into laughter, realizing that after 3 long years, they would finally reunite. Goku will probably be shocked to see how much stronger I've become. Krillin exclaimed. All right, let us proceed at full speed. With a flick of his finger to adjust his sunglasses, Tang En pressed the throttle, propelling the jet forward. The aircraft surged into the air, creating a gust of wind as it soared at an accelerated pace. Excuse me, has a contestant named Sun Wukong registered? After Krillin completed his registration, he inquired of the staff member. Upon receiving a negative response, disappointment washed over him. That child, could he have forgotten? Master Rashi speculated. There is still time. Surely Goku doesn't possess a plane like ours, and it must not be easy for him to arrive here without the Nimbus cloud. Tang En, holding a cup of juice, spoke slowly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Tang En? A striking young lady inquired. The group turned to gaze at her, with Master Rashi and Oolong particularly wide-eyed. What a gem! Master Rashi discreetly wiped the drool from his mouth. Tang En felt puzzled, as he believed he should not know her. Tang En, who is she? Bulma asked with a hint of mischief. Tang En set down his juice and shrugged, indicating his lack of acquaintance. Seeing this, Bulma turned back to the young lady, her gaze inquisitive. That I apologize for the interruption, but Mr. Tang En is my idol. This is my first time meeting him, and I am sorry for the trouble caused. The young lady placed her hands before her and bowed her head gently. Upon hearing this, Bulma snorted dismissively and turned away. Beside them, Master Rashi and Krillin's eyes nearly bulged out. Such an adorable girl is a fan of Tang En. Especially Krillin, whose eyes seemed ready to pop. He vowed to win this tournament and become someone like Tang En. Krillin assumed this charming girl was a fan solely because Tang En had won the last World Martial Arts Tournament. But that was not the case, Mr. Tang En. May I ask you a few questions? Thank you very much. The young lady bowed deeply, speaking earnestly. Please, go ahead, Tang En replied readily. They stepped aside slightly, as it was unlikely for Tang En to venture too far, given that he must remain within Bulma's line of sight. After all, Tang En was devoted solely to Bulma at this moment. Right here will suffice, Tang En stated. Very well, the young lady responded to Mr. Tang En. My name is Tong Leah, and I am the daughter of General Pierce. Tong Leah introduced herself. Tang En blinked. He recognized Pierce, a trusted confidant of the king, and also his closest friend, overseeing military and political affairs. Oh, does the king have any directives? Tang En inquired with curiosity. Not exactly, Mr. Tang. I have come here not only to participate in the tournament, but also to express the king's gratitude to you. Upon hearing this, Tang En instinctively assessed Tong Leah's aura, which was indeed formidable compared to an ordinary person. Well, that makes sense. The king should indeed convey his appreciation. The influx of reporters must also have been sent by the king. Right? Tang En remarked. Yes. Ever since receiving guidance from Mr. Tang En, His Majesty has indeed taken an interest in martial arts and has heeded your advice to keep it low-key for now. Tong Leah paused before continuing. Although we have utilized the training methods you provided, merely a little over a year of practice is insufficient. Everyone hopes to witness a genuine contest of strength, hence the presence of these reporters. However, This information will remain confidential for now. Tang En could not disagree. This aligned with his intentions. How should I respond? Then, please convey a message to the king for me. Just say, I'm grateful for his thoughtful consideration of my words, and if the nation faces any crisis, I would be more than willing to assist. Tang En smiled, adopting a tone of formal courtesy. Tang Lia, unfazed, immediately expressed her gratitude. The underlying significance of this exchange was likely beyond her comprehension. For Tang En, these matters were trivial. He had surpassed those around him by considerable margin, genuinely experiencing life in a new way. He even contemplated leveraging the situation with Piccolo to further catalyze martial arts on Earth. Chapter 35. Conflict. Subsequently, Tang Lia asked Tang En several questions regarding martial arts before bidding farewell. You rascal! How despicable! You already have Bulma, yet you're attracting all this attention, Krillin whispered jealously to Tang En. At this moment, Tang En had returned, picking up his now lukewarm juice. Observing Krillin's disgruntlement, Tang En found it rather amusing that it was evident that Tang Lia was an exceptional individual, her demeanor always exuding comfort, as expected of someone from nobility. However, their encounter was merely brief. Had this been during Tang En's initial arrival, he might have easily been smitten by her charm. Yet now, it mattered little, as he had progressed significantly. Krillin, that girl is also here to compete. You might have a chance, Tang En hinted. Krillin instantly bowed his head, his face turning crimson, lost in thought. Brother Tang En, a voice called out, once again capturing everyone's attention. Tang En waved back in response. It was Maslow and Rem, who had indeed arrived. Brother, it has been a long time, Maslow exclaimed joyfully, looking vastly different from the individual he was 3 years prior. His burgeoning strength imbued him with newfound confidence, and his previously evident character flaws seemed to have vanished, replaced by a youthful ambition. Conversely, Rem appeared remarkably composed, his expression resolute. His once slightly plump physique had transformed into a solid build. Upon seeing Tang En, Rem was also quite pleased, though he did not display overt joy. The three exchanged greetings, after which Tang En introduced the two to Krillin and the others. Krillin felt a jolt. Knowing they were Tang En's peers, they were undoubtedly formidable as well. Alas, the competition has become increasingly arduous this time. Master Roshi merely blinked, and although the two competitors had significantly improved, they remained insufficient in comparison to him at this moment. After all, they were still quite young. Everyone gathered. The conversation swiftly shifted towards the Karen Tower. Upon learning that the two had reached the Karen Tower solely through their own efforts, Master Roshi felt a sense of awe towards the younger generation. Meanwhile, Krillin, upon hearing about the Karen Tower, felt a flicker of admiration arise within him, regretting that he had not found the time to visit there himself. Indeed, when I returned to the Karen Sanctuary, my senior brother Rem had already reached the top of the Karen Tower, which was truly astonishing. Rem is incredibly strong. Maslow recounted the training journeys of the two. Rem simply smiled, and no one knew the extent of his toil and sweat over those 3 days and nights. He was unwilling to share, as such matters were inherently personal. Don nodded earnestly, recognizing the admirable qualities of both individuals, and Maslow's character seemed particularly fitting for promoting martial arts. After hearing about their experiences, Don held a very favorable view of the two. The remainder depended on their willingness, as he would not compel them to act merely because he had offered assistance in the past. If the two felt reluctant, he would have to seek others. An hour swiftly passed, and the group decided to find a place to have lunch. However, by the time they were nearly finished, Sun Wukong had yet to arrive. Surely, Wukong wouldn't skip out. I still want him to see the fruits of my training, Maslow remarked. The encounter between the two and Sun Wukong at the Karen Tower had become common knowledge among the crowd. Prompting some concern, Bulma, who knew Wukong quite well, interjected, "How could that rascal forget such a matter? He has always yearned to surpass Don. But that is utterly impossible." In this regard, Bulma exhibited remarkable confidence, although she did not fully grasp the implications of Don's combat prowess. The notion that even celestial beings could not contend with him suggested that there might not be anyone stronger in this world. My judgment is truly impeccable, Master Roshi, silently gripped his staff. As he found himself utterly unable to gauge Dawn's capabilities for this reason, he decided not to register this time, hoping that the young ones would carve their own destinies. Oolong, you should transform into Wukong and register, Bulma suggested. All right, in crucial moments, it seems I must rely on my esteemed self, Oolong declared with pride. And no need for that, Dawn replied, but it's unnecessary. Wukong has already arrived. Dawn felt a subtle satisfaction, inexplicably succumbing to the urge to boast at times. The group glanced around, finding no one in sight. Just as they were about to inquire about Dawn, a youth clad in tiger skin swiftly appeared before them. Lan Shi could not help but cover her mouth. Wukong. Krillin leaped to his feet, joyfully exclaiming, Wukong, you rascal! You've finally come. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed in astonishment. Wow! Everyone is here! Krillin, Master Roshi, Lan Shi, Bulma, Don Oolong. Oh, fantastic! You are Mam and Resno? We meet again, you fool! It's Maslow. Rim and Maslow. Ah! Maslow protested indignantly. Wukong scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Prompted by the others, Wukong immediately registered and then joined the group. The unfamiliar presence of Quebec piqued little Wukong's curiosity, compelling him to steal glances. Damn it, Wukong is still taller than me, Krillin thought to himself. Don discreetly assessed the auras of those present. Apart from himself, the strongest was undoubtedly Sun Wukong, which was hardly surprising. Following him was Master Roshi. But as far as he knew, there was no participant named Chenglong this time, suggesting he had opted out to his astonishment. Rem was further back in the lineup. Don felt a stir within him and glanced toward his senior brother. This shouldn't be. Logically, Rem should be somewhat inferior to Maslow. Don mused inwardly. It had only been less than 3 years. Don grew curious about what exactly had transpired with Rem, as his inherent strength and talent seemed insufficient to surpass Krillin. Even Maslow had not reached such heights. Don shook his head, deciding to abandon his thoughts for now, resolving to inquire with Master Cat when he had the chance. With this in mind, Don's determination to promote martial arts grew stronger, as perhaps an exceptionally gifted individual would emerge. Following Rem was Krillin, whose aura was merely slightly lower. Finally, there was Maslow. This lad likely remained unaware that he had already been surpassed by Rem. Don thought, this moment. 3 additional auras entered Don's perception that I was wondering who it could be. Is that not Master Roshi? A voice interrupted the group's conversation, causing everyone to turn their attention. Even Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. Master Crane, I didn't expect you, old man, to still be alive. Humph. You remain as you always were, with a mouth as foul as your appearance, Master Crane retorted, continuing to mock. Heh, I heard your disciple made quite a splash last time. And what of it? Humph. That merely signifies that martial arts have fallen into decline. This time, I have brought my disciple to show the world what true martial arts are. The crowd was a loss, unable to comprehend the situation, and thus remained silent. I regret to inform you that this time, the championship will undoubtedly belong to my disciple. You would do well to scurry away before you embarrass yourselves. Ah! Master Crane continued. Ah, you truly haven't changed. Always spouting nonsense, Master Roshi chuckled, scratching his head. What? You featherless, stinky turtle, stop rambling. You half-baked old fool. The 2 rivals began a verbal assault. Damn it. Upon realizing they could not best each other, they abandoned their impotent fury. Master Crane addressed Tianjin Fan and Dumpling behind him. Let us go. See you at the arena. Master Roshi watched the trio depart. Champion, Master Roshi shook his head, murmuring to himself. Chapter 36. Preliminary Round Wukong. Where is your Nimbus? You had us worried for ages. Master Roshi approached, reproaching him. Wukong, munching on a rice ball, paused and replied, Didn't the old man say we shouldn't use the Nimbus while training? Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had merely said that offhandedly. He never expected Sun Wukong to take it literally. You didn't swim here, did you? Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. After all, Papaya Island is surrounded by water on all sides. Without any means of transportation, one can only swim here. I swam over from Yehai. Wukong seemed utterly unconcerned. The innocent little Wukong, What thoughts occupy your mind? Yu Long shouted. Yehai is located on the other side of the earth, and yet a character like you exists. The crowd was left speechless and astonished, while the participants, including Krillin, felt a complex mix of emotions. Well, since we've all registered, let us rest well and prepare for tomorrow's competition, Master Roshi continued. The next day, due to an increase in participants, the martial arts tournament would now be held every 3 years instead of 5. A plump monk shouted through a megaphone, urging the contestants to enter the venue. Dan and the others separated from non-participants like Lanchi and Bulma, entering the arena. Sun Wukong and Krillin donned the Turtle School martial arts uniforms, while Dan, having not taken Master Roshi as his teacher, remained in his regular attire. Mr. Dan, it's good to see you again. Tong Lia approached Dan and said, Are you Mr. Sun Wukong? On behalf of the king, I extend my deepest gratitude to you. Tong Lia then turned to Wukong. Wukong blinked, unsure what she meant. After all, in his simplicity, he had yet to connect the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army with the king. On stage, the officials announced various rules for the competition, while everyone began lining up for the draw. The tournament was divided into 4 regions, each split into upper and lower halves, ultimately determining the top 8. Hey, Jiaozi, isn't that the person who exposed us? Tianjin Fan pointed at Sun Wukong. That moment. He had yet to be enlightened by Master Roshi, and the surrounding atmosphere had left him with a lingering sense of malice. How interesting, Krillin said as he drew lots, then hurried away. Heaven help me. Please don't let me face Miss Tong Lia in the preliminaries. It would be best not to encounter Wukong and Dan either. To avoid interaction among the crowd, Dan cleverly separated everyone. Sun Wukong was placed in the upper half of Region 1, Krillin in the upper half of Region 3, Dan in the upper half of Region 2, Rem in the lower half of Region 3, Maslow in the lower half of Region 4, Tianjin Fan in the upper half of Region 4, and Jiaozi in the lower half of Region 2. After some contemplation, Dan decided to place Tong Lia in the remaining lower half of Region 1, thus successfully dispersing everyone. Could this possibly be the top 8? Dan mused inwardly. The preliminaries commenced swiftly. Let me see the prowess of the Turtle School, Tianjin Fan remarked, appearing quite arrogant and aggressive. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi responded. Indeed, the participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament were truly remarkable, even in the preliminaries. There were many exceptionally strong individuals. However, despite their physical prowess, they remained within the realm of ordinary humans. Against individuals like Dan, who had undergone rigorous training, they became as fragile as tofu, as expected. Mr. Dan's friends were immensely powerful. None of their opponents lasted over a minute, even if they were champions in their respective fields. Tong Lia reflected silently. Bloom, remember to capture the battle records of Mr. Dan and Mr. Sun Wukong, she instructed. Yes, Miss Tong Lia. After Krillin dispatched a hefty opponent, he jumped down and posed for everyone. Krillin, you're now far stronger than you used to be, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists. Really? I thought you might find me weak. Krillin scratched his head. That is utterly unfounded. Little Wukong said, cradling the back of his head with both hands. Maslow and Rem also congratulated Krillin and then turned their attention to Dan's match. Such a trivial feat, and yet they make such a fuss. Indeed, the Turtle School is filled with nothing but cowards. Tianjin Fan began to mock brazenly. His words reached the ears of the crowd. And although Rem and Maslow were not members of the Turtle School, they could not tolerate insults directed at their friends. Given Maslow's temperament, he could not hold back, and he immediately sought to teach Tianjin Fan a lesson. At this moment, Sun Wukong recognized the two as the bullies of the villagers, escalating the conflict. So you are Maslow? What? Do you want to fight? Tianjin Fan taunted. What of it? Maslow retorted. Krillin stepped in to prevent the situation from escalating further. You'd better not survive the preliminaries. Otherwise, Tianjin Fan sneered. Maslow, filled with pent-up frustration, would have certainly thrown a punch if not for Rem and Krillin holding him back. Jiaozi, let us go. This little episode soon passed. In following Dan's victorious return, he noticed the crowd's unusual demeanor. After inquiring, he learned of the incident. Dan held a certain admiration for Tianjin Fan, as a hybrid of the three-eyed people and earthlings. He possessed remarkable vitality and formidable martial arts talent. Even in the later stages, his Kikaho could hold back Cell. If not for his alien heritage, he would undoubtedly be the strongest Earthling that if given the opportunity. Dawn would not hesitate to lend him a hand. Soon, the upper halves of all four regions concluded. Sun Wukong, Dawn, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan all advanced. A wave of excitement erupted from the audience. Miss Tonglia is in danger. Krillin shouted, rushing toward the first arena. Sun Wukong turned to look, following Krillin to the edge of the stage. Dawn shifted his gaze in that direction, only to see Tonglia being pushed back repeatedly. Hang in there, just a little more, Krillin encouraged from the sidelines out on the stage. Tonglia's eyes turned cold. She rarely got angry. Miss Tonglia, no matter how hard you try, you cannot defeat me. Why can't you understand that? The man on stage taunted, standing on his toes. The power disparity between them was minimal. Tonglia had, after all, trained for a limited time, and her current level was already quite impressive, unbeknownst to the crowd. During her engagement with him, they were evenly matched. However, he persistently sought to take advantage of her. Additionally, Tonglia was not a martial artist by nature and found herself frustrated by his insidious tactics, leading to a surge of anger. Miss Tonglia, don't give up, many voices from the sidelines urged. Taking a deep breath, Tonglia smiled at her surroundings. Forget it, I concede. What? The crowd was taken aback, unable to fathom her reasons for such actions. After all, there were still opportunities remaining, weren't there? Clin pondered in confusion. I could see that moment. Tonglia had already descended. Are you Mr. Clin? Thank you for your concern, but I never aimed for the championship title. So I hope I haven't disappointed you, she said, her tone gentle as she slightly crouched before Clin, showing no sign of discouragement. It's nothing, Clin replied, his face flushing instantly, momentarily oblivious to everything else. Subsequently, Tonglia and her companions, Tang En and Wukong, nodded in agreement. From now on, I can cheer for everyone. How lovely, Clin murmured softly. Thus, as Tonglia was eliminated in the preliminary round, she was relegated to the sidelines. Investigate that puff and teach him a lesson. Yes, Miss Tonglia. Remember not to cause any fatalities. Chapter 36. The initial battle of the top 8, the final 8 contestants were largely as Tang En had anticipated. With the exception that Tonglia was replaced by a certain individual named Puff. Wasn't this fellow already one of the top 8? Tang En mused, his memory hazy, considering Puff to be a minor character. You are Tang En? Tianjin Fan approached him and inquired. Indeed, Tang En affirmed. You are the champion from the previous competition? Yes. Tianjin Fan scoffed. How weak can one be? I fail to see what sets you apart from the average person. Tang En felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he responded. Well, I apologize for disappointing you. I am merely focused on controlling my energy. How audacious. You think you can compare with senior brother Tang En? Tang En remained composed, but Maslow could not contain himself and confronted Tianjin Fan head-on. Oh, who are you? A mere clown. To interject, Tianjin Fan sneered, arms crossed, oblivious to the brewing tension. You. How infuriating. Maslow, already harboring grievances against Tianjin Fan, was now seething with rage. What? Are you seeking death by being so insolent? At that moment, Tang En sensed Maslow was on the verge of exploding. Although he claimed indifference, it was only because he held no ill will towards Tianjin Fan, merely viewing him as somewhat juvenile. After all, they were merely children. However, he could not dismiss Maslow's feelings. After all, he was standing up for him. Just then, a martial arts monk accidentally overturned a bucket, splashing water on a Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's legs. Tianjin Fan, incensed, seized the monk. Fool! You've soiled our turtle school uniforms. The monk, flustered, found himself hoisted off the ground by Tianjin Fan, and a pair of hands grasped Tianjin Fan's arms. That's enough. Save your energy for the competition. And refrain from causing a scene here, Tang En stated, staring intently at Tianjin Fan. You think you're worthy of that? Tianjin Fan retorted, as if pricked by a needle. Suddenly, Tang En unleashed his aura, his gaze piercing, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped the surroundings. Crack. The turtle hermit, holding a cup, suddenly lost his grip, the vessel shattering upon impact with the ground, splashing warm water over himself. Bulma and the others, sensing the hermit's change, rushed to inquire. The turtle hermit remained silent, standing to gaze towards the arena, and after a moment, chuckled, "Ha ha, getting old makes one prone to overreacting to my apologies." The crowd began to scold him, claiming he had frightened them, to which the turtle hermit sheepishly scratched his head. What was that sensation just now? It was terrifying. The turtle hermit himself could not articulate the feeling, merely sensing a sudden flutter in his heart. Most present were unaware of Tang En's actions. Even the turtle hermit could only experience a moment of trepidation. Only Dr. Kabeki, with his keen perception, understood the truth behind the scene. As for Tianjin Fan, the target of that aura, he might not have comprehended the energy, but was nonetheless drenched in cold sweat, his body nearly immobilized, and his expression momentarily blank. After a struggle, Tianjin Fan managed to withdraw his arm from Tang En's grasp, retreating several steps, his back already soaked. Dumpling was perplexed, as Tianjin Fan's demeanor resembled that of someone intimidated by the individual before him. How could this be? Dumpling, let us go. With that, Tianjin Fan departed alone. Outside, the humiliation continued to gnaw at Tianjin Fan, pushing him closer to madness. Damn it! Damn it! Useless, useless! How could I be frightened by someone? Useless! In a fit of rage, Tianjin Fan slammed his fist against the wall, causing it to crack and splinter. Damn you, Tang En! I shall make you pay during the competition. He vowed never to fall for such tactics again. Meanwhile, within the martial arts hall, Dumpling followed Tianjin Fan outside. Tang En, that was incredible what you did just now. Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration. Oh. Wukong, did you sense what just transpired? Tang En inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had thought only Tianjin Fan would perceive his aura. Well, that three-eyed fellow must have been scared off by you, right? Indeed, I knew it. Tang En, you've truly grown stronger. Sun Wukong beamed. I can't wait to battle you. Certainly. I too look forward to a match with you. Tang En replied, giving Maslow a friendly pat on the shoulder. Humph, that guy is truly the most detestable. If it weren't for senior brother Tang En intervening, I would have taught him a lesson myself. Ha ha ha, thank you. Tang En expressed his sincere gratitude. Now I invite everyone to come forward for the draw. The brown-haired referee reappeared. First, please welcome contestant Tang En to draw. Tang En stepped forward, reaching for a slip of paper from within. Is he truly the champion from last time? Huff inquired. Dumpling, find a way for me to face him, Tianjin Fan commanded. Understood. Suddenly, a peculiar wave rippled through the air, silently altering some physical laws that Dumpling's superpower? Despite Tang En's formidable strength, superpowers relied heavily on innate talent. He possessed neither exceptional gifts, nor had he dedicated time to training, achieving his prowess solely through skill, in terms of superpower levels. He might indeed be inferior to Dumpling. Encountering Tianjin Fan this early? How dramatic! Tang En mused internally, feeling that this scenario deviated from the common trope of powerful characters clashing only in the final showdown. Number 7. Tang En glanced at the slip. All right, contestant Tang En is number 7. Next. Please proceed. Within a minute, the drawing concluded, and the results were as follows. First match, Sun Wukong versus Puff. Second match, Maslow versus Rim. Third match, Clin versus Dumpling. Fourth match, Tang En versus Tianjin Fan. Half an hour later. Go for it, Wukong. The arena for the top 8 has been set outside, and Sun Wukong, as the first contestant, swiftly ascends the stage. Bulma and the others, having awaited the moment, enthusiastically cheer for Wukong. Oolong and Turtle, positioned beside Kabeji, can only cling to the wall due to their height disadvantage. Master Rashi is also present in the audience, accompanied by Master Crane. Amusingly, these two have always been at odds since their youth, and even in their old age, they occasionally engage in witty banter, causing Lan Shi to instinctively distance herself from these two rather uncouth elder gentlemen. Puff, Puff. It appears that this relatively unknown Puff has garnered more popularity than Sun Wukong, reportedly a champion of sorts. As time gradually passes, Wukong is already prepared, anxiously awaiting. What the heck? Such arrogance, making us wait for him alone. Oolong grumbles. The crowd begins to murmur, prompting the brown-haired referee to step forward and declare. According to the rules, if a contestant is not present within 10 minutes after the match begins, It will be considered a forfeit. The countdown starts now. Humph, he had better not show up. Surrendering would be preferable. Wulong remarks. As time elapses, Puff still shows no sign of appearing, leading to a flurry of discussions among the spectators. Final 10 seconds. Ha! I never expected you, turtle folks, to be so fortunate, winning without a fight. Master Crane taunts Master Rashi from the sidelines. Not to be outdone, Master Rashi retorts. You bald crane. If you can't teach your disciples properly, then don't teach at all. You fool. This jibe alludes to Master Crane's failure in instructing Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. What? You old lecherous turtle. Do I need your guidance in teaching my disciples? Bald Crane. The surrounding audience quickly distances themselves from the two, as neither elder appears to be of sound mind. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. This match will be deemed a forfeit for contestant Puff. The victor is contestant Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong emerges, bewildered and visibly displeased, pondering how Puff could vanish in such a short span after being seen during the draw. Excuse me, coming through to the tall man escorts a woman towards them. Blum, over there, the girl points towards Bulma's location. Bulma notices the pair. Aren't you Tang En? It's a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your reputation, Ms. Bulma. Your inventions alongside your father, Dr. Briefs, have indeed changed the world. Tang En replies. Bulma, clearly flattered, crosses her arms with pride upon receiving the compliment. Humph, what is this? I'm the world's #1 beauty. Tang En responds with a smile. Soon, the two engage in conversation, with Tang En not neglecting anyone else around, even including the robot Kabeji and Turtle. With her exceptional linguistic talent, she quickly earns the goodwill of those present. Oolong attempts to seize the opportunity to flirt with Tang En, but abandons the idea upon noticing the towering figure behind her. Had it been Master Rashi, he might have had the audacity. However, at that moment, Master Rashi is several meters away, engrossed in a discussion with another elder about which of their families might perish first, completely oblivious to the unfolding scene. Chapter 38. A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. Next up is the match between Rem and Maslow. Brother, this is our first true battle, isn't it? Maslow states. The two stand on the stage, locking eyes. After 3 years of camaraderie, they're intimately familiar with one another and eagerly anticipate showcasing their skills. Indeed, my junior, I shall not hold back, Rem replies. Nor will I. The two warm up, poised for action. All right, I declare the second match of the top 8, commencing now. The referee signals the start of the battle. In an instant, as Rem lifts his arm, a pair of iron fists strikes his elbow, pushing him back slightly. So fast, Krillin exclaims in astonishment. Both are well aware of each other's capabilities, knowing they are evenly matched, which allows them to engage without fear of causing serious injury, and they begin to take things seriously. Maslow steadies himself, fully concentrating that he can even faintly hear the powerful rhythm of Rem's heartbeat, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his opponent's veins. Rem launches an attack, his footwork fluid and serpentine, making it difficult to discern his intended direction. Maslow, with a quick stomp, shifts from stillness to a sprint, executing the move with incredible speed and perfect timing. To reach such a level in merely 3 years, they have undoubtedly put in a tremendous amount of effort. Suddenly, Maslow intercepts Rem's point of attack with astonishing agility, catching Rem off guard. It seems I'm not the only one hiding my strength, Rem thinks to himself. Foregoing a heavy strike, the two engage in a few tentative exchanges, quickly repositioning themselves for the next opportunity. It must be said that both possess considerable martial arts experience, rivaling even Krillin and the others. With a resounding smack, Maslow dives forward, his right hand thrusting out, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, yet it only connects with Rem's afterimage. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle will hinge on personal stamina, speed, and other factors. The techniques merely serve as a means of probing. The continuous clashes challenge the audience's perceptions, pushing their limits of understanding. Incredible. It is said that the two competitors hail from the same school and are brothers of the previous champion, Don. Truly astonishing. The referee in the black suit announces through the microphone that a wave of cheers erupts from the crowd, followed by applause. Miss Tang En, I am no match for them, Blum whispers to Tang En. She nods, contemplating. These two were mere unknowns 3 years ago. Indeed, there exists a unique cultivation method in this world, If they are this strong, what of Sun Wukong, who annihilated the Red Ribbon Army? In that dawn, Tong Lia recalls the training grounds in the West capital, pondering whether such individuals truly exist in this world. Krillin, fixated on the unfolding battle, feels an urge to compete against them. Watch out, Rim warns as he begins to swell with power, his veins visibly bulging and his aura expanding. The ensuing force obscures the intricacies of their techniques. Both are adept at employing the most effective methods to attack their opponent while minimizing their own expenditure of energy. With a slight edge in strength, Rim quickly gains the upper hand over Maslow, who finds himself forced into a defensive stance. Oh, my brother is this strong. I'm quite taken aback. Maslow retreats. Having just taken a punch, now cornered at the edge of the stage. "Hi, you too. I refuse to believe that this is all you can do." Maslow grins, seemingly in agreement with this assertion. "All right, brother, be careful. My full strength is difficult to control, even for myself. Let us see." Rim responds fearlessly to Maslow's smile fades, his expression turning serious. "What a pity. I had intended to save this for that three-eyed fellow. But it seems it will not be needed now. Tianjin, they are quite formidable." The dumpling remarked to Tianjin Fan. "In my eyes, they're no different from those two little imps of the turtle school." Tianjin Fan retorted, "Tianjin Fan is truly impressive." Beside them, Krillin felt a wave of dissatisfaction, instinctively glancing towards the duo. "What?" Krillin rubbed his eyes and quickly leaped onto the wall, speaking to Sun Wukong beside him. "Hey, Wukong, those two can't fly." Sun Wukong turned around, equally astonished. "It's true. They can fly like dawn." The internal walls of the dojo were quite high, with Wukong and Krillin resting their hands atop, their heads peeking over. While Tianjin Fan and the dumpling hovered in mid-air. Be careful, Shi Xiang. Maslow's energy was steadily increasing. Rim instinctively took a step back. Maslow suddenly burst into laughter, casually saying, "What a surprise, I must confess. I always thought I had surpassed you. But Shi Xiang, if you can dodge this, then I am truly at a loss." Rim chuckled softly, having a good inkling of what his junior intended to do. Rim felt a sense of gratification. This move, meant to be a finishing blow, should ideally catch one off guard, rather than be deliberately noticed. Rim exhaled, pondering. "Is it the Kikaho? Junior, I must admit, I am genuinely envious of your talent." Rim recalled his own arduous climb of the Kalen Tower. A grueling 3 days and nights where he ascended almost unconsciously, climbing and climbing. As if entranced, he scarcely knew what drove him, even forgetting who he was, only to realize upon awakening that he had reached the summit. His relentless effort was ultimately rewarded in reality. Now, facing Maslow in such a manner, he felt that even in defeat, he would harbor no regrets. Maslow, having gathered his energy, suddenly thrust forward. "Shi Xiang, do dodge. Full power Kikaho." A flash erupted, instantly captivating the eyes of all present. Tong Lia and Krillin felt a shiver in their minds. Both were engulfed in a swirl of complex emotions. The former was exhilarated, while the latter felt desolate. "Oh, well, this is quite unexpected." Tianjin Fan smirked, surprised that Maslow could reach such a level. "If I were to possess only this level of skill." Rem murmured, his gaze growing resolute. "That would be exceedingly disappointing." Watching the rapidly approaching attack, Rem's pride eclipsed his reason, and in an instant he assumed a defensive stance, abandoning the thought of evasion, that "I shall not flee." In less than half a breath, Rem was enveloped by the Kiko. The overwhelming heat tearing his clothes to shreds, and the wall behind him began to crack under the strain. What? Maslow immediately grasped what had transpired, but he could not afford to ponder further. After all, if he held back at this moment, he would never forgive himself. Their full-force advances severely tested their endurance, stamina, and willpower. Don estimated the strength of the two. When Maslow unleashed the Kikaho, his combat power had already surpassed 100. If Rem managed to evade this strike, victory would be assured. Given their comparable strengths, such an outcome was entirely plausible. But now, Don could only hope Rem would survive. After all, under nearly identical strengths, taking a full-force hit from an opponent was no trivial matter. Who, after what felt like a stick of incense, the dust settled, revealing cracks on the arena floor as the audience finally shifted their attention to the two combatants. A Huff Huff Maslow appeared somewhat drained. He had never unleashed this move to such an extent, nearly rivaling the Turtle Sage's strike that quelled the flames of Fire Mountain, had it not been for Rem absorbing the brunt of the force. The martial arts arena would likely have been left with a massive hole. Then, another figure emerged, tattered clothing and swaying form. How did you manage to hold on? Rem struggled to smile at Maslow, now covered in wounds. Were it not for his exceptionally robust physique, he would have long since collapsed. The situation was clear. While Maslow was fatigued, he had suffered no substantial harm, merely exhausted his energy. On the other hand, Rem was indeed gravely injured. If this dragged on, it would pose significant problems. Rem seemed to notice this issue too, gently shaking his head, his body trembling involuntarily. I have lost. I did not expect my junior to wield the Kikaho. Truly impressive. Rem drew a sharp breath, trembling as he spoke. At this level, both could attempt the Kikaho, just as Krillin could, yet Rem's focus had left him little room to develop more techniques. After all, this required time, and he was sorely lacking in that regard. Chapter 39. Turtle School Kikaho. The audience erupted in applause as the final victory was announced, and Rem was assisted out of the arena by Maslow. Xixiao Maslow felt a mix of emotions. That was quite exhilarating. When I learn the Kiko next time, I won't let you win so easily anymore, Rem said, releasing a sigh of relief. Maslow's eyes glistened. Nodding earnestly, upon entering the venue, Maslow was greeted by the smiling Don. Wiping away a tear, he shyly called out, Don Xixiang. Wow, you're incredible. You've beaten Rem Xixiang so thoroughly. Don supported Rem, promptly preparing to fetch him some senza beans. It's all right. I'll try harder next time and personally teach this kid what it means to respect his seniors. Rem began to tease Maslow. The three shared a hearty laugh, and as their gazes met, they suddenly felt a deeper familiarity reflected in each other's eyes. This is senza bean. Rem exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the beans Don offered him. In no way. This is far too precious. Even Kalen Sage doesn't have many. Don couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had tricked away more than 90% of the senza beans before explaining their significance to Kalen Sage. Hence the scarcity. Don reassured them. Rest assured, I have an abundance of senza beans here. Take these for now. He retrieved a handful of senzu beans from a prepared pouch and distributed them to the two. Though he had plenty of beans, their value was undeniable. You two have been training alone. You can't do without these. Take them. Don insisted. Both felt a complex mix of emotions. The divine object they had once sought after was now laid before them. Having once begged for just 2 beans. Well, I want to be polite then. Rem swallowed a senza bean, and in the blink of an eye his muscles felt revitalized and his burns healed completely. That remarkable that moment. Sun Wukong and Krillin rushed over, with Wukong showing no reaction to Rem's recovery, perhaps not even noticing. Krillin, on the other hand, was nervous as his turn was approaching. Though surprised, he didn't inquire further. Now, let us welcome the contestant from the Turtle School, Krillin, and the contestant from the Crane School, Dumpling, the brown-haired host announced loudly. You dare compare me to that bald turtle? You've made me laugh to tears. The Crane Hermit mockingly addressed the Turtle Hermit, as if the foliage beneath his hat were exceedingly lush. Just wait and see. Your disciple is no match for the Dumpling. I advise you to have that little bald head surrender early. Ha ha! Go for it, Krillin, Goku shouted. The match commenced. Krillin, suddenly invigorated, readied himself to await his opponent's assault. The Dumpling remained silent, devoid of any expression. What a peculiar individual, Krillin remarked, taking 2 steps back and fixating on his adversary. Suddenly, the Dumpling's body levitated off the ground, hovering a few inches above the surface. How infuriating! This flying scoundrel is truly cheating. Krillin exclaimed indignantly. In an instant, the Dumpling utilized the instant transmission technique to appear before Krillin. Striking him with a single blow, Krillin adjusted his position mid-air, preparing for a smooth landing. The attack had scarcely affected him. However, the Dumpling was already waiting at Krillin's landing spot, leaping upwards and colliding headfirst into Krillin's abdomen. Bang! Krillin was sent flying once more, a surge of anger welling within him, but he dove downward, intending to harness the power of the air for a heavy strike against the Dumpling. Yet, The speed of the instant transmission was not to be underestimated. Just as Krillin was about to land a hit, the dumpling evaded him. What incredible speed! Krillin gritted his teeth. Very well, let it be so. An idea sparked in Krillin's mind. In a flash, he vanished, moving at high speed and employing excellent technique to escape the dumpling's line of sight. Where? The dumpling peered around anxiously, but with his current abilities, he was utterly incapable of detecting Krillin. Tien Shinhan, noticing this, shouted, "Dumpling, to your left?" I hold the chopsticks in my right hand, so the left must be smack. Krillin unleashed a fierce strike, which the dumpling barely blocked. Krillin seized the opportunity to press his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches, determined to force the dumpling out of the ring. "Well done, Krillin," Bulma cheered from the sidelines. The crane hermit chuckled ominously. Indeed, the dumpling, cornered by Krillin's relentless assault, soon found himself at the edge of the arena. With another punch, Krillin sent the dumpling careening away from the ring. However, instead of crashing to the ground, he soared into the air. Krillin remained silent, hoping the dumpling would be caught off guard and fall from the platform. Yet the outcome was clearer. His opponent was still a formidable foe. After several breaths, the dumpling showed no signs of descending. Krillin was a loss for words, pondering the situation. "Krillin, be cautious of your opponent's aerial attacks." Tien warned, "Fido, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about our crane school." Tien remarked to Tien Shinhan. Krillin was taken aback. Could it be? The dumpling raised a hand, extending a single finger, slowly gathering energy. What is this? Krillin felt a sense of foreboding. DD wave with a flash. Krillin swiftly dodged, glancing back to see the ground charred black. The DD wave. Another attack was launched, forcing Krillin to narrowly evade, panic rising within him. What kind of technique is this? To be able to execute moves while floating in midair. How can that not be invincible? Tong Lia murmured. Beside her, Bulma, rubbing her nose, said disdainfully, "What does it matter if he can fly? As if he's the only one capable of it." Tong Lia quickly inquired, "Can Mr. Tien do that as well?" Bulma proudly nodded, offering no verbal response. But Tong Lia understood that moment. The arena was besieged by continuous aerial attacks. It would not be long before Krillin inevitably fell victim to one of them, suffering grave injury. Tien casually rested his chin on his hand, aware that he too could execute the DD wave, noting its formidable penetrative and incendiary properties, all while consuming minimal energy. Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, a wave of unwillingness swelling within him. Why is it that even this little brat can wield the Kamehameha? How can I possibly be so weak? How does it feel? Turtle, old man, just wait for your disciple to turn into a pile of ashes. The crane hermit laughed heartily. Be quiet. You foolish crane. You will never change your foul temperament even in death. The turtle hermit glared at the arena, anxiety gnawing at his heart. That moment, Krillin recalled Tien's disciple, Maslow, a complex swirl of emotions flooding through him. Damn it, it doesn't matter. I have no reason to be incapable. The turtle hermit scrutinized the unfolding situation closely, his brow furrowing. Can Krillin really do it? It was apparent that he feared Krillin's unrefined Kamehameha would not be sufficient to overcome the DD wave. Kamehameha wave. The two energy blasts collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. I remember now, Goku shouted, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. That technique is identical to the one used by that fellow. Tao Pai Pai. Tien was taken aback. What did you say? Tao Pai Pai had been missing for 3 years, and the mention of him echoed in Tien's mind. Little Goku, observing Tien's bewilderment, blinked his innocent eyes. I said Tao Pai Pai. Master Crane. Tien's face turned pale as he pushed through the crowd towards the crane hermit. What is it? The crane hermit responded, visibly displeased, as he remained focused on the dumpling's predicament. Master, just now a fellow mentioned. Tien appeared utterly shocked, whispering to the crane hermit. What? My brother Tao Pai Pai has been killed? Impossible! The crane hermit exclaimed, disbelief and rage flooding his mind, his fury palpable in a wonder. 3 years without news. Something truly grave must have occurred. Tien reassured the crane hermit. Master, do not worry. That son Goku surely resorted to underhanded tactics to kill Uncle Tao Pai Pai. I will avenge him. Indeed, Tao Pai Pai is the world's greatest assassin. How could anyone surpass him? The crane hermit declared, seething. Nearby, the turtle hermit's sunglasses glinted, his palms dampening dust. So, Goku killed Tao Pai Pai 3 years ago. Thankfully, he didn't participate in this tournament. Otherwise, even he might have suffered. With a sudden pull, the crane hermit seized the turtle hermit's collar, unleashing a furious roar into his ear. You wretched turtle. You heard, didn't you? My only brother, Tao Pai Pai, was killed by your disciple using treacherous means. The turtle hermit, shaken violently, lost his sunglasses but remained unresponsive. Master, Tien called out, anxious. Old perverted turtle, stop pretending to be asleep. Abai is dead. Master Rashi rubbed his eyes, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. Well, there's nothing that can be done. After all, he has taken so many lives. Suddenly, Master Shun released Rashi's collar, causing him to stagger slightly. His fury was palpable. After 3 centuries, only a handful of their generation remained. Boom! Master Shun and Tien turned their heads to witness that Dumpling was utterly subdued, with a Kamehameha directly pressed against his face. Dumpling, Tien exclaimed with concern. Success! Krillin shouted excitedly after leaping into the air. What a pity, Rashi mused inwardly. Had Krillin's Kamehameha been a touch more refined, this strike could have determined the victor. Indeed, just as Dumpling was about to hit the ground, he floated back onto the stage, his body cloaked in darkness. Gah! Dumpling exclaimed as he removed his hat, wiping his forehead with a cloth. Instantly, a shiny bald head reappeared. Dumpling, stop wasting time. Master Shin bellowed in fury. Use all your strength and eliminate that boy. Ah! Krillin was startled by the outburst, casting a fearful glance at Master Shin. Nearby, the referee in a black suit gaped, bewildered by the old man's outrageous words. Did he not know that killing was prohibited in the tournament? Tao also took note of the situation on the stage. Though Dumpling lacked strength, his supernatural abilities at this stage were indeed formidable and quite troublesome. As Tao contemplated this matter, suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. Tao, come to my side. Tao's expression shifted. The deity? He was well aware of the deity's ability to communicate telepathically, having spent considerable time in the temple. Tao pondered. The deity must be aware of his current predicament, and calling him in this context surely meant there was something of great importance at hand. Okay. Tao responded. Huh. Tao, was that you speaking? Sun Wukong looked around, perplexed by Tao's sudden remark. Wukong, I have some urgent matters to attend to that if I am not back after Krillin's match. Please inform everyone not to worry, Tao stated. Given his current strength, the martial arts tournament felt almost trivial. Although he wished to participate, responding to the deity's summons was evidently more pressing. After all, the deity could be considered a benefactor AS for the tournament. He was confident he would emerge victorious. The disparity in strength was far too evident. Oh, is that so? Tao, are you not competing? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat disheartened. Wukong, you must secure the championship. When I return, we shall have another match, Tao declared. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, clenching his fists. Then I shall take my leave, Tao announced, turning a corner before soaring into the sky towards the temple. Several minutes later, Tao beheld the temple above in the sky, faintly spotting 2 small figures in black and white. He landed swiftly, where the deity, clad in a white robe and leaning on a staff, awaited him. Following the deity was Bobo, who stood at the edge of the temple, quietly observing something with a solemn expression. Deity, I have arrived, Tao proclaimed. The deity replied. Tao, look here. As Tao approached the deity, he greeted Bobo warmly. Upon reaching the deity's side, he instinctively followed the deity's gaze downward but saw nothing, only the vague contours of spherical earth. I can't see anything, Tao admitted candidly. The deity sighed softly, responding, Indeed, I could not see anything back then either. It is just different now. How did the deity manage to see? Through cultivation. Tao paused, feeling a twinge of shame. It seems I still have much to learn. The deity turned to Tao and said, Child, you are the most exceptional person I have ever encountered. Your strength, tenacity, and insight are unparalleled. The deity seemed momentarily lost for words. Contemplating. Deity, have you met Sun Wukong? Oh, is he the one you mentioned last time? Yes, I have seen him. That child possesses an incredibly pure heart and remarkable talent. Given time, he may well surpass me. Tao nodded in agreement. After all, no one could foresee the extent of Sun Wukong's future strength, and he understood this sentiment. What troubles the deity? Tao inquired, shifting the conversation to the deity's purpose in summoning him. Without hesitation, the deity stated, Tao, with your current strength, Bobo and I are surely no match for you now, are we? Tao regarded the deity and replied calmly. Indeed, deity. A smile graced the deity's aged face. Excellent. Child, you are indeed a kind-hearted individual. After a brief pause, the deity continued, Child, would you be willing to become a deity? Tao was taken aback, seriously contemplating the deity's words. Without me? Why? Is it simply because of my strength? If that is the case, I believe Wukong has a better chance. Tao did not immediately refuse. The notion of becoming a deity certainly sounded impressive as a denizen of Earth. If he ultimately could not ascend, being a deity would still carry considerable prestige. Is that so? The deity clearly did not fathom why Tao held such high regard for Sun Wukong. After all, he believed that even the limits of earthlings could not reach Tao's level. However, the deity did not dwell on this issue and continued, being powerful alone does not qualify one to be a deity. A deity must possess a benevolent heart. Tao continued to observe the deity, eager to hear his assessment of him. Child, could you demonstrate that deity fist for me once more? Tang En nodded, reflecting on the years of his training. He had managed to enhance his strength threefold through the use of the divine fist. In other words, when he unleashed his full potential, he could attain a power exceeding 3,000. It was truly astonishing, for this was not merely an increase akin to the Kaioken technique. Tang En had come to regard the divine fist as his greatest asset in breaking through the limitations of earthlings. Its remarkable nature leaving his worldview somewhat disoriented. He discovered that by diligently practicing the techniques of the divine fist daily, he gradually infused his essence with a divine quality, a phenomenon he aptly named. Whenever he activated the divine fist, the divine factor within him would swiftly merge with his essence, generating tremendous tension. While the quantity of his essence remained unchanged, its quality grew increasingly profound. As Tang En unleashed the divine fist, an immense aura radiated outward, intimidating those around him. After a brief moment, he suppressed it, returning to his ordinary form. At this juncture, the deity was drenched in cold sweat. Previously, Tang En had only slightly surpassed him, which had not been a significant concern. However, he now felt an inexplicable sense of oppression from multiple sources. The deity then remarked, Indeed, this sensation is familiar. I felt it when I first encountered it. His tone was laced with complexity, as if he were contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Tang En interjected, Does it resemble the aura of a god? After all, the technique is called the divine fist. Over the years of cultivation, he had developed numerous speculations regarding the divine fist. After much contemplation, he surmised that it might be a formidable technique that transforms one's essence into that of a divine being. Naturally, this was Tang En's greatest hope, though he remained uncertain of its validity. Facing Tang En, the deity stated, Yes, it bears resemblance to the aura of certain divine beings. However, as far as I know, true gods should possess no aura. He paused before continuing, Child, what I wish to convey is a sense of familiarity. Tang En was momentarily perplexed by this. The deity elaborated, Initially, I believed you were simply the first person I had encountered who ascended to the divine realm, hence the sensation. Yet, subsequently, my innate talent revealed to me that I had experienced this feeling before, over 300 years ago, when I saw a certain no child. You may be the person closest to me on earth. Chapter 41. Conversation with the deity. The venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tang En. Contestant Tang En. Are you present? Called the brown-haired referee into the microphone, scanning the area for Tang En's figure. As in the original narrative, Krillin ultimately outsmarted Dumpling, securing his advancement to the next round. And now, it was Tang En's turn to face Tien Shinhan. Mr. Tang En absent. Tong Leo wondered, considering that given Tang En's strength, he should fear no one. Even if Tien Shinhan was remarkably powerful, oh no. Could something have happened to Tang En? Bulma fretted, tugging at Oolong's ear. At least he is clever enough to know he is no match for Tien Shinhan and fled early. Master Rashi couldn't resist mocking. Eager to regain some dignity after Dumpling's defeat had brought him shame, Master Rashi remained unperturbed, confident that Tang En would not flee. Old turtle, just watch closely. Oolong squirmed uncomfortably under Bulma's grip. Hey, let go of me, you woman! At that moment, murmurs arose among the crowd, especially since another contestant had been disqualified for tardiness, and now it appeared another might follow suit. I just saw Brother Tang En a moment ago. How could he suddenly vanish? Maslow exclaimed anxiously. Raimu also turned to search, yet found no trace of Tang En. That's not true, Goku suddenly interjected. Everyone's attention shifted to him. That's not the case. Tang En just had something to attend to. Tien Shinhan can't intimidate him at all. Being the closest to Tang En, Goku had noticed his departure. Tien Shinhan retorted, "Humph, no matter how far he runs, I won't let him escape." The referee, witnessing the commotion, felt compelled to announce, I didn't expect such a situation to arise. However, according to the rules, if contestant Tang En does not arrive within 10 minutes, I will have no choice but to disqualify him. Goku felt somewhat disheartened, while Maslow and Krillin began inquiring about Tang En from him. Elsewhere, in the divine realm, Tang En sat facing the deity, with Bobo standing behind them. So, you mean to say that the malevolent version of you has been unsealed? Tang En feigned ignorance. Indeed, he's currently located in the southern part of the earth. If you concentrate, you should easily detect his malevolent aura. The deity continued that I was once one with him, but due to my own selfishness, I unleashed him, causing great harm to the lower realm that I truly regretted. I have forfeited my qualification to be a deity. Bobo, the deity's companion, appeared troubled. Child, I have witnessed your actions. Piccolo will never be your match. Once I transfer my divine authority to you, please rid the earth of him. The deity's aged visage bore a serious expression as he addressed Tang En. Tang En scrutinized the deity's face, feeling somewhat conflicted. However, if the Demon King Piccolo dies, wouldn't that also mean your demise? He inquired, for the deity's power seemed to surpass that of the frail Demon King before him. The inability to act personally must surely relate to this matter. The deity appeared taken aback, for he had not mentioned that their lives were intertwined. That is indeed an unavoidable circumstance, he continued. For you, Tang En, defeating Demon King Piccolo should not pose a significant challenge. Tang En's concern lay in whether, should he take action, the newly reborn Piccolo would indeed have the chance to emerge that, if not, Earth would not only lose a warrior and a deity, but also the Dragon Balls, a formidable weapon. That would be an immense loss. Deity, you are being overly harsh on yourself, Tang En remarked after a brief pause. While you may have released that evil entity, causing some harm to the lower realm, you also created the Dragon Balls. After all, without the Dragon Balls, I would not possess the strength to protect Earth today. In his heart, Tang En added a remark. Without the Dragon Balls created by the celestial god, I would never have encountered Bulma, nor would all that is to come have transpired. The celestial god, upon hearing Tang En's words, fell momentarily into silence. With a sigh, Tang En longed to extricate himself from this somewhat oppressive topic, and thus spoke in a light-hearted tone. Forget it, the Demon King and such are of no consequence. Those types are certainly to be dealt with, so leave it to me. However, as for the celestial god's tasks, I believe it's best if you handle those yourself. The celestial god, surprised by Tang En's refusal, felt a tinge of urgency in his voice. So, does that mean you are unwilling to take on the role of celestial god? Tang En candidly replied, well, if one day I find myself having nowhere left to advance, I might consider it. The celestial god was momentarily rendered speechless by Tang En's audacity. Suddenly, Tang En sensed a surge of energy adjacent to Piccolo, a presence that arrived abruptly, accompanied by Piccolo's weakening state that damblin. After a brief contemplation, Tang En arrived at the conclusion that this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. After all, he had lingered in the temple for quite some time. If he delayed any longer, Krillin might meet the same fate as in the original tale. As a friend, he felt it imperative to care for such matters, lest he be deemed lacking in loyalty. What's wrong? The celestial god inquired upon noticing Tang En's unusual demeanor. Perhaps the celestial god did not regard Piccolo's tactic as a pressing concern, as it was indeed a rather rudimentary trick. Tang En could only respond, "It's nothing. I just remembered that the martial arts tournament has yet to conclude, and I believe I must take my leave." The celestial god, somewhat embarrassed, expressed his apologies. "I hadn't yet had the chance to apologize to you, especially considering how I've delayed such an important competition for you." Tang En, of course, was unconcerned by this and quickly reassured him that it was of no significance. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, the celestial god instructed Tang En, "By the way, if possible, please remember to bring that Sun Wukong to the temple." Tang En paused, then halted his advance. "Oh, shouldn't the celestial god allow him to come on his own? Given that you hold him in such high regard, he must possess extraordinary qualities. I am willing to trust both of you." Moreover, the celestial god recalled the image of Sun Wukong he had witnessed. And indeed, he was a remarkably charismatic child, even possessing the nimbus cloud. His innate purity certainly warranted further cultivation. The celestial god completed his thought. Tang En smiled. Ha! He gave the celestial god a thumbs up. "All right then, Lord Celestial God." With that, Tang En leaped from the temple, soaring towards the arena of the martial arts tournament. Chapter 42. The Delayed Monarch, Part 1. Tang En hurriedly made his way to the arena. However, at this moment, during the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he ultimately found himself disqualified due to exceeding the time limit. Furthermore, they had now reached the final match. Sun Wukong was facing off against Tang En. "Tang En, I command you to swiftly eliminate him," Master Rashi shouted in exasperation, furious at his disciples' disobedience. Tang En had already unleashed the Four Witches' fist, nearly exerting all his strength. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, shouting in anger, "How despicable!" Tang En's expression was somewhat conflicted. He had already become aware of something. Chaozu was using his psychic abilities to influence his combat, and the struggle between his self-esteem and his master's orders forced him into a dilemma. Having been taken in by Master Rashi since childhood and subjected to rigorous training alongside Tao Pai Pai, Tang En's inner darkness had been influenced by the callousness of both masters. After securing victory against Tang En and then facing Krillin, he found himself finally in the finals. He was now up against this unexpectedly formidable opponent. Both fighters matched each other in strength, delivering blows that struck with palpable force. Neither was willing to concede. Having exchanged countless strikes, Tang En was in turmoil. Sun Wukong's movements were impaired, and he knew that another attack could easily defeat him, even lead to his demise. Yet, Tang En felt an inexplicable urge to refrain from such an action. Perhaps it was this very charm of Sun Wukong's character that captivated him as they battled. Tang En's self-esteem was continually awakened, slowly igniting his desire for a true fight. In that moment, he realized that this was perhaps what he truly yearned for. He wished to earn a legitimate victory over this evenly matched adversary. Feeling the vigorous vitality and indomitable spirit emanating from Sun Wukong, Tang En experienced, for the first time in his life, a sense of respect for his opponent. He closed his eyes and, in a struggle, cried out, "Stop! Stop!" The crowd fell into a stupor, bewildered by Tang En's words, uncertain as to whom he was addressing. Naturally, only Chaozu and Master Rashi understood. Master Rashi's fury erupted, a feeling of betrayal surging through his mind. "What? You traitor! Have you forgotten who taught you your skills? Ungrateful wretch!" Chaozu, trembling, felt a deeper fear of Master Rashi. Tang En, eyes tightly shut, made his decision and suddenly shouted, "Stop it!" Chaozu, startled, Chaozu promptly ceased his psychic interference. "All right, Tang En." Master Rashi's expression darkened as he glared intensely at Tang En. Tang En slowly articulated, "Master, I wish to engage in a serious match with him. Please allow me this one act of defiance." That's acceptable, Master Rashi thought silently, observing the situation, secretly commending Tang En as a promising student, realizing that redemption was still possible. The crowd remained perplexed. Even the referee was left bewildered. However, having heard the old man's incessant cries to eliminate the opponent, he felt a rising discomfort and cautioned, "Though I am unsure what has transpired, Tang En, If you eliminate your opponent, you will also forfeit your right to compete. I understand, Tang En replied calmly. Heh, I'm back to normal. Sun Wukong, too, grasped the situation well. He flexed his limbs. Upon realizing his body was indeed free to move, he flashed a naive smile and began to address Tang En. All right, then I shall truly engage you in a serious battle. Come on. With a flurry of strikes, the two combatants quickly resumed their fierce confrontation. However, due to their evenly matched prowess, the outcome remained indecisive for the time being. Go, Wukong. Oolong shouted loudly. Inside, Bulma was also rooting for Wukong, though she outwardly maintained an air of disinterest. Swish, 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 bang, bang. On the arena, the fierce exchanges between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan echoed with intense collisions. The turtle from Kame House, lying beside Kabakiji, watched the battle with drowsy eyes, for he could see nothing of the spectacle. Ha! Got you! Tianjin Fan seized Wukong's limbs with his forearms, lifting him overhead, then began to mercilessly ram his head into Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Bang! The sound of violent impacts resonated, causing Wukong to groan in distress. After several rounds, Wukong finally regained his composure and swiftly retaliated with his tail, striking Tianjin Fan's head, both causing mutual harm. Clap! Tianjin Fan staggered from the blow, releasing his grasp on Wukong's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong instantly caught hold of Tianjin Fan's arm and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking. Tianjin Fan let out a low growl, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thud! Tianjin Fan slammed Wukong to the ground, and the two wrestled fiercely, their limbs entangled in a cacophony of cracking sounds. It was quite a scene. How intense! Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape. These two not feel pain? Truly monstrous. The sound of dislocated bones made him tremble. Ugh! Suddenly, Tianjin Fan bellowed, pushing Wukong back. Huff, huff, huff! The two arms behind Tianjin Fan began to dissipate. Hey! Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, although he was already quite fatigued. A stubborn spirit lingered within him. Another flurry of dozens of exchanges ensued, seemingly endless. Was this a test of endurance? After 10 minutes, the two finally separated, Tianjin Fan slightly readjusting himself as he floated into the air. Wukong, I'm sorry, but this time I must win, Tianjin Fan murmured to himself, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. The Kamehameha, Master Roshi, Kaiatsu, and Kame Sennin immediately recognized the move. From the sidelines, Master Roshi wore a cold smile, inwardly thinking, excellent, you and that little brat shall perish together. Kaiatsu was filled with concern, believing that no human could withstand such an attack. What? Master Roshi cursed inwardly at Master Crane for passing on such a lethal technique to his disciple. The Kamehameha was a formidable move that could take lives, not just that of the opponent. Master Roshi suddenly straightened up and shouted to Wukong. Wukong, quickly dodge. You can't withstand this blow. Wukong remained silent, gazing at Tianjin Fan as he slowly brought his hands together in the sky. The pride of the Scion began to swell within him, rendering him deaf to Master Roshi's warning. Wukong, you won't understand. The Kamehameha draws upon life force to execute. You cannot block it. Master Roshi desperately tried to convince Wukong. After all, at this moment, Wukong was nearing his limits. Standing firm against such an attack would guarantee no chance of survival. Tianjin Fan's gaze was piercing as he concentrated all his strength into his palms, intently staring at the arena. Thus, this scene unfolded once more. How familiar! Wukong, Tianjin Fan cried out. This strike might even cost me my life. While I yearn to defeat you, I still hope you can evade it. Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Wukong smiled and replied, I won't go down so easily. Bring it on. Gradually, the atmosphere grew tense and Bulma and the others began to feel anxious. After all, at this moment, Wukong could not employ the instant transmission technique and could only watch helplessly as Tianjin Fan prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Krillin, Rem, and Maslow watched the arena intently, their hearts racing. Could it really be as exaggerated as Master Roshi said? The three clenched their fists. However, a sudden voice captured their attention. I arrived just in time. Chapter 43. The Late King, Part 2, Krillin. Rem, and Maslow were filled with worry. Was it truly as terrifying as Master Roshi claimed? Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing the attention of Krillin and the others. I really came at the right time. Tang En descended rapidly, landing right before the three. Krillin and the others were both surprised and delighted. Senior brother Tang En. Tang En. At this moment, the three were concerned for Wukong's safety in the arena while also wondering where Tang En had been. They had indeed missed him. After all, it had been quite a while, Tang En thought. He shook his head and approached the three. Don't worry, things are nearly resolved. I was indeed eliminated, which is quite the headache. Despite saying this, Tang En's tone was remarkably relaxed. Krillin shared this sentiment, feeling even more regretful than Tang En. After all, he believed Tang En had the strength to challenge Tianjin Fan and Wukong. Before long, everyone's focus returned to the match. Senior brother Tang En. Will Wukong win? Maslow asked curiously. Rem and Krillin also awaited Tang En's response. Tang En observed the scene. At this moment, Tianjin Fan's aura was immensely inflated, and he was concentrating his energy into his palms. The Kamehameha was indeed an incredibly powerful technique. One Tang En was well acquainted with that. If it were Tang En, he would never dare to use such a move unless he was on par with Tianjin Fan's current strength. The Kamehameha, much like the Mafuba, demanded immense physical strength. Without it, one would risk draining their life force, exhausting all their energy. It was only because of Tianjin Fan's unique physique and extraordinary vitality that he dared to wield it. In the original story, this character not only survived using the Kamehameha, but even went on to use the Mafuba, attempting to seal away the rejuvenated Piccolo. Remarkably, he survived without consequence. Who could he complain to? If Wukong were to truly take this blow, the three perked up their ears. Life and death were uncertain. Tang En voiced a truth that filled the three with great concern. Will it really be like that? Krillin expressed his deep worry for his friend. Tang En continued, but rest assured, Wukong will definitely evade it. To withstand such a level of attack is hardly wise. That I sincerely hope so. At long last, Tianjin Fan unleashed his own attack from the heavens. Survive, he bellowed. Kamehameha. The air thrummed with a tremendous energy cascading down from the sky, piercing the very fabric of the world. In an instant, the assault was upon Sun Wukong. I won't dodge, Wukong declared defiantly. Boom! Crack! The colossal shockwave ravaged the earth beneath. The affected area of the arena caved in like soft tofu, dust and debris scattering in all directions. The onlookers outside the ring fell to the ground, attempting to mitigate the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, high above, the immense expenditure of energy nearly drained Tianjin Fan's physical being. He had indeed held back with this strike, and at this moment, his power eclipsed that of Master Roshi, allowing him to survive and barely employ the flying technique. Nevertheless, it was an arduous effort. The deep crater, nearly 100 meters deep, instilled a sense of vertigo in ordinary spectators, rendering them numb to the spectacle before them. Remarkable, Don exclaimed in genuine admiration. Even he would not wish to suffer such a blow unscathed. Beside him, Tong Lia stood in a daze. After all, this was her first encounter with an attack of such magnitude. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Tong Lia pondered. Wukong! Krillin shouted towards the deep pit. His voice trembled with a hint of desperation. After all, a direct hit could spell disaster. Rem's expression mirrored concern. While Maslow clenched his fists, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Tianjin Fan, splendid work, Master Roshi hollered, but no one responded to him. Wukong and Krillin strained to peer down, for the entire arena had been obliterated, leaving no sanctuary to evade the onslaught. Huff! 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 At this moment, Tianjin Fan was also gasping for breath, desperately searching for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. There, Dawn pointed skyward. Wukong's lingering energy was still perceptible, easily discernible at close range. The crowd looked upward. That move was indeed formidable, Wukong admitted, nearly exhausted. His swift evasion had further depleted his already limited stamina. Now, Wukong trembled, his eyes half open, clearly at his limits. Watching his rapidly descending adversary, Tianjin Fan utilized the flying technique to follow suit. Mustering his strength to declare, "You truly managed to evade, but alas, I am now out of energy. Yet, the victor shall still be me." Sun Wukong grinned. I shall never concede. Kamehameha? Tianjin Fan gasped in disbelief. Does he still have strength left? Wukong. He's in the sky. Krillin spotted the swiftly descending Sun Wukong. Don had been closely observing the situation, contemplating whether he could have evaded had he been in Wukong's position with equal power. He could almost feel Wukong's cells driven by desperation, igniting with fervor. This reaction allowed the young scion to unleash a nearly inexhaustible vitality and excitement. The onlookers could not help but worry for Wukong. Though they knew he had survived, Tianjin Fan's ability to fly was indeed disconcerting. Suddenly, a winged creature emerged from a massive flying vessel, where a dark green monster adorned with a magic symbol sat upon a throne. Is humanity truly this feeble now? The Demon King glared at the rice cooker before him, his voice a mix of fury and relief. Lord Demon King, the time has come for your reign over the world. The era of the demon race is finally upon us, a beaked demon exclaimed. The Pilaf gang trembled in the corner. Great Demon King, we previously agreed that once you conquer the world, you must grant me half. The ancient eyes of King Piccolo shot a cold glance at Pilaf, instilling an overwhelming fear within him. The trio shuddered in unison. Perhaps we should not have released this fiend, Pilaf murmured to his companions. I overheard that, King Piccolo teased. The Namekian's hearing is indeed sharp. Great Demon King, I will settle for just 1/10. They trembled with trepidation, hanging on to the Demon King's every command. Take me to the center of this world. I shall make certain that all know of my arrival. Then, have my children gather the 7 Dragon Balls so that I may regain my youth. The ancient Piccolo grew increasingly animated, having already unleashed 2 of his offspring. One was tasked with eliminating all martial artists on Earth, while the other was to collect the Dragon Balls. Both had commenced their missions, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to conquer the world. Chapter 44. Confession at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong astonished everyone once more, delivering a reverse Kamehameha that knocked out the exhausted Tianjin Fan. However, not everything transpired as it did in the original tale. For instance, the vehicle that knocked Wukong away did not appear. Thus, both combatants landed simultaneously, sharing the title of champion. Don arrived at Wukong's side, who, now down, could only see Don's upside-down figure. Hey. Wukong struggled to open one eye, grinning foolishly at Don. Don began to chuckle. Feeling an unspoken connection between them, he produced a Senza bean for Wukong. Here, Wukong, this Senza bean will not only satisfy your hunger, but also heal all your wounds. The positions where Wukong and Tianjin Fan landed were not far from the arena, and at this moment, their companions had gathered. However, most onlookers had departed upon learning of the championship results. Wukong, you truly surprised me. It seems you have found your own path, Master Roshi remarked, to which Wukong responded with a grin as he consumed the Senza bean. Inform His Majesty the King of the situation here. Tong Lia whispered to Bulma amidst the crowd. Understood, Bulma replied. Amidst the throng, Bulma approached Dawn. Where have you been? You missed the entire match. It's quite vexing. She turned her back to Dawn, huffing in frustration. The situation was indeed complicated, and Dawn prepared to confide in everyone. But for the moment, he had to change the subject to comfort Bulma. Tianjin Fan, hurry over. You worthless fool. Are you unable to deal with such a trivial matter? The Crane Hermit stood not far away, accompanied by the concerned Dumpling. Tin Shin Han swayed unsteadily, finally managing to rise. Yes, master. Wait a moment, Dawn exclaimed. The wave of discomfort washed over him. Why had Tin Shin Han not severed ties with this old man? Could it be that Master Roshi refrained from entering the fray due to him? Tin Shin Han eyed Dawn warily. Was he seeking to settle a score with him? His current state was far from favorable. This is a Senza bean, which can heal injuries. You should partake as well. Dawn was eager to separate Tien Shin Han from the Crane Hermit, and thus had no qualms about sowing discord. Indeed, the Crane Hermit immediately countered. Silence. Do you intend to accept charity from your foe? Come here. Tien Shin Han gazed at the Senza bean in his hand, deeply moved. However, after a moment's contemplation, he mustered a breath and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel much better now that I am truly happy to have met you all. Yet, Tian Shinhan returned the sense of being to Don, speaking with a tinge of embarrassment. Don, mimicking a certain bald-caped hero, scratched his face with his finger, pondering to himself. It seems that, even at this juncture, Tian Shinhan has not clashed ideologically with the Crane Hermit. Don did not accept the sense of being, turning away to join his companions. Bulma and Kaba, he felt it unnecessary to overtly assist Tian Shinhan. Such actions seemed peculiar to him, so he opted to let fate take its course. Tian Shinhan had no choice but to stow the sins of being and approach the Crane Hermit. The day was waning, and Master Roshi continued his customary celebratory feast for their victory. As good friends, Don and the others participated in the gathering. Thus, the assembly included Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Launch, Bulma, Don, Rim, Maslow, along with a pig, a turtle, and a robot, forming an unprecedentedly formidable fellowship. "May I join as well?" Tong Leah inquired. And so, another person was added to the mix. Everyone indulged in feasting and conversed about their training experiences. Even Rem, typically reserved, became somewhat inebriated, let alone the others. This left Don feeling somewhat awkward. He had intended to seize this opportunity to discuss serious matters, but the atmosphere was so jovial that he hesitated to speak up. He could only quietly monitor the energy of Dambarin, wondering where that unfortunate child had gotten to that on more than one occasion. He contemplated simply eliminating Dambarin and Piccolo to safeguard their joyous time together. Yet reason reminded him that such a course of action would be impractical. He could not guarantee his own continued superiority in martial arts. He had to allow for growth in Goku. Thus, he was compelled to provide opportunities for his development. Those with greater knowledge often find themselves burdened by worries, and Don's enthusiasm appeared somewhat diminished, which did not escape Master Roshi's notice. "Don, where have you been today?" To miss even the competition, everyone turned to the spoon-biting Don, curious about this matter. Don set down his spoon, downed his juice in one gulp, and addressed the group. "Allow me to share something with you all." They nodded in agreement. Don began. "It's a long story, but I shall start from the beginning point. 3 years ago, I flew up from the pinnacle of Corinne Tower using the instant transmission technique. The god of the sacred world of the Kai, the spirit bomb." As the gathering listened, they ceased their dining activities. Even Sun Wukong was astonished by Don's experiences, having encountered such illustrious figures. Thus the god instructed me to deal with that Demon King Piccolo. Crack! The Demon King Piccolo, such a distant memory. Master Roshi's cup shattered at the corner, yet he remained remarkably composed, simply stating, "So, you encountered the creator of the Dragon Balls and trained under him. And the Demon King Piccolo has resurfaced after 300 years. The others were somewhat baffled by these words, but they sensed a serious undertone from Master Roshi's demeanor. "Indeed, that is the case," Don affirmed. "What? The Demon King Piccolo? Isn't that a legendary tale?" "Don, you must be joking to amuse us, right?" Bulma ventured tentatively. "Hey." Don turned to Bulma with a smile. It seems you've taken to joking around." "Don, how amusing." Krillin chuckled awkwardly, but seeing no response from the others, fell silent. Tong Leah suddenly stood up, placing her hands on the table. "Mr. Don, I must inform the king about this matter post-haste." Oolong had begun to tremble in fear. Huddling closely to Wukong. "Who is the Demon King Piccolo? Is he formidable?" Wukong inquired. "It is said he was a great demon king from centuries past. I had heard tales of him as a child." Thinking it merely a myth, Launch added. Master Roshi gazed at Don, placing his hopes in this young man who remained elusive to him. After all, even he lacked absolute confidence in using the spirit bomb. "Don, I trust the god must have a plan, correct?" Upon sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Don adjusted his tone to be somewhat lighter. "In truth, there is no need for undue panic. If it were merely the Demon King Piccolo, the god would certainly have a solution. My concern lies elsewhere. A year ago, I discussed the development of martial arts on Earth with the king. My reasoning for this notion stemmed entirely from the god's revelations about matters beyond the universe." Don decisively introduced the god as a pivotal figure, believing it would lend them greater persuasion. Life exists not solely on Earth. Within the vast cosmos, many powerful extraterrestrial beings reside to ensure Earth's survival against the invasion of alien life. Only the strength of its people can suffice. So, the god intends to guide the martial arts of Earth. Master Rashi exclaimed with delight. Don recalled the god's words. Every life has its own path. I cannot compel them to abandon their lives and force them into the realm of martial arts. The outcomes of such actions are unpredictable. Indeed, the god harbors such intentions. Don stated unabashedly. Don, may I pose a question? Master Rashi inquired. Certainly, Grandfather Rashi. What is your current level of strength? Or more specifically, can you defeat the Demon King Piccolo? Don tapped his fingers on the table. That should not pose a problem, with a sigh of relief. Master Rashi marveled at the remarkable feat accomplished. Something even his own master could not achieve in his time. The IT was indeed impressive, especially considering the youthfulness of the one who achieved it. Chapter 45. The Demise of Dambalin. Master Rashi, feeling a sense of ease, reflected on the extraordinary accomplishments, acknowledging that he and the younger generation now existed on entirely different planes of existence. The future of Earthlings is entrusted to you young ones, he declared, turning his gaze toward Goku and Krillin. Krillin, Goku, you must also dedicate yourselves to your training. Indeed, the two responded in unison. Sensing the collective reassurance among them, Don felt a surge of joy within his heart. By the way, Lord Kai had personally mentioned that he would mentor Goku in his training, Don stated, surprising everyone and drawing astonished looks toward Goku. Really? Can I meet that extraordinary person? Goku exclaimed with delight. Absolutely. I'm sure Goku is eager to surpass me, right? Don replied with a smile. Of course, the young Goku responded without hesitation. Don then addressed the group. By the way, Goku's power pole serves as a path to the temple, and I will find a moment to return it to its original place. I sincerely hope everyone can reach the temple soon. If any of you have already trained at Corinne Tower, you might want to attempt training at the temple. Raimu and Maslow exchanged glances, a newfound determination blossoming in their hearts. Mr. Don, what was that aura you mentioned earlier? Tong Leah asked, her curiosity piqued about the secrets of training. Don replied candidly, to be frank, this is essentially the fundamental technique of martial arts. Only by understanding the principles of Ki can one train with purpose. Techniques like the flying nimbus and Kamehameha rely on Ki. Tong Leah nodded politely, though she seemed only partially comprehending. Noticing her reaction, Don added, everyone possesses Ki. Thus, we can gauge a person's position and movements based on it. For instance, I noticed that the child of King Piccolo was approaching us some time ago. What did you say? What? Oolong shouted in alarm. How can you speak so nonchalantly about such a matter? That is a legendary being. He continued. What? Is that monster really coming? The assembled group felt a chill run through them. Indeed. Hey. Oolong, you needn't react this way. Don noticed Oolong clinging to his leg, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. I refused to face such a monster alone. Oolong insisted stubbornly. So, what shall we do next? Mr. Don, Tong Leah inquired. Don lifted Oolong back on his seat and pondered him. We should inform the king to refrain from acting rashly. Provoking that Demon King could cost many innocent lives. After all, King Piccolo is best dealt with by martial artists. As for this demon clan, leave it to me. I will eradicate him. After that, I will introduce everyone to King Piccolo, and once he is defeated, we can each commence our training. Let us plan on that for now. I haven't thought beyond this. What an impressive plan, Tong Leah finally remarked after a long pause. The others were momentarily speechless. After all, King Piccolo was the greatest enemy they could conceive of. If he could be defeated, was further training truly necessary? In the royal palace at that moment, the king hung up the phone, his fists clenched tightly. He opened and closed his mouth a few times. Yet no sound emerged. After a moment of silence, the king finally rose and said, Pierce, you are aware of the message from Tong Leah, correct? Yes, your majesty, Pierce replied. Then let us keep this matter under wraps for now. Once Mr. Don has vanquished the Demon King, we must ensure he is invited back. Your majesty, our royal guard has begun to develop a fighting capacity. Should we? No, that would be too reckless. Current weaponry cannot match the might of a formidable martial artist. And our soldiers' training is still lacking. I have already requested Dr. Brief for assistance with our equipment, but regrettably, he seems less than invested in these matters, which is quite frustrating. Moreover, we will need to enlist a true martial artist for assistance. I hope Tong Leah can persuade those masters of martial arts. Pierce murmured. The evening's martial arts gathering was unusually tranquil. Crane Hermit and Chowzi sat on a bench, with the competition's prize money resting on the table. Yet both paid it no heed to go fetch Tianjin Fan, Crane Hermit instructed. Yes, Chowzi replied, pushing himself off the bench and rushing to Tianjin Fan's quarters. Before him, Tianjin Fan was already wrapped in numerous bandages, his condition having improved considerably. Yet he sat there in a daze, clutching a magical bean. Tianjin Fan, Master is calling for you. Chowzi approached him and said. Tianjin Fan looked at his best friend, collected his thoughts, and responded softly, I understand, Chowzi. Chowzi remained motionless, gazing at Tianjin Fan, while the latter carefully tucked away the magical bean, letting out a deep sigh. The road ahead suddenly feels so uncertain. Tianjin Fan mused, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. He sensed that he might not want to continue living this way. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Help! The anguish cry jolted the two from their thoughts. Master, Tianjin Fan exclaimed as he looked up abruptly. Hearing Crane Hermit's voice, both Tianjin Fan and Chowzi sprang into action, racing out of the door. Upon bursting outside, they found a panicked Crane Hermit, his eyes wide with terror, as he stumbled backward. Demon clan, he stammered, that moment. A green-skinned, winged creature smirked mockingly and pointed at Tianjin Fan as it addressed Crane Hermit. Is he the champion of this tournament? Powerless. Master Rashi found himself inundated with memories from 3 centuries past. The sensation was eerily familiar, that same dread he had not felt in ages. His gaze fixated on the magical note held by the green-skinned being. A wave of intense fear surged through his mind. Subsequently, Master Rashi retreated to a corner, incredulously exclaiming, Bibu. It was hard to believe. This was the very sensation Tianjin Fan experienced. When had his own master become so frightened? Tianjin Fan shuddered in discomfort. Bibu? Who is that? He seemed to recall hearing the name long ago. Dado. You recognize us despite having indulged too much? Huh. Well, it's surprising that someone still knows of us after 300 years. Not bad, old man. Dambarin, brandishing a martial arts manual that chronicled the competitors, noted that Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong were at the forefront. Master Rashi was on the verge of madness. Kill him. Tianjin Fan, swiftly eliminate him. Otherwise we shall all perish. Master Rashi bellowed, all right. After all, the hostility radiating from the opponent was unmistakable. That moment, Tianjin Fan sprang into action, but his body, already worn from fatigue, moved sluggishly, allowing his adversary to evade effortlessly. What? Tianjin Fan's expression darkened. Dambarin let out a boisterous laugh. Huh. Is this truly the world's #1 contender? Seems rather weak, doesn't he? Take this. His sharp claws grazed Tianjin Fan's chest, a thin line of blood erupting forth. Ugh. Damn it. Tianjin Fan knelt with one hand on the ground, clutching the wound on his chest. Old injuries compounded with new ones, causing his eyes to take on a disconcerting shade of red. A superpower user? Dambarin mused curiously. Just moments ago, his strike had seemed lethal, yet an invisible force had thwarted it, merely wounding his opponent. Dambarin turned his head, spotting the small, panicked figure. You little nuisance, you're quite in the way. Bam! Dambarin kicked the dumpling away, sending it crashing into the wall, rendering it unconscious. Dumpling, Tianjin Fan called out with great difficulty. Dambarin observed the fallen dumpling. So you're also a martial artist? What was your name again? He flipped through the pages of his manual. Dumpling. Very well. Let you die first, Dambarin snarled, leaping high to deliver a fatal blow to the dumpling. Dumpling, watch out. Tianjin Fan dashed forward, placing himself between the dumpling and the impending kick. Bam! The frail Tianjin Fan absorbed the blow, flying several meters back, catching Dambarin off guard. Phew! Tianjin Fan, holding the dumpling, felt blood trickle from his mouth. Dambarin's fury surged. As a noble demon, he couldn't even vanquish 2 insignificant ants. How touching! However, you have truly enraged me. Prepare to die. He unleashed a claw strike with all his might. Tianjin Fan braced himself against the ground. Each of his opponent's strikes targeted vital points, and he realized he could no longer withstand them. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. Bam! I'm done for. Tianjin Fan's body tensed, defiantly closing his eyes. Whoosh, the smoke dissipated. Tianjin Fan, having shut his eyes, did not anticipate the attack and curiously opened them. Nanny, at that moment, Dambarin had already been blasted outside, while the wall before him had crumbled like tofu, revealing shattered rebar. Phew. Don clapped his hands. That was close. This fellow managed to reach you after acquiring the martial arts manual. Almost missing the chance, Tianjin Fan could hardly believe it. Such a formidable opponent had simply, "Haven't you consumed my sins of beans?" Don inquired with curiosity. After all, at his peak, Tianjin Fan shouldn't have been so easily bullied by this guy. At that moment, Tianjin Fan couldn't muster a response. That guy isn't dead yet. You should heal first, Don instructed, moving to the dumpling and offering it a senzu bean, casting a glance at Master Rashi as he did so. A flicker of response finally crossed Master Rashi's face. He trembled slightly, having been consumed by despair moments in his eyes. This person had suddenly appeared before him, and in the next instant, that terrifying demon was sent flying outside. He had witnessed nothing, which reminded him of his own master from years gone by. Meanwhile, Master Rashi and the others finally entered the room, causing what had once been a spacious area to feel quite cramped. "Hey ho, where's that demon?" Master Rashi asked. Clearly, everyone had heard the commotion outside. Master Rashi's expression soured, and he remained silent. Cough, cough. Damn it. Dambarin wiped the corner of his mouth, glaring at the purple blood on his hand with rage. Nadaku? Unforgivable. Those wretched humans dare to ambush me. A great demon. Everyone braced themselves, witnessing Dambarin's furious countenance. However, none dared to act recklessly. Having seen Tianjin Fan's injuries and Kati that moment, both Tianjin Fan and the dumpling had swallowed their senzu beans. Restoring them to their former selves? Thank you. The dumpling expressed gratitude to Don. Oh, it's nothing. Don waved his hand dismissively. What shall we do now? Tianjin Fan instinctively inquired of Don. However, before Don could respond, Dambarin charged forward. Accompanied by a furious onslaught. Die. Dambarin swung his sharp claws once more. Come at me. Don took a stance, fists clenched, unafraid. It had been a while since he had unleashed his full strength. Today, I'll make you my offering. He prepared to strike. Bam! His simple fist landed squarely on Dambarin's head. Crack! Don's punch, executed with remarkable technique, completely deformed his opponent's skull. Yet astonishingly, the blow failed to propel Dambarin back, not even by an inch. Whoa! Dambarin stumbled a few steps back. Ugh! Whoa! His eyes glazed over. He began to spout white liquid incessantly. Finally, Dambarin collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, forever succumbing to a deep slumber. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted as he stared in shock at Don. Was he truly this powerful? At this moment, Master Rashi approached Master Crane and said, Ahi, the seal on Demon King Piccolo has been broken. We require your assistance. Master Crane forcibly stood up, supporting himself on his leg while gasping for breath. What nonsense is this? Are you asking me to confront such a monster? I tell you, Wu Tian once was more than enough for me. Master Crane roared at Master Rashi, then shifted his gaze to Tien Shinhan and Chaozu. Aren't you two coming with me? Do you wish to accompany them to certain death? The Demon King will undoubtedly seek vengeance for his minions. Master Crane exclaimed in fury. Tien Shinhan, feeling uncomfortable, replied, But they're doing this to save us. That would be splendid. Let them face it alone. We should simply leave. Who asked them to meddle in our affairs? Master Crane declared as he prepared to depart. Tien Shinhan and Chaozu lowered their heads in silence. What? Are you defying my orders? Master Crane turned his head sharply. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, finally making a resolute decision. Master, you go on. I have decided to stay and fight alongside them. Tien Shinhan. Chaozu floated into the air, grasping Tien Shinhan's shoulder, determined to stand by him in both victory and defeat. Their expressions were resolutely steadfast. Very well, you ungrateful wretches. Then go to your doom. Master Crane's expression darkened to the utmost degree as he stormed out. Master Rashi approached Shinhan quietly, gently patting his shoulder. He was not like this before. Chapter 46. The furious old Piccolo on board the airship in the sky. Demon King Piccolo writhed in agony, Da-da, cough, cough. Damblin, my child. The Demon King trembled all over. The death of his child inflicted severe repercussions upon him, and he felt exceedingly old. Woo, woo. Pilaf and his companions watched in terror as the scene unfolded before them. The Demon King's body had turned a sickly shade of greenish purple, veins bulging on his arms, his fingernails digging into his seat, giving him a frightful appearance. Most terrifying of all, old Piccolo contorted his body, continuously spewing forth a pale yellow liquid from his mouth, which caused Pilaf and his companions to huddle together in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, the bird-headed minion supported the Demon King, gently patting his back. After a while, the Demon King's breath finally began to calm down, and he angrily lifted his head to declare, "Damn it! The child I suffered to bring into this world has been killed. Regardless of who you are, I will not let you escape my wrath. From now on, I, Demon King Piccolo, shall personally take action to show you the might of my kind." Piccolo gazed at a Dragon Ball in his hand and addressed his minion. "No one shall gather all 7 Dragon Balls. After all, one is in my possession. I must first eliminate the one who killed Damblin." But we do not know who killed Lord Damblin. Pilaf stammered in fear. That Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. His time was exceedingly precious. The bird-headed minion's eyes flickered as he reminded Piccolo, "My lord, are we not currently above the royal palace? If we capture their king and send word, they will have no choice but to come out." This suggestion barely aligned with Piccolo's intent. Old Piccolo grinned. "Perfect, a twofold gain. Very well, let's set forth." At this moment, in the martial arts arena, Tien Shinhan marveled. "I never expected you to be so strong." He looked at the lifeless Damblin and addressed Terran. "That why previous victory over you is utterly unearned. Once we defeat that Demon King, if I survive, I shall seek your guidance once more." "Ah, that is absolutely acceptable," Terran replied, looking earnestly at Tien Shinhan. "Terran, do you truly have confidence? That is the legendary Demon King." Bulma expressed her concerns. It should not be an issue," Terran assured her. "There is no time to waste. Let us commence at once." "Kabiki," he called that, "I am here. Please escort Bulma and the others back. We only need to remain here with a few of us." Terran gestured to include Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, Maslow, and the other participants. "Understood." Kabiki nodded. "Wait," Master Roshi interjected. Terran looked at Master Roshi and asked, "Do you wish to join us, Master Roshi?" "Wah, this old body of mine is feeling a bit restless." "I hope I do not become a burden," Master Roshi said, scratching his head in a self-deprecating tone. "It would be wonderful to have you." Master Roshi, boom. Terran tossed out a universal capsule, instantly conjuring an aircraft for their transport. After all, it would be impractical for him to carry so many people directly. "Will you accompany us?" Terran inquired of Tong Lia. "No, I shall first go to the palace to report to His Majesty the King." "I will await good news from you, Mr. Terran," Tong Lia replied with a smile. Very well." Terran then sensed old Piccolo's energy. He was near West City. What a coincidence that a sense of foreboding arose within him. Dinkling, a ringing sound echoed as Tong Lia answered the phone, receiving a recorded message. "We request assistance. Miss Tong Lia, His Majesty the King and old peers have been captured by a being known as Demon King Piccolo. Our forces are utterly ineffective. Please, urgently request Mr. Terran's rescue." This message was heard by all present. Tong Lia's complexion turned pale as she looked at Terran with a pleading expression. "Bulma, I will return soon. Everyone, hurry aboard the aircraft." Terran wasted no words. After all, Tong Lia could be considered a friend, and he felt compelled to help. "I will accompany you as well. I can pilot the aircraft," Bulma declared as she hopped aboard. Terran nodded, believing that there was no one left on Earth who could outmatch him. Tat tat tat. The group quickly boarded the aircraft, taking off, but at the current speed, it would take at least 2 hours to reach Piccolo. 2 hours is quite a while. If the king were to perish, Terran would be unfamiliar with the other high-ranking government officials. After pondering for a moment, Terran said, "The plan has changed. I initially intended to select opponents for everyone. But if anything happens to the king, many matters will become complicated. Perhaps I should proceed alone." The others nodded. They felt a greater sense of security with Terran. "That works well. Terran, remember to avoid ordinary people during the battle. We will arrive shortly." Master Roshi reminded Tien, "I can do it too." I also possess the skill of flight. Please allow me to accompany you, Tien Shinhan implored. Which Goku responded without hesitation, very well. Let us proceed, and everyone can head straight to West City. Seeing that Goku did not refuse, Tien turned to Kaiatsu and said, Kaiatsu, you and the others stay on the aircraft. Kaiatsu did not argue, as he felt he would only become a burden. Then I shall leave it to you two, Tong Lia stated. Let us go. Meanwhile, Cymbalue paid his respects to the Dark Lord. A corpulent, pterosaur-like creature approached old Piccolo. Addressing him from his throne, Cymbalue, my child, your brother Dambalin has perished, old Piccolo declared. What? Dark Lord, is there still an existence in this world capable of opposing our demon race? Dambalin was even stronger than him. Calm yourself. They will be here shortly, and the one below is their king. Long live the Dark Lord! Cymbalue exclaimed in awe. Now, where are the Dragon Balls you have found? Old Piccolo inquired. They are all here. Cymbalue replied, opening his palm to reveal 2 Dragon Balls. Excellent. Old Piccolo remarked, a rare smile gracing his face, for locating 2 Dragon Balls in merely a day or 2 was quite commendable. I could see that moment. The king and Pierce were both bound in a prison cell, guarded by the trio of Pilaf. The 3 of them grumbled amongst themselves, feeling that the Dark Lord had wronged them, yet they dared not voice their grievances. As time slowly passed, in just half an hour, Goku and Tien had arrived. The area was already surrounded by troops, but none dared to act recklessly, having already experienced the might of their adversary, especially with the king still in their grasp. Goku and Tien circled above, approaching the vicinity of the Dark Lord, where several slain soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Another pair of insects has arrived. Cymbalue sneered, his tail swinging to strike Tien's head. In the past, the soldiers who attempted to rescue the king often fell victim to this very attack. Tien, not daring to be careless, swiftly raised his arms to block. Crack! That was unexpectedly easy, Tien remarked, somewhat astonished. Instinctively, he transitioned from defense to offense, seizing Cymbalue's tail and flinging him away with great force. Crash! The propelled Cymbalue smashed through a wall, landing inside the room. Tien was slightly startled. This foe was surprisingly weak. Dark Lord, trouble is afoot. Lord Cymbalue has been defeated. The bird-headed minion hastily reported to Piccolo upon witnessing the scene that he too was a creation of the Dark Lord, albeit a weaker one, posing little threat. Goku remarked to Tien, he is not worth worrying about. Tien nodded, becoming increasingly cautious. The two stood at the door, awaiting the emergence of the Dark Lord. Ugh! Ugh! Cymbalue, covered in rubble, was now shaking off the debris. Damn it! I won't accept this defeat, he roared in frustration. Goku mused, finding this creature quite dim-witted as he lay there despite his evident weakness. Goku was not like Son Goku. He held no interest in the feebled eye in his eyes. If the enemy posed no further threat, they should be eliminated on the spot. Buzz! Without hesitation, Goku unleashed a ki blast. Boom! There was no need to look. He was surely finished. Damn it! Cymbalue, another child of mine has been slain. The Dark Lord Piccolo entered a frenzied state, for his current physical condition could not sustain the continuous creation of demons. Who has slain my child? Piccolo bellowed as he stormed out, his arms gripping the doorframe, teeth clenched in rage. Before him stood only 2 figures, Goku and Tien. However, Goku took a step back, positioning himself behind Tien. It was him, Tien replied, bewildered. Chapter 47. Doubting life, Foolish humans, you shall witness the terror of our demon race. Piccolo's veins bulged in fury. I am indeed witnessing it, Goku thought to himself, somewhat exasperated at the Dark Lord's melodramatic demeanor. Lacking the oppressive aura he had felt while watching the anime, of course. This was merely Goku's perspective. Tien thought otherwise. He was now rigid with tension, steeling himself for an all-out effort. You can do it. Tien, Tien nodded earnestly. In an instant, Piccolo, filled with wrath, delivered a powerful punch directly to Tien's chest. Bang! Crash! Tien opened his arms to shield himself, yet still found himself propelled back several meters, his arms aching. His feet carved deep gouges into the ground. He is simply no match, Goku murmured. Integrating the martial arts knowledge in his mind, countless experiences conveyed to Goku a singular truth. Oppressive combat is always more effective than mere arduous training. With Goku present, he would not allow Tang to be defeated. Thus, he encouraged Tang to engage the Dark Lord. Certain the outcome would be favorable, perhaps, Goku thought, but upon witnessing Tang's dire predicament, his certainty began to wane. At that moment, Tang was oblivious to Goku's calculations, but he had no time to ponder, for Piccolo's colossal fists were not easy to withstand. Bang! 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 The disparity between them was immense. Piccolo seized Tang by the head and slammed him against the wall. Ugh! Tang groaned. Following this, Piccolo's massive palm clutched Tang's face as he ran, forcefully driving Tang's head into the steel reinforcement. There was no time to react. This was Tang's thought. The wall crumbled into fragments, causing Goku to wince in sympathy. Die for me. Tang struggled desperately, but to no avail. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike Tang with his other hand, two arms suddenly sprouted from Tang's back, unleashing a powerful Dodon wave at the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord Piccolo jolted in surprise, hastily releasing his grip, yet he was still grazed by the unexpected attack. Sizzle! Blood erupted from Piccolo's face, and some of his aged skin darkened significantly. Huff! After being set down, Tien Fan let out a heavy sigh, quickly soaring into the sky, seeking to catch his breath. This moment, Piccolo, the Demon King, remained silent, yet his trembling body betrayed the fury that consumed him. He touched the blood on his face, his gaze darkening with anger. Piccolo was filled with a desire to annihilate all of humanity. Gazing at Tien Fan in the sky, the Demon King leapt into action, exclaiming, "Boring creature!" In a flash, Piccolo positioned himself behind Tien Fan. What? Tien Fan gasped, astonished to discover that this monster could also fly. Bang! Caught off guard, Tien Fan was instantly smashed into the ground by Piccolo's strike. This is bad. Tien Fan hastily attempted to rise. Yet before he could fully react, Piccolo's foot came crashing down. Crack. The enormous injury forced Tien Fan to withdraw from his four demon fists. With Tien Fan pinned beneath him, Piccolo unleashed a flurry of punches, delivering a dozen blows to his opponent. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the earth rippled as it sank beneath the force. Tien Fan struggled to find an opening for a counterattack, desperately summoning another technique. Solar Flare. A blinding white light erupted, causing the old Piccolo to instinctively shield his eyes. Yet he still winced from the brightness. Cunning insect! Tien Fan kicked Piccolo over and followed up with a punch to his face. Bang! Piccolo staggered from the blow. How infuriating! Tien Fan helplessly realized that his attacks were barely inflicting any significant damage upon this monster. It seemed he had no choice. Seizing the opportunity, Tien Fan ascended into the sky, preparing to unleash his full power. Kamehameha, block everything. Stop! A pair of hands rested on Tien Fan's shoulders. It was Tang En. You must halt. You will perish. Tang En sensed his own recklessness. Neither Sun Wukong nor Tien Fan stood a chance against Piccolo at this moment. Enduring punishment was hardly an efficient strategy. Moreover, this fellow could fire a Kamehameha at any moment, and given Tien Fan's current weakness, he could not afford to use that technique too frequently. With Tang En present, there was no need for Tien Fan to push himself to such extremes. However, it was worth noting that Tien Fan had likely begun to recognize the vast disparity between himself and his opponent, which would undoubtedly motivate him in future training. Tang En thought shamelessly. Although Tien Fan still possessed some strength, he was already panting, his arms trembling. All right, Tien Fan ceased gathering energy. That moment, Piccolo had also recovered from the effects of the solar flare. Standing resolutely in place, Piccolo touched the area where Tien Fan had struck him. How irritating! Piccolo realized that this fellow's strength posed no real threat to him. Quite the sturdy ant, I see, after enduring so many blows. He still lives. The Demon King clenched his fist and grinned. Tien Fan, gasping for breath, stepped aside for Tang En, warning, this guy is excessively strong. Should we wait for Wukong to join forces? No, he wouldn't foolishly wait for us for hours. Tang En stepped forward, feeling a surge of excitement. This was his first genuine encounter with a boss-level opponent. Come on, your opponent now is me. Piccolo, the Demon King, laughed maniacally. What's wrong? No longer hiding behind that three-eyed fellow. Old Piccolo assessed Tang En, and years of battle experience told him that the person before him was pitifully weak. The Demon King had no compassion for feeble foes. He could already envision the sound of despair from his opponent. "Prepare to receive my strike." Whoosh! Old Piccolo leaped upward, launching a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Tang En's face. "Are you stunned?" Old Piccolo cackled, believing the person before him was too paralyzed to move. "This is bad," Tianjin Fan exclaimed with concern. Bang! Piccolo's fist met Tang En's face in a rather intimate encounter. The speed and force of Piccolo's strike kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. "Ah! Truly pathetic," Piccolo taunted. "I bet he couldn't even react." "Heh, is that all you've got?" Tang En thought to himself, feeling secretly pleased that I've indeed grown far stronger at that moment, although Tang En's head tilted slightly backward from the impact. He suffered no actual harm. That said, Tang En did not possess a masochistic tendency. He was merely curious about the true strength of Piccolo, the Demon King. From his perspective, the aged Piccolo seemed to possess only a little over 200 in strength. Rather pitiful. Indeed, Piccolo seized Tang En by the collar, preparing to continue pummeling him with his fists. Hee, slap. Tang En grasped old Piccolo's wrist with one hand, preventing him from advancing. You still have some strength?" Piccolo exclaimed in surprise before attempting to exert more force. "However, what? How can this be?" Piccolo began to panic. He found himself unable to push his wrist forward, even unable to withdraw. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him, reminiscent of his own powerlessness against the Demon Seal wave 300 years prior. "Impossible!" Piccolo's legs sank deeply into the ground as he attempted to leverage his strength to free his wrist. A cry of pain escaped him. Due to Piccolo's towering stature, his wrist was relatively thick compared to Tang En's grip, and Piccolo's struggles forced Tang En's fingers deeper into his arm. "Damn it!" Old Piccolo fumed, enraged. Tang En felt a warm liquid pooling in his palm, prompting him to release his grip, causing Piccolo to stumble backward. Tianjin Fan watched in shock at the scene before him. This overwhelming outcome dealt a tremendous blow to his psyche. "Die!" Old Piccolo retaliated, launching a magical flash towards Tang En, engulfing him completely. Boom! The powerful energy wave reduced the buildings behind Tang into dust, the shockwave pushing back for dozens of meters before gradually settling. "What a careless fool! No one can withstand that attack head-on." Piccolo roared with excitement. Bang! Before the dust could settle, an elbow strike landed squarely on old Piccolo's head, knocking him to the ground. Puffed! Piccolo's eyes bulged from the impact, blood vessels bursting forth, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Piccolo hastily rose to his feet, his form swaying unsteadily, his mind buzzing with confusion. At that moment, his physical condition had deteriorated to an alarming degree. Don felt a sense of exasperation within, wondering why he had not yet succumbed, for another blow might very well prove fatal. Not just for him, but for both the deity and the dragon as well. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! Why? Old Piccolo was engulfed in a profound disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him, merely repeating those few words. Chapter 48. Don's Strategy. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! Why? Old Piccolo was engulfed in a profound disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him, merely repeating those few words. How could there exist such a powerful human being? It was impossible. In the past, even the mightiest of warriors had been no match for him, and it was only by risking his life that he managed to seal himself within the demon containment wave. Have I truly weakened to such an extent? "I need the Dragon Balls!" Cough, cough. Piccolo barely managed to steady himself, forcing himself to cease the flow of purple and milky white liquid from his mouth. However, the earlier elbow strike had already inflicted severe damage upon his body, wounds that could not be mended. How infuriating! He felt a deep sense of reluctance. He could not afford to die just yet. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, sending Piccolo hurtling in another direction. He was attempting to flee. "I must regain my youth. Once I am young again, I shall surely kill you." Old Piccolo ground his teeth in fury. No one could surpass the demon race's flight technique. This was the last vestige of defiance from Demon King Piccolo. "He has escaped," Tin shouted, pointing at the sky. Don observed Piccolo's flight without a thought of pursuit. After all, halting such a level of flight was a trivial task. With a swift motion, a rapidly coalescing Dodone wave formed in Don's hand. Zing! The Dodone wave shot forth from Don's fingertip. In less than a second. The strike pierced through the Demon King's thigh. The excruciating pain from the injury and burns caused old Piccolo to lose his balance, plummeting through the palace ceiling. Don clapped his hands together. Tang, go rescue the king. Let that monster's minion inform you of his whereabouts. Don gestured towards the avian-headed demon creature as he spoke to Tang. Understood. Tien was profoundly shocked, hardly noticing that Don had utilized their style's Dodone wave. The piano player stepped back in terror, unable to fathom the situation. The Demon King has failed. At that moment, Don soared into the sky, positioning himself above Demon King Piccolo. At this juncture, Piccolo had buried himself underground. Contemplating the possibility of feigning death or evading Don, he appeared rather pitiable. However, for Don, this was certainly not an option. Old Piccolo's murderous aura was as conspicuous as a 10,000-watt light bulb in the darkness. With a flourish, Don reached into the rubble and extracted Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo was truly in despair this time. Gazing into the hopeless eyes of Demon King Piccolo, Don pondered deeply and quickly devised a small strategy. After all, one must leave him with a glimmer of hope. Alas, what a pity, you are simply too old. Don lamented. Had you been in your youthful state, even I would have had to avoid your brilliance. What a shame. Nevertheless, it is too late for such words now. You shall meet your end at my hands. Upon hearing these words, old Piccolo trembled with rage, a powerful obsession igniting within him. Yes. Vile human! Cursed demon containment wave. If it were not for this, how could I have fallen to this state? Demon King Piccolo was unwilling to accept his fate. I cannot die. Wait, I still have a method. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Cursed foe! If I regain my youth, I shall slay all who oppose me. Demon King Piccolo refused to believe that anyone could vanquish him, as long as Don spoke thus. He would accept it as truth, even if it meant deceiving himself. Demon King Piccolo began to seek an opportunity to execute his plan. Don, of course, knew what he was contemplating. Subsequently, Don hurled Demon King Piccolo into the air, preparing to conclude the battle with his final move. Kamehameha! What an opportunity! Piccolo floated into the air, channeling all of his energy. He sought to create an offspring that contained all of his essence, a continuation of his very life. Observing this, Don thought to himself that there was potential here and hastily slowed the accumulation of energy for his Kamehameha. However, it remained uncertain whether Demon King Piccolo would be driven to madness upon learning the truth. At that moment, Piccolo's neck began to swell rapidly, his aura reaching its peak once more. Piccolo roared in fury. Don waited patiently, knowing that the moment he sensed an aura separating from Piccolo's body, the opportunity would present itself. Now, Kamehameha wave. Pow. Just as Demon King Piccolo birthed his egg, he was met with Don's energy wave that why child. One day, you must avenge your father. Do not allow evil to cease. Boom. And then, all was reduced to nothingness. Tread. Tien, having just rescued the king and peers, emerged to witness the scene before him. Demon King Piccolo obliterated by a single energy wave. Tien stood in stunned silence. Peers recovering quickly, grasped Tien's hand tightly. We won. You truly saved everyone. Tien mustered a smile, feeling an extraordinary sensation within. Don regarded the egg bearing the hopes of Demon King Piccolo. Contemplating, it truly took considerable effort. I hope you can become a righteous warrior once more, thus justifying my endeavors. This could also be seen as Don's trust in the Namekians. Thus, when Bulma arrived in her aircraft at the palace, she was astonished to behold this scene. Miss Bulma, Miss Tong Leah, the king requests your presence in the palace. That a soldier saluted and announced. What of Demon King Piccolo? Bulma inquired at that moment. The remnants of the palace still bore the marks of battle. Little Goku gazed around at the dilapidated surroundings, puzzled by the destruction. The soldier proudly proclaimed, Demon King Piccolo has been eliminated by Mr. Don. Really? Bulma felt a surge of joy. What? My boyfriend is still so remarkable. Bulma crossed her arms, her heart brimming with delight. The others behind her were equally bewildered. They had just arrived, bracing themselves for certain doom, only for it to conclude so abruptly. What of the promised tyrant who would dominate the world? Are fairy tales merely fabrications? What has become of His Majesty the King? Ms. Tong Lia inquired. Rest assured, Ms. Tong Lia, His Majesty the King and General Peers have been rescued by Mr. Tianjin Fan, so there's no cause for concern. The group was led to another intact palace, where Tang En, Tianjin Fan, the King, and peers were gathered. Tianjin Fan. Dumpling flew to Tianjin Fan's side, visibly worried about his condition. Tianjin Fan was wrapped in bandages. And upon seeing Dumpling, he felt a surge of joy. Such mutual care from friends. No wonder the original character, Wan Qi, did not wish for it. Tang En brought Bulma closer, and others took their seats. Wow, what a splendid place. Krillin cautiously sat down on a chair. Before long, a variety of banquet dishes were served. Wow, let the feast begin. Goku's eyes sparkled as he completely forgot his original purpose and started to eat. He was blissfully unaware of the formidable opponent he had missed. Krillin, Rim, Tianjin Fan, and others ate with a certain restraint, harboring questions in their hearts. How perplexing! Did the Demon King Piccolo truly perish so easily? At the king's request, Tang En recounted the battle in broad strokes, though he temporarily concealed the matter of Piccolo Jr. with Tianjin Fan's elaboration. Everyone became aware of Tang En's terrifying prowess. Even the Demon King Piccolo had no means to retaliate. Truly, he is an impressive figure. Far too fearsome, Master Roshi mused. 3 seconds later, Master Roshi reverted to his true nature, attempting to take advantage of a nearby waitress. Chapter 49. The dragon reappears during this banquet. The atmosphere remained generally pleasant. The king once more broached the subject of cultivating martial artists, to which Tang En pondered and agreed. After all, he was the only one whose martial arts progress was sluggish, allowing him ample time to organize his path towards another breakthrough. The king also mentioned bestowing awards of some sort, but Master Roshi declined, preferring that his disciples focus solely on their training. And the matter was thus left unresolved. As the meal approached its conclusion, Tianjin Fan stood up first, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "During this time spent with all of you, I have truly gained a great deal." His gaze shifted to Tang En as he continued, "I have come to realize that there are indeed people beyond people, and realms beyond realms." Tang En chuckled softly, "I now only wish to strive harder, even if it is just to improve by a fraction." The sincerity in Tianjin Fan's words resonated with everyone, who could feel his strong desire to grow stronger. Is it true that even you are no match for the Demon King Piccolo? Goku inquired. Tianjin Fan shook his head in resignation. "I had no power to resist whatsoever." Goku, now grasping the situation, pursed his lips. "I see. All right then, I must engage in even more rigorous training," Goku declared as he jumped off his stool. Speaking earnestly, the atmosphere shifted suddenly. Tang En spoke with gravity. "Everyone, starting tomorrow, we shall each embark on our own training journeys. However, I must say, if possible, we should pay a visit to the Karen Tower or challenge the sacred temple." He was eager for everyone to become stronger as swiftly as possible. Tang En reiterated this point, for it was at the sacred temple that one could master the techniques of energy manipulation. Everyone agreed with Tang En's words, making the Karen Tower their primary objective. "Goku, would you like me to take you to the sacred temple?" Tang En asked. Goku turned to him. "In no way. I want to climb it myself with my Rui Bang." Goku replied. "Good. That's the spirit." Tang En nodded, refraining from commenting on Goku's determination to tea that moment. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited, and they began preparing for the journey ahead. Subsequently, Tang En distributed 10 sins of beans to each person, ensuring their safety. After the banquet concluded, the king dispatched individuals to escort Tang En and the others on their respective journeys, marking the beginning of their adventures in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed. Sometimes, changes occur so unexpectedly. For instance, it was unclear when, but the Karen Holy Land gradually became populated with many individuals. Now, it seemed that every 10 days or so, one could spot figures attempting to scale the tower. The formidable martial artists on Earth suddenly became sought after, with martial arts tournaments organized by various kingdoms springing up nationwide, both large and small. There were even dedicated personnel tasked with selecting children for training in the royal palace. Although currently, this was limited to orphans. This left ordinary people utterly astonished. Those martial artists who excelled or displayed outstanding abilities received invitations from the kingdom, granting them the opportunity to join the special forces. This was a suggestion put forth by Tang En to the king, serving a dual purpose: to identify the finest ordinary individuals and seeds of strength on Earth while concentrating the nation's talents within the government. The king decided to name the special forces in a manner that would commemorate the most powerful team in the future world. Earth Special Forces. The king proclaimed. It remained as unassuming as ever. Peers chimed in with flattery. How about Tang En Special Forces? The king clearly agreed, promptly seeking Tang En's opinion. That won't do. It feels rather odd. Tang En responded, I have a name in mind. The Guardians Alliance. Tang En gazed at these words with an endearing familiarity. As they resonated with his sentiments, he had no particular fondness for the notion of Tang En Special Forces. The king and peers did not contest this, and thus the name of the Special Forces was established. So touching. Master Tang En, I finally see you again. Boo-hoo. You have no idea what hardships we have endured. I thought I would never see you again. Pilaf exclaimed emotionally, with Ashura and little Wu beside him, tears in their eyes, nodding incessantly. Had the remaining 4 Dragon Balls been gathered? Tang En inquired. Of course. With me, King Pilaf, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Pilaf immediately changed his demeanor. Tang En walked to the restroom, grabbed a towel to wipe his face, and took a deep breath, while Pilaf promptly followed. King Pilaf, with a sycophantic smile, rubbed his hands together. Tang En produced a universal capsule and handed it to King Pilaf. Pilaf's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly opened it. Wow, I've struck gold. Tang En seized a Dragon Ball from Xiao Wu's hands. When he vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, he discovered 3 Dragon Balls within his body. That time. Tang En had deliberately extracted these 3 individuals from prison and placed them within the Universal Group. After all, these 3 were not inherently malevolent, and their technological prowess was commendable. They might prove to be of assistance. This time, he offered them a price of 100,000 yuan for each Dragon Ball, tasking them with gathering the remaining 4. Well, one wonders if this constitutes bullying the innocent. Tang En continued to address the trio. Now, if you could devise a method for mass-producing this magical bean, I shall grant you whatever sum you desire. He tossed a Senza bean to Pilaf. This item, which he and Bulma had previously studied, appeared to be an ordinary bean, yet its effects were astonishingly miraculous. It left him utterly perplexed. Really? Pilaf mused dreamily. Can I truly have as many as I wish? Then, how about 10 million? Pilaf's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to test the waters. Tang En nodded affirmatively, replying, Even 1,100,000 is acceptable. Wow, this is exhilarating. The Pilaf trio quickly retreated to their laboratory to commence their research. They were indeed somewhat endearing, Tang En thought, struggling to find a fitting descriptor. Tang En gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls before him. Arise, Shenron. He recited the incantation, and in an instant, a familiar radiance flashed, enveloping the sky in ominous clouds. Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill any desire you may have. Ignoring the grandiose proclamations of the dragon, Tang En instead inquired about some personal matters. Shenron, do you know the true origins of my heavenly god fist? The dragon fell silent for a moment before responding. Is it your wish? No. Speak your wish. Is this your way of remembering me? Tang En thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Akati matters not if you cannot respond. I shall eventually uncover the truth. Tang En produced his little notebook, filled with an array of diverse wishes. Everything one could imagine. Chapter 50. New Skills. Clearing his throat, Tang En declared, Please grant me the instantaneous movement of the Apprentice Supreme Kai, Jebit. This technique is incredibly convenient. However, it is indeed an ability of a high deity. Tang En even contemplated, Apologies, Shenron, but this exceeds my capabilities. Unexpectedly, Shenron's eyes flickered red for an instant. This wish is quite simple. The hum of red light emanated from Tang En. Enveloping him entirely, he felt a peculiar sensation as a latent ability surged within him. Has it worked? Tang En could scarcely believe it. This was astonishingly effortless, especially since this was not the instantaneous movement of Planet Yardrat. With this ability, the entire universe lay open before him. Unable to contain himself, Tang En asked, "Why? Does the Apprentice Supreme not belong to the realm of high deities?" Clearly, this was not the case. Yet Shinran offered no response, vanishing as soon as the wish was granted, leaving Tang En with a multitude of unanswered questions. How utterly peculiar. The reason Tang En had chosen this wish stemmed from his stagnation in training. Ever since his combat power surpassed 1200, his rate of improvement had dwindled to a snail's pace. Now, he could scarcely perceive any advancement point 2 months prior. Tang En had shifted his focus to mastering the heavenly god fist. Thankfully, it had not disappointed him, currently allowing him to amplify his energy fourfold. Yet this was hardly a solution, as his knowledge of the heavenly god fist's origins was scant. He could not rely solely on it, and must seek new avenues of growth. After all, consistent strength is the true path to dominance. Tang En planned to visit Namek in due course to see if he could enlist the Elder's help in unlocking his potential. He examined his newly acquired instantaneous movement technique. Oh, the divine skill! It merely requires a mental image of a location to arrive there at will. Excellent! With this ability, he could traverse anywhere in the world. The night was tranquil, the lighting soft, and through the bedroom window, the faint rustle of the outside world could be heard. A gentle breeze wafted in as Bulma stretched lazily. How delightful. She closed her book, slipped into her cozy slippers, and shut the window, casting a glance at the brightly lit gravity chamber where Tang En was training. It was quite late, as she returned to bed and glanced at the space beside her. The previous gust of wind had whisked away her drowsiness. Good night, God of Martial Arts. This was the title currently bestowed upon Tang En by the king. As the lights dimmed, Bulma closed her eyes, preparing for slumber. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her, gently pulling her closer. "Are you asleep?" Tang En whispered softly. Even in sleep? You disturb me," Bulma murmured with her eyes still shut. Aside from their adventurous days, Tang En had almost always slept in a separate room from Bulma. However, 3 days prior, he had proactively moved his nest to her chamber. After 2 days of contemplation, he had thoroughly discerned Bulma's attitude. Ahem, it is time to address the matter at hand. Rustling sounds filled the air. The following day, Tang En inevitably abandoned his morning training. Such is the monotonous and dreary life of the affluent, he remarked languidly while reclining in a lounge chair, now well into midday. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bulma rolled her eyes, sitting beside him. Tang En pushed his sunglasses to his forehead, basking in the sun, relishing this leisurely existence. Alas, it was destined to be fleeting. "What wish did you make yesterday?" Bulma inquired. The stir caused by the wish was quite significant. Instantaneous movement. Are you not all inherently skilled in such matters? Bulma finds it both impressive and bewildering. Don rests his head upon his arm. Well, those are merely illusions generated by high-speed movement. He continues, "From this day forth, I shall be able to traverse any corner of the world." Don cannot help but exclaim with delight, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. "Bulma, I love you." Don feels as though the motivation in his life is waning. Surprisingly, Bulma appears somewhat bashful, responding with a hint of pride. "At least you have discerning taste." The dynamic between them has always been led by Bulma, and Don has never opposed her behavior. However, this genius, with her occasional haughty temperament, can indeed be quite exasperating for Don, though at times her thoughtfulness makes her utterly indispensable. Bulma quickly resumes her daily tasks. Leaving Don to his own devices, he wonders how Goku's training is progressing. With a thought, he envisions a temple in his mind. In a flash, when Don opens his eyes, he finds himself in the temple. "Oh, how splendid!" Don exclaims in admiration. This technique is remarkably convenient. His arrival soon captures the attention of Bobo and Goku. "Don, how did you come to be here?" Goku inquires. I simply came to visit the great deity." Don replies, patting Goku on the head. "You still haven't grown taller. Scions are truly peculiar." Goku does not comprehend Don's gesture, yet he makes no attempt to resist. However, the young Goku has been thoroughly reprimanded by Bobo. The great deity is within the temple, Bobo informs Don. All right, thank you, Bobo. Goku, watching Don enter the temple, asks Bobo, has Don completed the training in the temple? Of course, even I am no match for him, Bobo replies impassively. Wow, that's incredibly strong. I must catch up to him quickly, Goku states earnestly. Then you must exert yourself even more, Bobo encourages. Okay, inside the temple, is that you, Don? Indeed, it is I, great deity. The deity reveals a faint smile. He then addresses Don, saying, I have yet to express my gratitude. You saved my life. This refers to the matter of Piccolo's offspring. How could the great deity perish so easily? Don responds. What about that child? What do you intend to do? The deity inquires. Well, Don considers, I harbor no ill will. Although he has inherited everything from the Demon King Piccolo, he is indeed a new life, and I believe he can be redeemed. Is that your conviction? The deity appears somewhat puzzled but refrains from further comment. Yes, Don affirms with a nod. Leave it to me. I shall visit this little one in the coming days. Don feels a surge of excitement. The deity can only concede. Very well. If that is your assertion, by the way, Don recalls his plan. By the way, great deity, you mentioned that you arrived on Earth in a spacecraft, correct? Don poses his question. The deity is touched by the mention of this topic, for he has long wished to uncover the truth of his origins. Yes. Do you have any discoveries? Don ambiguously states the truth. I do. Based on my assessment, you, great deity, should be an extraterrestrial, belonging to a different race from the Earthlings. Extraterrestrial? The deity does not inquire how Don came to this conclusion that I see. No wonder I appear somewhat different from everyone else. Clearly, the deity has long harbored some suspicions about his identity, that I recently mastered advanced instantaneous movement, allowing me to freely traverse the cosmos, which is perfect for you to explore your origins, Don explains. That would be splendid. The deity nods silently, for he has already established roots on Earth. For him, even discovering his homeland would not incite a desire to abandon his current life. I could see that moment. The deity suddenly remarks, this Goku is indeed a prodigy in training. He has made tremendous progress in just a few months. The deity chuckles, perhaps he might truly surpass you, Dodo. Don eagerly welcomes the idea, as he yearns for someone to support him, allowing him to focus solely on pursuing higher realms of understanding. That I think so too. Moreover, I possess something perfectly suited for his training that will surely astonish you. Don confidently declares to the deity, oh, what might that be? The deity is genuinely intrigued. Just watch, Don responds as he exits the temple. Don produces a universal capsule and tosses it aside. Boom! A new gravity chamber emblazoned with the Universal Corporation logo materializes on the temple floor. The hyperbolic time chamber would be too much for Goku at this stage. This 10 times gravity chamber should allow him ample opportunity for training, Don mutters. Don approaches, and at this moment, Goku is engaged in sensing his energy under Bobo's guidance. Don refrains from interrupting him. Mr. Bobo, once Goku masters his energy sensing, be sure to send him there for training. The results might astound you. Don remarks that that's so. Bobo, puzzled, nods in agreement. After all, if he truly teaches Goku about energy sensing, he would have little else to offer him. Subsequently, Don produces a pouch of Senza beans, appearing to contain dozens of them. Mr. Bobo, these are Senza beans. They can instantly heal any injury. Don intends to place them within the temple for future needs. Bobo received the items with a blank expression. Nodding slightly, he appeared utterly dazed. In the past, Tang En had extracted over 6,000 Sun beans from Kailinta, and to this day, he had barely touched a fraction of them. As long as their use was justified, Tang En was certainly not stingy with these treasures. I anticipate being away from Earth for a while. During this time, Tianjin Fan and the others will undoubtedly ascend the temple one after another. If they wish to experiment with the gravity chamber, they are more than welcome to do so, Tang En said to Bobo. With the science, the gravity chamber, and the sun beans combined, this should be extraordinarily formidable. The thought of an infinite buff from repeated deaths made Tang En feel a pang of envy that I hope those Earthlings won't thoughtlessly follow the trend. Heavenly God, Bobo, Goku, see you in 3 years. Tang En leaped from the temple, having already informed Bulma, that he would be venturing to the homeland of the heavenly god. However, he planned to return periodically, as instant transmission allowed for such whimsical interstellar travel. Before doing so, he still needed to accomplish one final task. As night fell, silence enveloped the world, and a dense forest somewhere on Earth. A small figure with green, pointed ears walked straight ahead. His expression dark and brooding that moment. He passed by a humble abode, where joyous voices emanated from within. How wonderful, Xiangji, to have so many gifts! A man's voice exclaimed. Are you happy today, Xiangji? A woman's voice followed. A beam of light from the small house created an exceptionally warm ambience. Through the window, Piccolo too observed a scene of parents celebrating their daughter's birthday. Yay! Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom, the little girl exclaimed, gleefully extinguishing the candles on her cake as her parents applauded in celebration. Happy birthday, arigato! At that moment, Piccolo's long nails grazed the window, silently watching the scene before him with an indifferent gaze. Bored humans. Meanwhile, a stone appeared in Piccolo's right hand. This is for you. Go ahead and open it, the man inside said. The little girl unwrapped the gift. Yay, it's a model airplane. Thank you, Dad. Her father ruffled her hair, and the family basked in their shared joy. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them. The father quickly realized someone had smashed their window. Damn it, he shouted, grabbing a hunting rifle and pushing the door open. The commotion drew the attention of the mother and daughter, who hurriedly followed. The trio stepped outside but found no trace of the intruder, momentarily left in confusion. Another sound echoed, "Da-da! My airplane." The girl turned to see her beloved toy shattered. Was that the culprit? A small figure with green skin was now inside the house. The little girl burst into tears. You bastard! The father, enraged at seeing his daughter's gift destroyed, shouted in fury. With a swift motion, Piccolo turned to flee, his speed leaving the father unable to catch up. What is that? The father exclaimed, helplessly watching as Piccolo darted away. Damn it! He fired 2 shots into the air in frustration. Tang En observed the entire scene, having been watching Piccolo for an hour. From the boy's recent actions, it was clear he was quite the little rascal, with a wicked mind. Yet, he was not entirely evil. There is a hint of mischievousness, indicative of a lack of discipline. Piccolo ran a few more steps, glancing back at the now vanished figures, his pace gradually slowing that a disdainful smirk formed on his lips. Tisich. Boring humans. Oh, you're in for it, Tang En declared, pulling something from his pocket, sealing Piccolo's fate. Breaking someone else's things and boasting. Is that how your father raised you? Huh. Piccolo's heart raced as he sensed an unexpected presence beside him. Who? He turned to look, and one was there. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, coming into Piccolo's view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his pupils constricted and his muscles tensed. What? This guy looks just like the one who killed my father. Run! Panic surged within Piccolo. With arms outstretched and without uttering a word, he bolted away, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. A quarter of an hour later, breathless from sprinting and leaping through the woods, Piccolo glanced back, relieved to find no one pursuing him. His mind calmed slightly. Did I misjudge? Or was that person? Piccolo turned again, only to find Tang En right in front of him. What? He was instantly terrified, hastily retreating to put some distance between them. When did you get here? Tang En, arms crossed, addressed Piccolo. Little rascal, let me see your strength. Little rascal? Anger flared within Piccolo at the term. Damn it, in an instant. He revealed the hands he had concealed behind his back, unleashing a blinding flash. Boom! Such a tactic would hardly frighten Tang En, who effortlessly dodged the attack. Then, a swift hand strike erupted from the dust. Aimed directly at Tang En's throat like a drawn sword. Snap! Tang En accurately grasped Piccolo's wrist. What a cunning little brat. Not only does he strike from the shadows, but he also hits hard. Chapter 52. Instant transmission to Namek. Tang En expertly seized Piccolo's wrist and, with a gentle twist, subdued him, forcing Piccolo's body down to the ground. Still too young, Tang En pondered internally, given the constant shifts in the storyline. If Piccolo was not guided properly, he might fail to undergo the necessary transformation in character. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Piccolo shouted. What does that mean? Although we haven't met, it's clear who is who, Tang En replied, delivering a sharp smack to Piccolo's head. Well now, you've learned to play the fool at such a young age. I must commend you. Damn it, upon realizing that the adversary had recognized his identity. Vic was engulfed by despair. After several futile attempts to resist, he ultimately relinquished his struggle. You're not running away? Tang En inquired. Vic shot a sidelong glance at Tang En, his face a mask of disdain. Yet he remained silent. Wow, such arrogance, Tang En mused, noticing the enchanted attire adorned with the character from magic that Vic wore, which struck him as somewhat incongruous. With a swift motion, Tang En tore away the magical emblem and fixed his gaze upon Vic. What will you do now? Vic, predictably, erupted in fury, thrashing his body once more. Cursed human, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Once I have grown, I will. Vic clenched his teeth, unwilling to concede Ayena's perspective. This human was undoubtedly fearful of his potential growth, which was why he had come to eliminate him, though Vic was perplexed as to how his whereabouts had been disclosed though. What will you do once you grow up? Tang En released his grip on Vic, allowing him to rise unaided. Instinctively, Vic retreated a couple of steps, locking eyes with Tang En, his jaw clenched tight as he pondered an escape route. With a swift motion, he launched a chaotic strike towards Tang En's face. Tang En had not anticipated such tenacity from this foe, especially after allowing his attention to waver. Yet you are far too overconfident, he declared, evading the oncoming blows while conversing with Vic. Hey, your father is dead. You need not inherit his so-called dream of world domination or any notion of being a part of the magic race. Those ideas are utterly foolish, wouldn't you agree? Vic paid no heed to Tang En, fixated solely on landing his blows, which rendered Tang En somewhat uncomfortable. With a resounding impact, Tang En's elbow struck Vic's jaw, sending him careening into the stones. Are you even listening to me? Tang En called out. Vic crawled out from the rubble, blood oozing from his head, his breaths labored. Cursed human, how dare you insult me? A great member of the magic race. At that moment, Vic's words were punctuated by labored breaths. Magic race, you say? Let us begin from there then. Allow me to share my tale of redemption for wayward youths. With a series of explosive sounds, Tang En unleashed a barrage of miniature energy orbs, relentlessly striking Vic's form. The incessant assault was far from gentle, causing Vic to grimace in pain. Damn it, I swear. One of the energy orbs veered off course and struck Vic's head, causing him to plunge face first into the dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Simultaneously, Vic's voice faltered, his mouth filled with soil. What a disgrace! I shall kill you. Vic bellowed, his voice hoarse. Tang En was taken aback by the outburst. Have I perhaps overstepped? He cleared his throat. Well then, in light of your submission, I shall let you go this time. However, should we meet again and you have not made any progress, I will not be so lenient, Tang En stated firmly to Vic that moment. He recalled the swiftly growing strength of Sun Wukong. I suppose I must apply some pressure on Vic as well. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Tang En's mind. Should I, once Vic has matured further, bring him to Namek? After all, having the elder oversee his training would be a piece of cake, and perhaps the elder would even be grateful. Yes, that seemed fitting. Tang En nodded in agreement. Wait, you're not going to kill me? Vic grimaced. For a moment, Tang En even recalled the original narrative where Vic trained son Gohan. This is quite reminiscent of the present situation. Perhaps he should also assume the role of a mentor? Oh dear, what am I even contemplating? While Tang En was lost in thought, Vic had already snapped back from his stupor with a sudden motion. Vic stood up, not uttering a word, and dashed away without looking back. Ha! That scoundrel actually let me go? I will make him regret this. The immense humiliation drove Vic into a frenzy. He vowed to train relentlessly in the days to come. Vic would ensure the other party experienced a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Tang En remained oblivious to Vic's sentiments. Even if he were aware, he likely wouldn't be overly concerned. Well, let us see if you can surpass me first. As for Tang En, he was contemplating whether to discipline Vic once a week or daily. The convenience of instantaneous movement was indeed remarkable. All right, Tang En shook his head, dismissing his flights of fancy. and began to entertain thoughts of traveling to name K. In a flash, he realized he was in a different location. What is this? What? As a Namekian drew water, he caught sight of Dawn and muttered in astonishment. When did this person arrive? The Namekian appeared perplexed. This individual indeed bears a striking resemblance to Piccolo. This was Dawn's thought. Oh, I've truly arrived here. Dawn exclaimed. He surveyed his surroundings, concluding, this must be a village. The appearance of this place took Dawn by surprise. After all, the population of Namekians on this planet was quite sparse. With vast expanses of land and few inhabitants, he had anticipated being transported to the outskirts. Well then, let me extend a greeting. He waved his hand and said, Hello, I am a human from the distant planet Earth. Could you kindly guide me to meet your Grand Elder? The Namekian scrutinized Dawn closely before responding slowly. Earth? Where is that? I have never heard of such a place. However, meeting the Grand Elder is not something that can be arranged so easily. I must consult with our Elder first. With that, the Namekian set down his water bucket and hurried toward the nearby house, presumably to seek out their Elder. Chapter 53. Potential development. The Namekian had indeed dashed off to find their Elder. Dawn took a moment to observe his surroundings. It was evident that this place felt markedly different from Earth. He inhaled deeply, sensing the tranquil aura of the locals, and noted that the air was refreshingly pure. It was an atmosphere of serene calmness. No wonder they were regarded as a peace-loving race. Oh, what a formidable energy! Dawn marveled. In this village, there were nearly 10 individuals with combat powers exceeding 1,000, and even one who reached 5,000 despite being merely an ordinary Namekian village. Such prowess would be considered exceptional even in the cosmos. Thus, it seemed that they were indeed a remarkably powerful race, especially since combat was not even the Namekians' primary strength. Are you an extraterrestrial human? A voice inquired. An elder, surrounded by a throng of people, approached slowly. This must be their elder. I must know why you wish to meet the Grand Elder. Please state your purpose. The elder was direct, emphasizing the necessity for clarity. Dawn, having prepared for this moment, addressed the assembled crowd. My name is Dawn, a human from Earth, and I bear no ill intentions. I learned of this place through the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? The elder raised an eyebrow. You know the Dragon Balls? Dawn continued. Indeed. There are also Namekians on our planet who created the Dragon Balls for us. Namekians exist there? A young Namekian questioned skeptically. Impossible. I've never heard of Namekians being present on another planet, especially ones as illustrious as the Dragon Clan. Baldy, do not be unreasonable, the elder interjected before continuing. Very well. But what is your purpose in coming here? I seek to meet the Grand Elder for potential development. I would be most grateful for your introduction. Dawn clasped his hands together, speaking earnestly. The elder pondered for a moment before sensing Dawn's benevolent energy, which softened his expression. He nodded. All right, but you'll need to wait a moment. I must consult with the Grand Elder. At this moment, the elder closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with someone, faint whispers emanating from him. By Nio Onbwa by rule. Namekian language. The elder opened his eyes and confirmed once more that, yes, you wish. Grand Elder. Dawn, is it? The Grand Elder is already aware of your presence and has consented to meet with you. Welcome, traveler from afar. The elder smiled and extended his hand toward Dawn. Huh? Really? Dawn was naturally elated, surprised by how smoothly things were proceeding. Thus, the elder led Dawn to the residence of the Grand Elder. At this juncture, Dawn refrained from suggesting the use of instant transmission, as appearing directly before someone could be perceived as rather impolite, especially to those one was not well acquainted with, as it might easily provoke wariness. Come in, an aged voice resonated. You may enter. Dawn nodded at the elder and inquired, I still do not know your name. I am Kreckly. Hurry along. Let us not keep the Grand Elder waiting, Kreckly urged. Dawn nodded and sidestepped into the Grand Elder's chamber. Instinctively, he scanned the room with his energy. There were only 2 individuals present. Upon entering, Dawn's gaze was immediately drawn to the corpulent figure of the Grand Elder, followed by a younger Namekian who appeared somewhat immature. This fellow seems to harbor intense wariness towards me. I must tread carefully, Dawn thought. This must be Nail. His energy was astonishingly powerful, undoubtedly the strongest individual Dawn had encountered thus far, with a combat power likely exceeding 10,000. After all, there was still quite some time before Frisia invaded Namek. Nail, the Grand Elder cautioned the young warrior, do not be hostile. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder added, I sense that he means no harm. That Nail's demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant at the Grand Elder's side. Indeed, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled warmly. Welcome, traveler from afar. Earthling that as Dawn stepped closer, he couldn't help but be taken aback by the Elder's imposing size. Ah, Grand Elder, I apologize for the intrusion. The Grand Elder's demeanor was exceedingly gentle, and he felt a certain affinity towards Dawn. What is this? I have heard that there are Namekians on your Earth. Yes, he should have been sent to Earth around 400 years ago. Dawn replied, 400 years. I see, the Grand Elder mused, a smile spreading across his face. He must be a son of Katas, and I never imagined that child would actually survive and reach Earth. He spoke with a sense of joy tinged with nostalgia. Yes, well, the Grand Elder inquired. Well, how should I put it? The situation is quite complex, Dawn answered. Not so well, he admitted that to become our deity. He divided himself into two beings. Dawn conveyed this. He mentally transmitted information regarding the deity and Piccolo to the Grand Elder. This was knowledge he had developed through his mental prowess. Quite practical indeed. After a moment of contemplation, once the Grand Elder processed the information, he sighed, Foolish child, has evil invaded your soul? Is that why he split himself in twain? A rare look of concern crossed the Grand Elder's face. Thank you. You have rectified the grave mistake that child made, or else many more lives would have been lost. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude towards Dawn. It is no trouble. After all, it is my duty, and I do so for my own planet. Tang En responded. The Elder looked at Tang En and extended his hand. Come here. I can awaken your latent potential. Very well, Tang En exclaimed with delight. Eagerly stepping closer to the Elder, I am ready. The Elder gazed intently into the space before him. Gradually harnessing his own abilities, the colossal palm descended upon Tang En's head, and soon, formless waves of white energy began to surge from within Tang En's body. Whoosh! In that moment, Tang En felt as though he had lost all weight, floating amidst the ethereal currents of white energy. For several seconds, he remained attentive to his physical state, observing any changes that transpired. Whoosh! Suddenly, a torrent of power erupted from within Tang En. Crackle, what is this sensation? Tang En clenched his fist tightly. From within, he felt the liberation of his flesh. At that moment, a profound sense of strength coursed through every part of his being. How formidable! Tang En exclaimed. Nailu, taken aback, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. This power. This fellow has in the blink of an eye attained combat prowess that rivals my own. It is truly astonishing. Yash! A smile crept across Tang En's lips, relishing the sensation that he privately estimated his strength to have reached a level of approximately 30,000, an utterly remarkable feat. Ah, child, your potential has indeed been unlocked. The Elder remarked, a slight perspiration forming on his forehead. Has my potential truly been unlocked? Tang En mused, pursing his lips. However, from a distance, it seemed there remained much to be desired. Alas, he did not receive the same commendation that the Elder had bestowed upon Sun Wukong. Thank you, Elder, Tang En expressed with genuine gratitude. Chapter 54. Rebirth. Following the enhancement of his potential, Tang En chose not to depart, but rather requested to reside on Namek for a period of time, which the Elder readily acquiesced to. Tang En expressed his heartfelt appreciation to the Elder and presented him with several dozen senza beans, knowing these would greatly replenish his vitality, proving useful in numerous situations. With the Elder's approval, the others voiced no objections. This was, in fact, a spur-of-the-moment decision Tang En devised upon encountering Nailu. After all, in the vast universe, there were few individuals Tang En knew of who could match his strength. Nailu, still in the throes of development, possessed a power nearing 30,000, making him an ideal sparring partner. In the skies above, the two engaged in a fierce clash, the air resonating with sonic booms and thunderous roars. Nailu executed a circular energy sphere, striking Tang En unexpectedly. Boom! The explosion reverberated as Tang En, arms crossed defensively across his chest, was sent hurtling several dozen meters away. Upon regaining his footing, Tang noticed Nailu had vanished from his sight. Crack! Nailu suddenly reappeared behind Tang En, launching a side kick with blinding speed, akin to a razor's edge. Sensing the imminent threat, Tang En swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a similar side kick aimed at Nailu. Bang! Their attacks collided. The air rippled, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, drawing the attention of several Namekians who paused to observe. How powerful these two are! Ah! The two separated, each unleashing a ki blast forward. Boom! Amidst the collision's aftermath, they plunged into the smoke, engaging in a fierce struggle. Nailu and Tang En descended to the ground, their immense power causing them to sink deep into the earth. Their fingers interlocked. The potent aura they emitted lifted pebbles from the ground. Ah! Nailu knelt on one knee, gathering his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Tang En pressed down on Nailu, as their powers had always been evenly matched. Nailu tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. This made Tang En feel a twinge of anxiety. I shall finally triumph over you this time, Nailu declared. Nailu surged upward with a powerful headbutt, crashing into Tang En's chest, sending him flying 100 meters into the rocky terrain. Cough, cough. Tang En was injured, his head buzzing. What a hard head. Once he regained his composure, Nailu was already before him, extending a hand. Tang En smiled, grasped Nailu's hand, and rose with his assistance. Truly, you are the mightiest Namekian. Your progress in just 1 year is astounding. Tang En marveled sincerely. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since his arrival here. Naturally, he would periodically return to Earth. Consequently, the Namekians had become aware of his ability to teleport, though it mattered little. Indeed, during this past year, Tang En had seen little improvement in his own strength, whether in his normal state or in mastering the God Fist. Instead, he had assisted Nailu in his breakthroughs. And now Nailu boasted a strength of 36,000. This left Tang En somewhat disheartened. Was this all he could achieve? At present, if he activated the God Fist, he could effortlessly elevate his combat power beyond 100,000. Yet that was the extent of it. Do not be disheartened. When I was defeated by you, I did not lack resolve, Nailu reassured. Their year together had been quite enjoyable. Very well. Tang En nodded. Initially, when he first sparred with Nailu, the latter had indeed been no match for him. However, if he were to employ the God Fist now, Nailu would likely still fall short of his capabilities. Tang En offered no rebuttal. He had long since become a friend to the Namekians. Notably, during the 3rd month of Tang En's stay on Namek, a rare band of cosmic pirates attempted to plunder the planet. However, the outcome was predictably evident. A planet of such high caliber as Namek was not something a mere gang could conquer. Tang En single-handedly dispatched the intruders, earning the gratitude of the Namekians, though the Namekians had no fear of them at all. Thank you, Elder, Tang En said to Kreklili. Presently, he resided in Kreklili's village, and it was this elder who had just administered healing to him. Tang En surmised that at this moment, Dandy had yet to be born. Tang En sat upon a stone, contemplating that it was nearly time for him to depart. A year had passed, and he should seek new paths. Tang En, the elder called, "But I am here," Tang En replied, turning his head. Kreklili approached him, saying, "Tang En, the Grand Elder wishes to see you to find oneself." "Very well, though I am uncertain what the matter could be." Tang En nodded, exchanging brief farewells with the elder. Instant transmission. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the Grand Elder's abode. "Grand Elder, I have arrived," Tang En announced. Nailu added, "The Grand Elder has acknowledged you." The Grand Elder nodded, and Tang En entered the room. "Grand Elder," Tang En greeted. The Grand Elder responded, "Child, what are your plans for the future?" "What plans do I have? Of course." Don replied, "Elder, I believe I shall continue on the path to strengthen myself." The Elder appeared to possess some peculiar ability to foresee certain events. "Are you planning to depart from here?" Don nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Nairu hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The Elder smiled gently, saying, "My child, you are inherently a kind soul. I can sense it." Why this sudden remark? It feels rather odd. However, That is indeed true, for I, Don, am determined to become a person of great charm. Come here, the elder beckoned. Don stepped forward at the elder's behest. The elder seemed to be relishing in some unseen sound. There lies hidden power within you, does it not? Don's expression shifted, gazing at the elder in surprise. Is this referring to the divine fist? Yet he had never employed that technique before. Hidden power? Was this a reference to Don? Naira was somewhat taken aback, for in his belief, the elder never spoke falsehoods. Don, was that not all your power previously? Nairu inquired. Don did not refute, but instead posed a question to the elder. Elder, how did you come to know this? The elder did not respond immediately, but reiterated, Child, reveal your true strength for me to witness. Don could only nod, instinctively channeling the divine fist. Whoosh! A transformation emanated from within him. A bead of sweat trickled down Nairu's forehead, overwhelmed by an intense pressure. After a brief moment, Don finally ceased his actions. This is it, elder. Good, good. The elder beamed with delight. Child, come forth, and I shall enhance this power for you. Don was taken aback. Had he not already unlocked his potential? Could it be? A sudden wave of joy washed over him. The elder had no reason to harm him, and Don naturally chose to trust in a similar manner. The elder placed his palm upon Don's head, and a white light began to manifest once more. This time, Don's sensation was entirely different. Previously, he felt as if he were weightless, yet now, it felt as though something was swirling within him. Child, unleash your power, Dado. All right, Don unleashed the divine fist. Soon, waves of divine energy began to emerge. After years of training, the divine energy within Don had grown immensely. Zila, suddenly a peculiar sensation surfaced. What is this? How? Refreshing. So exhilarating. Don felt as if he could hear the very breaths of the cells within him, eagerly drawing in some essence. Don struggled to suppress a cry. He could feel his body undergoing a metamorphosis. The overwhelming stimulation filled him with immense joy as he sensed the divine energy coursing through him, merging seamlessly. The energy was contracting. An indescribable experience unfolded within Don's consciousness. Chapter 55. 100-fold divine fist in an instant. Beads of sweat cascaded down the elder's forehead. Cough, cough, cough. This is too powerful, truly overwhelming. The elder released Don from his grasp. Elder, Nairu quickly produced a senza bean and offered it to the elder to restore his spent strength. Over the past year, they had become well acquainted with the effects of the senza beans. Child, do you understand? This power of yours is divine in nature, the elder remarked. Divine? Is it the power of the celestial god or the king god? Don nodded. He was no fool, and this conclusion had long been anticipated in his mind. After all, it had been bestowed upon him by the first-generation celestial god from the divine temple, and given the passage of time, Don felt he had surmised the situation quite thoroughly. In fact, I sensed it from the very moment you first employed that technique of instantaneous movement. After all, that is a skill possessed only by legendary high deities. Ordinary individuals could never achieve it. The elder explained. Enlightenment dawned upon Don. So, the divine fist truly had the potential to elevate mortals to the divine realm. The surprise was almost overwhelming. At that moment, Don felt the divine energy permeating throughout his entire being. A transformation occurred. The formidable power at his fingertips made him feel as though there was nothing he could not accomplish in this world. This sensation, it was intoxicatingly potent, a completely different magnitude. Don felt as though the divine fist had indeed reached its zenith. His physical form steeped in divine energy. Millions of battle power. This was absurd. Don reveled in joy. He had not anticipated such a significant gain on that distant planet of Namek. Yet there lingered a slight disappointment. For his baseline strength seemed stagnant. This left Don pondering. How could he amplify himself so dramatically? Curiosity consumed him. Don discerned that the divine fist had seemingly evolved into a state, perhaps representing a formidable martial art capable of altering one's very foundation. He could only wonder what sort of being could create such a powerful technique that, in comparison, the king fist seemed utterly inadequate. Perhaps it was at least on the level of an angel. Don speculated. Thank you, Elder. I now feel an unprecedented surge of strength. Don expressed his gratitude earnestly. The elder chuckled softly and said to Don, "By the way, I sensed a familiar warmth emanating from your aura." "Child." A sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Don suddenly connected the dots. It seemed that the celestial god of earth had once remarked upon feeling an inexplicable warmth when utilizing the divine fist, hadn't he? This prompted Don to reflect deeply. Could it be? Don endeavored to elevate his thoughts to a more profound level. After all, he was filled with confidence regarding the divine fist. It was said that the Namekians were descendants of dragons. Their ancestors seemed to have ties to the dragon god, at the very least in relation to the dragon itself. Don engaged his mind's capacity to imagine. If the creator of the divine fist were the dragon god, then the implications were almost breathtaking. Don dared not envision it, for this was a figure more enigmatic than even the Omni King. But why was it called the divine fist? Furthermore, it had been acquired from the first-generation celestial god of earth. At last, thoughts of uncovering these connections began to emerge in Don's mind. These reflections surged through Don's consciousness in an instant. Right, the mysterious elder is right beside me. I must inquire, Don resolved. Elder, has my divine fist reached its limit? That, the elder smiled. How could I know something that even you are unaware of? The grand elder responded once more. However, as long as you maintain an unwavering desire to grow stronger, the path of martial arts will never come to an end. Regardless of any race, the grand elder was aware that Tang En had been tirelessly striving to break through the limitations of his own race. Hence he emphasized this point. Indeed, Tang En wholeheartedly agreed. This was precisely his long-held belief. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. Tang En could not fathom how, despite possessing so many innate advantages, he could fail to discover a path to greatness. Very well, then. I shall prove it to myself. Tang En expressed his gratitude to the grand elder once again. Subsequently, he exchanged glances with Nailu to bid farewell, preparing to leave this place and return to Earth. Ah, what an unexpected gain. Instantaneous movement. This maneuver was second nature to Tang En, having traversed between Earth and Namek at least a dozen times over the past year. In the northern Great Forest. Tang En materialized atop a tree, observing the figure of Piccolo below. Each time he returned, he would glance at this fellow. Had he not considered sending him to Namek for some training? This idea had long taken root in Tang En's mind. Although Piccolo's power was presently comparable to that of Sun Wukong, the latter would soon complete his training regarding Ki, and with the aid of the gravity room, he would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. Tang En nodded, finding this notion rather commendable. Not only would it help Piccolo recognize his own identity, but it would also alleviate the tension between them, while simultaneously enhancing Piccolo's strength. Truly a threefold benefit. At that moment, the oblivious Piccolo kindled a fire, his arms crossed as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Despite his youth, he bore an air that discouraged approach. I have returned, Tang En called down. Instinctively, Piccolo jolted upright, gritting his teeth, his heart brimming with despair. Damn it, I've concealed my key. How can you still find me? This past year had been riddled with misfortune for Piccolo, who had endured tremendous hardship. In a desperate bid to avoid Tang En's relentless beatings, he had trained vigorously, yearning for the day he could vanquish this detestable human. This obsession had nearly consumed him. Yet, Tang En now felt no fear of him. Presently, unless Piccolo fused with Kami, this fellow would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat him, let alone kill him. His instantaneous movement would be the first obstacle. You've already mastered the concealment of your key. Not bad at all. Unfortunately, Tang En's instantaneous movement did not rely on ki. It merely required a pinpoint location of a person or place. Piccolo remained silent, his silence a testament to his stubbornness. Over the past year, he had already surmised many things. Humph. You wouldn't dare to kill me. It must be that old Kami who sent you, hoping to reform me. Hypocrite, Piccolo spat defiantly. Tang En nodded. You are only partially correct. Yet that is still quite impressive. As long as I am alive, that old man will also live. What can you do about it? Piccolo seemed to have discovered Tang En's vulnerability, boasting with arrogance. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck, and stones in the distance shattered, causing Piccolo to sink deeply into the ground. He was accustomed to such treatment. Tang En clapped his hands, unable to tolerate the self-righteous demeanor of this little imp. I never truly wished to kill you. Piccolo rose, continuing to sneer. Are you enraged? A hypocritical human, seeking to approach me, a great demon, in order to assimilate me? This statement held a grain of truth. Tang En replied, think as you will. I've already stated that you and your father are two separate beings. You need not inherit his tiresome will. Tiresome? There is a limit to insult. Piccolo glared as he took a few steps forward. Think as you will. I have not come here to chastise you. Come with me. Time will reveal the truth. Tang En instantaneously moved before Piccolo, grasping his wrist. Let go of me. Piccolo struggled at how stubborn you are. Bang! Piccolo fell to the ground. Finally, peace reigned. Tang En lifted Piccolo, searching for the location of Namek, outside the Grand Elder's chamber. Tang En, did you not just leave? Why have you returned? Nailu inquired. I suddenly remembered something. Look, Tang En set Piccolo down. An unfamiliar Namekian. Oh, wait. Is he that King Piccolo from Earth? Why does he look so young? Nailu observed an Namekian who was slightly shorter than himself, and asked Tang En, King Piccolo has been defeated. This is his son, but his father wishes for him to inherit his will. Tang En continued. Originally, I intended to guide him through education, but clearly, that is not my forte. Tang En shrugged, expressing his frustration. Through his teachings, Piccolo had successfully developed a murderous intent towards him. How vexing that albeit. I entrust him to you. I shall return for him in 2 years. Tang En added, Very well. I shall inform the Grand Elder at once. Nailu responded. Chapter 56, Global Journey. The Great Treasure of the Islands. Tang En executed instantaneous movement once more, leaving Namek and returning to Earth. Universal Corporation. Tadaima. Tang En entered his bedroom, yet found no sign of Bulma. Not here. Tang En calculated the time. Bulma was likely busy in her laboratory, absorbed in her work. Let's go see. Today was Tang En's day off, and he had no intention of continuing his training. Young Master Tang En. The Pilaf trio stood at attention, each wielding a wrench, bowing to Tang En. Their presence elicited an inexplicable sense of humor. Tang En could not help but chuckle. These three were his helpers for Bulma, and it appeared they were doing well at ease. Tang En, amused, addressed the three. Hi. The trio was indeed quite cooperative. Tang En smiled and nodded. Stepping into the laboratory, phew, that was close. Bang! Pilaf suddenly leapt up and struck Aisho on the head, whispering urgently, That noise was so loud, you fool. If Tang En discovers our plan, he will surely confine us here forever. King Pilaf's face was contorted in distress, resembling a wronged little wife. Oh. Yes, King Pilaf. Aisho quickly admitted his fault. But do we really have to leave this place? Aisho clutched his head, questioning, do we get free food and housing every day? And we even receive a salary. Food, house, salary. King Pilaf was clearly taken aback, a trickle of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. How infuriating. Bang. Regaining his composure, Pilaf leapt up and struck Ash with a blow to the head. Hey, are you impeding my resolve to conquer the world? Ash's face reflected sheer panic. How could I possibly dare? I doubt you would even have the audacity, Pilaf declared with confidence, subsequently casting a glance at Ash, whose head was swelling and smoking. He turned away and remarked, Considering your unwavering loyalty to me upon my acquisition of that treasure and my resurgence, I shall not treat you poorly. I promise to ensure that you can relish roasted sweet potatoes every day, so you shall never know hunger again. King Pilaf envisioned a splendid future. Wow. Ash's eyes sparkled with little stars. Truly, King Pilaf is remarkable. Long live King Pilaf. Indeed, Pilaf's vanity was greatly appeased. Beep, beep, beep. A flurry of data materialized on the screen of the tester, with values rapidly fluctuating. 0.000 points. Dawn, you truly achieved it. Bulma joyfully handed the test results to Dawn. This is the detector Dawn had crafted, limited to a maximum detection of 10,000 points, hence only displaying that much. After all, Dawn had not anticipated such significant progress. Naturally, I have invested an immense amount of effort into this. 10,000 points. Bulma curiously grasped Don's arm and inquired, "Hey, Don, have you truly reached a level capable of annihilating the Earth?" Don donned his exclusive sunglasses with an air of nonchalance. "Not a problem. Hee hee, feel free to worship me." Don eagerly awaited Bulma's praise. Suddenly, bang! Ouch! That really hurt. "What are you doing?" Don squatted down, clutching his head, and yelled at Bulma. Bulma gazed at her fist, haughtily retorting, "Humph. I thought you were truly invincible, yet you could not evade my sneak attack." Don, "Of course, even I cannot remain vigilant at all times." Don, somewhat glum, promptly removed his sunglasses. "Such an annoying woman." "Hey," Bulma shouted, crossing her arms. "Huh? What is the matter? What is the matter? How can you even ask me that? Did I ask?" "Yes, you did." Don stared blankly at Bulma, which irked her somewhat. "Who? Don't be angry." "Don T be angry." Bulma reiterated. "Have you forgotten something?" "Something? Is there?" Don scratched his head, curious. "How could you forget?" Bulma placed her hands on her hips, angrily pointing at Don. "Oh, I remember now," Don exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Remembered? Humph, at least you have a conscience." Bulma felt slightly relieved that I forgot to train today, but it was intentional, huh? Don laughed heartily. Crackle, crackle. Bulma's expression darkened as she clenched her fists tightly. Don sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. "Oh dear, how terrifying." Don hastily abandoned his feigned ignorance and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I was merely teasing you." Don embraced Bulma. Bulma leaned against Don, panting heavily. "Oh, tell me. What exactly happened?" Bulma granted Don another chance. Don lowered his head and gently kissed Bulma on the forehead. "That I truly remember." Don whispered, "Our promise, I've always remembered it. I once vowed that when my battle power surpassed 10,000, I would take you on a world tour. And now I am here. During this time, I will only accompany you." Bulma was genuinely moved, tears brimming in her eyes. Sigh, what a fool lost in love. "Well then, where shall we go?" Bulma pressed against Don, speaking softly. "Of course." Don's smile abruptly froze. How about we consult the global travel app?" Bang, bang, ping pong. After a while, outside the room. "Report, Your Majesty. There is new information." Ash rushed to Pilaf's side, exclaiming, "Our treasure-seeking plan is showing promise." "What? Speak quickly." Pilaf sprang to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow, excitedly patting Ash on the shoulder. "Good job, Ash. I just overheard Master Don and the others planning a trip while I was in the next room looking for tools." And then what?" "Your Majesty, think about it. The Treasure S location is fraught with peril. Why not let Master Don take us along?" "What? You want me to hand over the treasure map to someone else?" Pilaf's face twisted in rage. "What treasure map?" Don inquired. "None of your business." Wow. Pilaf and Ash were startled by Don's sudden voice, raising their hands and scattering in all directions, eventually colliding into one another. Two foolish children. Don picked up the map that had fallen from Pilaf's possession and asked, "Is this it?" "Not that one. This one." They both provided conflicting answers. Pilaf hurriedly countered, "This is definitely not the map that leads to the treasure." Don was taken aback. Then he shifted his gaze to the map, which marked a location in the ocean, seemingly on some island. How intriguing." Bulma, being the genius she is, had no desire for an ordinary journey. After all, traversing the cities of the world seemed a rather foolish decision for someone of her caliber. "Very well. Let us embark to this destination." Don set the first stop of their adventure. Whoa. King Pilaf, on the verge of tears, could only nod in agreement. Don was elated, as this arrangement had resolved a significant dilemma for him. The journey intertwined with adventure perfectly suited Bulma's spirited nature. As for the dangers that lay ahead, Don merely chuckled, confident that there was no place on this earth from which he could not extricate himself. Without further ado, following Don's determination of their travel destination, he promptly enlisted the help of Quebecy to prepare various travel necessities for himself and Bulma. Bulma even purchased a small cruise ship as their mode of transport. Truly, a lavish and extravagant display of wealth. The Pilaf trio, lamenting and pleading, insisted that the two take them along. Considering that the treasure map originally belonged to them, Don acquiesced to their request, reasoning that with the three of them and Quebecy, they would merely occupy a small portion of the vessel. "Let us set sail." "The Pilaf ship," Pilaf proclaimed from the deck, proudly announcing the name he had given to the ship. This would be the first step in the grand journey of this king. Long live King Pilaf. The three stood on the deck, striking victorious poses together. Chapter 57. The enthusiastic villagers. The cruise ship departed from the harbor, heading straight for a small island in the northern ocean of Earth. Ah! Boom! To their surprise, the ship inadvertently sailed into a cluster of reefs, but fortunately, they detected the danger early enough to avoid any damage. Dawn unleashed a key blast, evaporating a portion of the seawater, which was promptly replenished by the surrounding waters. However, the reefs had completely vanished. Sisi, Squai. Pilaf's eyes widened in shock. A tremendous explosion sent forth a wave of water. "Shall we feast on fish today?" Ashu exclaimed, lifting a fish as tall as himself from the ship, brimming with excitement. Hooray! Dining outdoors indeed provides a threefold enhancement to the culinary experience. While eating, Don unexpectedly found this tuna to be more delectable than any he had tasted before. What had initially promised to be a mundane day took a delightful turn due to this unforeseen event. After half a day had passed, guided by Quebec's navigation, the group finally reached the island. Hill Island, as it was called, was rather oddly named, considering it was situated in the northern part of the earth. "Wahaha! Treasure! Here I come!" Pilaf exclaimed with glee. They had finally arrived. For the past half-day, Don had been engaged in a game of aerial chess with Bulma, followed by a spell of slumber, and upon learning of their arrival, he felt quite pleased. After stretching and yawning, Bulma leaped from the cabin onto the shore. Take tea that moment. She had donned a high-tech hoodie that could maintain her body temperature in cold climates, paired with casual jeans. Unlike Don, who seemed rather indifferent as dusk approached, Bulma radiated enthusiasm and determination. "All right, let us seek the treasure." Pilaf, bundled in layers to fend off the chill, was nonetheless brimming with excitement. With the treasure in hand, I shall never have to work for others again. No, I can once again embark on my plan to rule the world, Pilaf thought to himself. Ah, my future is indeed bright. King Pilaf Don, however, calmly responded to Bulma. Ah, treasure. Had he known earlier, he would have suggested gathering the Dragon Balls instead, as he held a glimmer of hope for that outcome. After all, he hardly appeared to be in need of money. Treasure. How could it compare to the allure of easy living? The five disembarked from the cruise ship, and Quebec swiftly stowed it away in the multifunctional capsule, keeping pace with the group. Could there truly be anyone living in such a desolate place? It was perplexing that a village materialized before Don's eyes, prompting him to scoff, wondering where treasure could possibly be located beneath the noses of the villagers, especially in such frigid conditions. What a logically incongruous world. How marvelous! There are indeed people here. Let us inquire about news of the treasure, Ashu suggested. Fool! Such matters should never be disclosed. We must secretly retrieve the treasure. Do you understand? Pilaf chastised Ashu vehemently. Hi, what if the treasure has already been taken? Xiaowu inquired. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pilaf vehemently dismissed the notion. Yet he offered no explanation as to why it was impossible. At that moment, Don and Bulma had already stepped into the village. Excuse me, do you have any information regarding the treasure? Bulma asked, presenting the treasure map to them. My goodness. They are indeed asking directly. Beads of sweat trickled down the villagers' brows as they momentarily froze, then responded. Ah, are you brave souls from afar seeking to challenge the deep-sea treasures? I shall notify our village chief at once. Please, follow me. Don and Bulma exchanged glances and followed suit. The Pilaf trio hastily trailed behind, whispering in hopeful tones. Are they taking us to get the treasure? What nonsense are you spouting? How could there be treasure given away for free? Then why do they know about the treasure? Indeed, King Pilaf, did you not claim that this treasure map was yours alone? The trio hurriedly followed Don and Bulma, the shadowy environment causing them to feel increasingly uneasy. This, Pilaf stammered. Soon, commotion erupted from within the village homes. After 300 years, a hero has finally come to save our village. An elderly man, trembling, emerged from the house and addressed Don and the others. Who is this old man? We are here to seek treasure, not to resolve your troubles. Speak quickly and reveal the treasure's location. Pilaf declared with a confident smile. Puffing out his chest, that's right. Ashu chimed in. Long live King Pilaf. His two henchmen echoed in agreement. The old man, in response, appeared genuinely delighted, showing no signs of displeasure, and continued. My king, you may not be aware, but our village's mission is to guide people from all over the world in their quest for our treasures. Pilaf's spirits soared at this revelation. Really? Ha 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 ha. With me. King Pilaf at the helm. Success is surely within reach. Pilaf danced with exuberance, reveling in his own delight. Our village has been cursed, and we must assist the brave hero in acquiring the treasure to lift it. However, obtaining the treasure requires enduring arduous trials, and we have lost count of the years we've been trapped here. You are indeed fortunate, for standing before you is none other than me. King Pilaf, the diminutive figure, hands on hips, appeared from a distance like a ball. Right, Master Don? Pilaf rubbed his palms together in a bid to ingratiate himself. What a jest! Beside me, King Pilaf, stands a martial arts deity capable of vanquishing the great demon King Piccolo. Pilaf began to rejoice at Ash's decision to bring Don along as well. Such an arrogant fellow. Bulma made a face, mocking Pilaf. In truth, Bulma had little interest in the treasure. She was merely intrigued by the journey itself. Upon learning that someone would guide them in the search for the treasure, she felt at ease and decided to rest for a while, as the hour was growing late. Warriors, let us set forth. First, we must traverse the treacherous territory of the hungry wolves, and then, what was it again? Evil wolves. Gulp. Pilaf swallowed nervously to ha. Could we perhaps postpone our expedition until tomorrow? The old village chief appeared momentarily stunned. I am not afraid. I'm merely fatigued and in need of rest. Right, Miss Bulma? Pilaf looked to Bulma for support. She, wanting to stay in the village for the night, merely huffed in agreement with Pilaf's sentiment. Very well, the elder had no choice but to concur, informing everyone that they would search for the treasure at dawn. Soon, warm water, food, and beverages were arranged by the village chief for everyone to bathe and dine. Everyone, hurry and eat. Fresh ingredients are far more delectable, the old chief proclaimed. Instantly, spirits were lifted, for although they had brought provisions, nothing could compare to freshly prepared delicacies that I'm digging in. Don first inspected the food for poison. He realized he had been overly cautious. Perhaps this was merely a characteristic of the Dragon Ball world, a treasure offered freely, warm-hearted villagers. Suddenly, Don found this experience rather amusing. These people resembled NPCs from a game. After a hearty meal, the five of them bathed and soon fell asleep, leaving Kabeji to silently keep watch. The night wind was eerily chilling. What manner of beings are they? Have ye been fortunate? In the shadows, a figure inquired. Who knows? Those wretched creatures, having consumed so much food, will surely be made to regurgitate it all come morning. A monstrous being with a hooked nose emerged, speaking menacingly. Chapter 58. The true form revealed the next day. As dawn broke, a cacophony of chants echoed. WHIYUHCYMA, SWHIYUHCYMA, SWHIYUHCYMA. Pilaf and his companion stood before Don's door, incessantly shouting. What are they doing? Bulma murmured sleepily. Don scratched his head. Three exuberant individuals. They must be eager to embark on the treasure hunt. Creak. Don opened the door. Good morning, he greeted the trio. Master Don. The three immediately bowed deeply. They had resolved that today they would not stray more than 10 meters from Don's side. Indeed, just so. Please wait. Don closed the door. Taking a moment to freshen up, after a while, he remarked, The nights here are unexpectedly tranquil. I've truly had a good rest. Bulma stretched languidly and took a deep breath. It is a most fortunate thing that the warriors were able to sleep well. The old village chief bowed deeply. Let us set forth. King Pilaf can hardly contain his excitement, the little figure exclaimed. Following this, the group had a simple breakfast. During this time, 3 young villagers had appeared behind the old chief. Their expressions somewhat blank, appearing rather strange. However, since they were not well acquainted, Bulma refrained from inquiring further, playfully teasing Don instead. Hey, they seem like Kabeji's relatives. Perhaps. May I lead the brave warriors now? The old chief inquired. Off we go. Thus the journey began. The group meandered through a wooded hill, clearly ascending in elevation. Oh, despite it being daytime, the forest remained dimly lit, occasionally echoing with wolf howls that we are indeed fortunate. We have not encountered a hungry wolf attack, the old chief remarked gratefully to Dawn and the others. Beyond this forest lies the true resting place of the treasure. We can only escort you there. Wow! Pilaf and his companions gaped in awe at even the sight of a tall tree. Simultaneously, they tied themselves together with a rope, claiming this would enhance their strength, though it was primarily for a sense of security. Why does this path still exist? Was it not said that no one had challenged a treasure for 300 years? Bulma inquired curiously. To provide convenience for the brave souls who venture here. We regularly clear obstacles from the path. The old chief smiled awkwardly at the group. Bulma nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. Whoosh! A particularly close wolf howl captured everyone's attention before they could react. A villager was snatched away by a ferocious wolf. Help, Seagull! The old chief cried out in despair. The hungry wolf didn't even glance back, swiftly turning and fleeing. The speed was astonishing, sending a chill through everyone. They huddled closely together, even Bulma instinctively grasping Dawn's clothing. What is that? How terrifying! The villager's anguished screams echoed as he was dragged deep into the jungle by the ferocious wolf, his voice gradually fading away. The onlookers stood in stunned silence for a brief moment. However, it was as if Tang En suddenly grasped the situation. He had felt something amiss all along, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He had dismissed any notion of a threat to himself, thus refraining from further inquiry. Yet, the present circumstances were beyond his expectations. The sudden appearance of the ravenous wolf, which had gone unnoticed even by him, was infuriating. When had wolves learned to conceal their presence? How peculiar! Even more perplexing was that after the wolf departed, its aura abruptly vanished, leaving Tang En particularly puzzled. The judgment of a master often comes in an instant. In fact, the moment the villager was taken by the wolf, Tang En had the urge to intervene, yet he did not act on that impulse. In that fleeting moment, he observed the expressions of several villagers. 3 of them showed no signs of disturbance, as if they were aware of what was to come. This was utterly embarrassing, considering that even Tang En had been startled by the wolf's sudden emergence. In retrospect, the old village chief's wail seemed almost theatrical, merely a reflection of the genuine fright experienced by Bulma and the others, who had been too preoccupied to notice that an outsider. The scene appeared decidedly unnatural. The more he contemplated, the more he realized that the villager who had been snatched away seemed to have put up little resistance, merely crying out in terror. Was this not the infamous tale of Black Eats Black? Pirates searching for treasure being outwitted by another group, ultimately losing their lives. Viewed in this light, everything began to make sense. Bulma was indeed correct. How could a place untouched for 300 years still harbor a pathway? Moreover, immediately following Bulma's inquiry, wolves had attacked, perhaps to divert attention from such topics. The crux of all questions lay at the so-called treasure's hiding place. They had gone to great lengths to lure them there, indicating that something awaited them. How inebriated could one get? Quickly, seizing this opportunity, let us hasten out of the forest and prevent Seagull from perishing in vain. The old village chief called out, leading the group toward the exit. Good! Pilaf and his companions could hardly contain their impatience, eagerly pulling Tang En forward. Tang En, however, chose not to reveal his thoughts. He was curious to see what tricks these individuals would play as they continued on their path. Everything indeed went smoothly, and the group emerged from the thicket in merely half an hour, expressing their relief. This is simply splendid. My conquest as King Pilaf is about to commence. Pilaf clenched his fist. Contemplating to himself, One could only wonder how he could oscillate between boundless enthusiasm and abject cowardice. Suddenly, a desolate castle ruin materialized before them. This sight seemed to align with the claim that no one had ventured here for 3 or 4 centuries. As they ventured further in, remnants of white bones appeared scattered on the ground. What is this? Tang En's expression turned enigmatic, for at that moment, a sinister aura enveloped the village chief and the other villagers. Tang En could still recognize such things. What could this imply? Tang En cast a thoughtful glance at several villagers. Then he recalled the memories bestowed upon him by the dragon. It was likely that such a demonic race, after being repelled and sealed away by the second generation of celestial beings, had their barrier between the human realm and the demon realm re-established. The demons from outside could not invade the human world. And conversely, the demons within the human realm could not return to the demon realm. Over time, the remnants of the demon race, having lost their roots, were gradually eradicated by humanity. However, the sealing technique also had its shortcomings. For instance, it would periodically manifest fractures, which, although they would eventually heal through their own mechanisms, could not prevent some demonic energy from leaking out. Tang En speculated that the birth of King Piccolo was significantly tied to this matter. Ah! A scream pierced the air. It was Pilaf, having stepped on a severed arm, the flesh still not fully dried. What cursed place is this? King Pilaf leaped onto Kabeji's shoulder, clinging tightly. Xiaowu and Ashu appeared as pale as ghosts. Entirely stripped of their earlier bravado, my goodness! How could so many people have perished? Ashu stammered in terror. These individuals do not seem to have been dead for 300 years, Bulma remarked suspiciously. Kabeji solemnly picked up a fragment of bone still clinging to remnants of flesh, scrutinizing it closely. Hey, why are you squatting down to grab such things? Pilaf jumped down, clinging tightly to Ashu and Xiao. Doctor, this person died less than half a year ago, Kabeji stated slowly. Oh, is that so? Tang En rested his head on his arm, murmuring to himself. What is it? Bulma inquired, observing Tang En, whose eyes now glimmered with an ominous light. A gust of wind swept through, rendering the atmosphere even more eerie as the leading village chief turned his back to the group, his smile gradually morphing into a sinister grin. My power has finally returned. The old village chief clenched his fists, his visage contorting grotesquely, his hawkish nose protruding, transforming him into a veritable monstrosity. A ghost! Bulma screamed, hurling the stone in her hand. Snap! The old chief effortlessly caught the pebble, crushing it into powder. The old monster grinned wickedly at the group. Humph! He remained blissfully unaware that the outcome of this encounter had already been sealed the moment he unleashed that sinister laughter. Chapter 59. The Unyielding Power. Following this, an eerie sound resonated. Crack, crack, crack. Behind them, the remaining two villagers began to absorb the faint demonic energy in the vicinity, their appearances starting to shift. The sounds of their bones cracking filled the air, and gradually, various expressions emerged on the faces of the group. However, this only served to enhance their demonic nature. The human physique is truly cumbersome. I must come here each time to shed that feeble state. The tall villager flexed his neck and stretched his limbs, expressing his dissatisfaction. Pilaf and his companions were already too frightened to utter a word, cowering behind Kabeji. Young Master Tang En, they're monsters. Monsters? I am observing, Don calmly remarked. He then turned his head toward the several monsters and said, So, you habitually borrow the bodies of earthlings, subsequently restoring your powers through the leaked demonic energy. I wonder what method you employed. The old village chief appeared slightly taken aback. Oh, you are aware of the demon race. It seems you possess considerable insight, he replied, licking his lips to reveal his blackened teeth. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Among all those I have consumed over the years, Don's expression remained composed as he clenched his fists, a profound disgust rising within him. How repulsive. Rest assured, considering your knowledge of our magnificent demon clan, I shall be the last to feast upon you. Consider it a grace bestowed upon you. The old village chief boasted arrogantly. Don could not help but laugh. You, with your meager combat power of over 100? 100? Combat power? The old chief was momentarily stunned, clearly bewildered by the statement. Yet he could still discern the mocking tone. Young man, even a hero must choose his moments wisely. Do not provoke my ire. The old monster seemed to relish the fear of others, unable to contain himself, just like that fellow 3 years ago who was equally defiant at the beginning, and also young like you, though he lacked the company of a young lady. Do you wish to know how he met his end? I savored his flesh piece by piece. Don found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. Who would have thought that the infamous killer, said to slay without a blink, would actually be encountered by him. He had almost mistaken the Dragon Ball world for a mundane one. Pilaf and the others were so frightened by the appearance and words of the monster that they were in tears. "Hey, what pride is there in killing? Must you boast about it?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide. This loathsome old man was utterly detestable. Oh, the old monster's words were interrupted by Bulma, yet he merely licked his tongue in a peculiar manner. Alas, it is such a pity. Female human bodies are quite rare here. He had initially refrained from destroying her, as a female form would be more beguiling to those outsiders. However, it mattered little now. He resolved to cruelly obliterate her using his latest method of research. It promises to be quite entertaining, does it not? The old monster ground his teeth, speaking in a sardonic tone. Very well. I have made my decision. I shall, in front of that young lad, take your... Don scoffed inwardly. Well, you're not worth mourning. The thought of the numerous victims he had ruthlessly slain ignited a desire within Don to curse him. Otherwise, he could not suppress his rage. Silence, a pack of discarded, forlorn wretches, even in death, remain bound to this savage land. A life spent merely donning human skin, hiding and fleeing. How dare you bellow here? The hawk-nosed old monster trembled. Silence. This time, the old monster's words were once again interrupted. However, he was no longer able to maintain his composure. Crack. The old monster was evidently enraged. You, boy, truly know things you ought not to know. His greatest aversion was the current state of his miserable existence. It was precisely for this reason that he harbored a deep-seated loathing for humanity, vowing to ensure their despairing demise. The old monster's laughter was chilling. Ash and Xiao were already far away, carrying Pilaf, yet they remained terrified. Tear him apart. The village chief commanded fiercely. "You command." Two villagers, now transformed into monsters, lunged at Don with ferocious claws. Die. Swish. Don stepped back slightly from Bulma and effortlessly dodged. "Kabiki, keep Bulma at a distance." "Yes," Dr. Kabiki replied. Don then directed his attention to the two monsters. "Fear not. I shall strive to end your existence with a single punch," he thought to himself. He had no intention of engaging in a contest with these individuals. The two monsters appeared somewhat taken aback. How did he evade? This fellow. Where did he go? He was just here. The two monsters paused in confusion. Suddenly, bang! In a moment of blankness, the taller monster was cleaved in two, its body exploding into a cloud of blood mist, precise and violent. What? When did this happen? The shorter monster froze, an old fear resurging within. Leader, the diminutive monster called out in a hoarse voice, trembling with fear. Wah! The old monster was also momentarily stunned. However, Don had no interest in exchanging further words with them. He could never match the Scions in that regard. Swiftly, Don moved with great speed to the enemy's side. He then lifted his leg and delivered a side kick to the shorter monster's head. Save! Bang! Before the words could escape, this creature was destined to report to the underworld. Another instant kill. The hawk-nosed old monster involuntarily stepped back a couple of paces. Had he been frightened? What? Are you not going to give it a try? Don's sharp gaze fixed upon the remaining hawk-nosed demon, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Now, even if you wish to flee, it would be impossible. Why, you are a deity! You are a deity! The old village chief shrieked in terror. Then, with a whoosh, he fled into the distant sky. This fellow is far too powerful, completely unlike an earthling, the sensation of fear, an emotion long forgotten. Come down! Don instantly teleported in front of him. Regarding the old chief's words, Don could not be bothered to explain. He unleashed an indiscriminate energy blast. Roar! In an instant, the lower half of the opponent was obliterated. A chilling scream pierced the air as the hawk-nosed demon plummeted to the ground beside Pilaf and his companions. With a final gasp, the demon's formidable vitality allowed it to struggle on. Despite having lost half of its body, Pilaf and his companions, having never witnessed such a sight, were immediately struck with terror, hiding behind a rock and trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to show themselves. The scene was indeed quite gruesome. Kabiki, Don called out as he landed on the ground, directing his command at Kabiki. Understood, Doctor. Kabiki responded instantly. Without hesitation, he pushed Bulma behind him and summoned a flamethrower from his arm. With a crackle and a roar, the violet flames erupted from the device, incinerating the upper half of the hawk-nosed demon into ashes. Chapter 60. Dr. Gero Boom. The violet flames unleashed by Kabiki's device reduced the demon's upper half to nothingness. Oh my! How terrifying! Pilaf and his companions quivered in fear. At this point, they realized that the treasure they had heard about was surely a fabrication. That old man is truly wicked. I, King Pilaf, almost met my demise here. Pilaf thought anxiously to himself. Oh dear, Pilaf grimaced. Bulma seized Pilaf by the ear and yanked him up. Hey, where did you hear about this treasure? If it weren't for Don being here, we would have been done for because of you. Gamina sigh, Pilaf pleaded, squirming in desperation. Meanwhile, Don was spinning in place, sensing the subtle undulations of the surrounding space. Such a masterful spatial sealing technique. Don couldn't help but exclaimed he had secretly practiced sealing techniques and magical waves. After all, such impressive skills warranted examination. Each technique had its own merits. Initially, Don intended to see if he could reinforce the sealing technique. However, upon inspection, he realized that such an aspiration was overly naive. It wasn't something he could simply alter at will. The sealing technique was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and attempting to reinforce it posed the risk of breaching the seal, compelling Don to abandon the idea. After all, no one could predict what might emerge from a broken seal. It was no wonder that the third-generation celestial being did not pass down this technique, but merely transformed it into a magical wave. Very well. Don leaped into the sky, gathering layers of white light in his hands. After charging up, Don flicked his wrist, launching a spherical energy blast. Whoosh! The energy blast fragmented into hundreds of smaller energy projectiles in midair, cascading towards the distant village. Boom! Boom! In that moment, Don was no longer the same as before. If he unleashed his full power, a mere flick could sink the island. The ground trembled violently, and the distant village was obliterated, leaving massive craters across the entire isle. Was that an earthquake? Xiao murmured. What a terrifying place. We even encountered an earthquake. Ashu quaked in fear. Don surveyed the area once more before gently descending. Everyone, let us depart from this place. Pilaf and his companions nodded vigorously. I have a better destination in mind. Consider compensation for our journey. Don took Bulma's hand in his, feeling that their adventure had been rather foolish. However, Bulma did not share this sentiment, as she believed that encountering danger was simply part and parcel of adventuring. Indeed, the group retraced their steps, but the once vibrant village had been reduced to ruins, its inhabitants transformed into grotesque demons. Ugh! The thought of having consumed the food they provided the previous day sent shivers down their spines. This is too horrifying. King Pilaf, I think we would be better off working instead, Ashu cautiously suggested. Tapping his two index fingers together, Pilaf shrugged, his confidence waning as he replied, Are we truly unable to endure such minor trials? I understand now. However, despite his words, Pilaf's expression betrayed his anxiety. So, King Pilaf, shall we continue to follow them on this adventure? Xiao inquired.